Chapter 401 The Time-Space Tower is completed. Heavenly Devil Holy Land, Invincible. Heavenly Devil Holy Land, Invincible. Heavenly Devil Holy Land, Invincible. Everyone around was infected by Lin Yuanhong's words, their expressions became extremely excited, and they shouted loudly. This loud voice almost spread throughout the desert, reaching the clouds, and swinging towards the surroundings of the desert. Lin Yuanhong looked at the crowd in front of him with satisfaction. Although he didn't gain much this time, with these powerful subordinates, it was enough. In the future, the Holy Land of Heavenly Devil will definitely become stronger. There are people from the Holy Land of Heavenly Devil over there. I found the people from the Holy Land of Heavenly Devil. Come on, the bounty is mine. Wait, don't rob me, people from the Holy Land of Heavenly Devil, I've got it, I want to. Everyone in Heavenly Devil Holy Land, don't run, you are already surrounded. At this moment, there was a very violent shout not far away, followed by a violent roar. There was a large amount of distortion in the space in the distance, and the majestic aura made the entire desert seem to freeze. Saint Lord, no, there are many great emperors coming towards us, wanting to catch us. Patriarch Zhuangming heard the roaring sound in the distance, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately felt the overwhelming pressure coming from the sky. Although Patriarch Zhuangming is also a great emperor at the spiritual realm level, there are still many great emperors around. However, they had just used the boundary-breaking talisman and were impacted by a lot of space turbulence, and their strength has not yet fully recovered. If they were besieged by so many great emperors, even they would have to fall here. Wow grass, someone offered us a reward again, the wind is blowing, run away. Not much to say, I'll run first as a respect, it's so exciting, the familiar feeling is back. The people from the original Heavenly Devil sect around them have already started to run away. Withdraw, withdraw, let's withdraw. Lin Yuanhong said in the same voice, and then quickly evacuated the area that was about to be surrounded similarly instinctively. Many other ghost demons who had just joined the Heavenly Devil Holy Land looked at each other in blank dismay, and then they also started to evacuate at a high speed. The corners of Zhuangming's mouth twitched slightly. This Saint Lord is familiar with the heart-wrenching escape speed, this is, what has he experienced? Patriarch Zhuangming sighed lightly, and left quickly as well. Heavenly Dao Sect, Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chen Luo and the others had already returned to Heavenly Bamboo Peak. After returning to Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Chen Luo immediately asked Suming Xianhuo to refine the time-space tower. Also, let it look for that relic in Heavenly Dao Sect. Perhaps because of the long time, Suming Xianhuo's memory of the location of the ruins is much blurred, and it took a lot of time to find this location. Chen Luo is not in a hurry, as long as he can find it, it doesn't matter if it is sooner or later, Chen Luo is not short of some top-level treasures and various means. Those great emperor powerhouses who were subdued by Chen Luo also settled down in Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and provided Chen Luo with a large amount of cultivation effects in return. Chen Luo was not stingy either, and gave them a lot of immortal crystals to cultivate. After all, their improvement can bring back several times the cultivation effect to Chen Luo. The entire Heavenly Bamboo Peak is in a state of frantic cultivation. With the help of relics and enlightenment tea, Chen Luo practiced infinite samsara boxing with insight every day, and occasionally helped Zhang Xian improve her soul realm, and helped Mu Luli awaken bloodline. Chen Luo's cultivation base is also slowly improving with the passage of time. Peak Lord, the space-time tower refining is complete. One morning after half a month, Li Yan'er came to Chen Luo's training place with a sweet smile. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and his eyes were full of joy. Yes, the refining was completed in half a month. After half a month of practice, Chen Luo's insight into unlimited samsara boxing has reached a rather advanced level, and there is a faint sense of samsara's true meaning on his body, giving people a feeling of illusory. Li Yan'er looked at Chen Luo, feeling as if she was facing a samsara king. Let's go, and have a look. Chen Luo said to Li Yan'er with a smile. Li Yan'er nodded, and the two then walked towards a sacred place in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Soon, the two arrived at the area where the Suming Immortal Fire was refining the Time-Space Tower. There was an extremely majestic aura exuding in that area. In the center of the area, there was an extremely huge tower, circulating the power of time and space that almost distorted everything. The surrounding spiritual lands seemed to be due to the existence of this high tower, and there was a little roar, which seemed to be affected by the law of time and space attached to this high tower. Around the tower, there are many heavenly bamboo peak elders, and those peak great emperor powerhouses, looking at the central tower in amazement. Chen Luo did not hide the matter of building the space-time tower from these people. After all, with the suppression of the Dao Heart Demon, they could not betray Chen Luo. The rest of the people who have not been planted by the Dao Heart Demon are also very loyal to Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and it is impossible to do anything that is not good for Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Master, this is the Time-Space Tower. Suming Xianhuo beside the tower saw Chen Luo rushing over, and then quickly came to Chen Luo's side. Chen Luo nodded, and then continued to look at the space-time tower in front of him. Chen Luo could feel the laws of space and time contained in it, as if it completely isolated the tower from its surroundings. The distorted power of time and space made Chen Luo feel a little startled. Master, this space-time tower has 3 floors. On the first floor, the flow of time can be accelerated by 10 times, on the second floor, 30 times, and on the third floor, it can be increased by 100 times. Luo introduced the space-time tower ahead. Not far away, Biao also looked at the space-time tower in the center with a frenzied expression. He never thought that he would be able to participate in the construction of such a terrifying space-time tower in his lifetime, which made him very excited. 10 times, 30 times, 100 times. Chen Luo's eyes were full of joy. This is not bad. Now, Heavenly Bamboo Peak can develop completely fast. However, the drive of this space-time tower requires a very large spirit power, and it must be driven by immortal crystals. Moreover, if you practice in it, you need a lot of cultivation resources. Suming Xianhuo continued to explain. Immortal crystals are not a problem for the time being. Resources, the most important thing I lack are resources. Chen Luo said with a faint smile. The daily check-in has long allowed Chen Luo to accumulate a huge amount of inexhaustible resources. Even if the number of Heavenly Bamboo Peak's disciple elder is increased by 10 times, Chen Luo can still supply it. As for the fairy crystal, Xia Qingqing bought a lot of evil charms from Chen Luo later, and Chen Luo could maintain the fairy crystal for the time being. However, to maintain the daily operation of the time-space tower, Chen Luo needs more immortal crystals. Then start immediately, arrange people to start practicing in the time-space tower, and prioritize those top great emperor powerhouses. Chen Luo continued. Yes, Peak Master. Surrounded by the Elder of Heavenly Bamboo Peak reverent and fanatical. Peak Lord, Xianming True Immortal Senior has sent a message and has obtained the 10,000 Spirits Sword. However, the people from the spiritual divine sect have come after him and are chasing him. At this time, a Heavenly Bamboo Peak Elder came to Chen Luo's house. Beside, hurriedly said. Chapter 402, 7 Rosy Clouds Valley. The immortal sword of all souls has been taken back, Xianming is being hunted down. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. Unexpectedly, they succeeded so quickly. Originally, Chen Luo thought that even with Song Ji's cooperation, they would need at least a few months. Unexpectedly, it has been taken back now. Yes, Peak Master, Xianming True Immortal Senior is now in the 7 Rosy Clouds Valley of the Central Territory. Elder next to him continued to explain. Yueling, Kifeng, come and take a look with me. Chen Luo then said to the 2 Heavenly Realm Great Emperors not far away. Now that they had succeeded and were hunted down, Chen Luo would of course go to meet them. Yes, Peak Master. The 2 came to Chen Luo respectfully. The time-space tower will be handed over to you, Suming Xianhuo, arrange for someone to go in. Chen Luo then instructed Suming Xianhuo. This time-space tower was built by Suming Xianhuo and Biao, so he is naturally more familiar with it. It will definitely be no problem to hand over the time-space tower to Suming Xianhuo for arrangement. Yes, Master, don't worry, leave everything to me. Suming Xianhuo continued. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo and the others left the spirit land, set foot on the teleportation array and walked towards the 7 Rosy Clouds Valley in the central region. Central Domain, Valley of 7 Rosy Clouds. 7 Rosy Clouds Valley is a well-known treasure land in central region, where spiritual qi is abundant, surrounded by clouds and mists, and full of vitality everywhere. The clouds floating in the sky have 7 different colors, like a rainbow. So it is called the Valley of the 7 Rosy Clouds. 7 Rosy Clouds Valley has many heavenly and mortal treasures, as well as various rare exotic treasures, so many cultivators will come here to hunt for treasures. It is always lively on weekdays, but at this moment, the 7 Rosy Clouds Valley seems to be a little quiet. Only the sound of breaking wind and the occasional roar in Yung could be heard. In the depths of the Cloud Valley, there is a majestic inspiration constantly rippling, the surrounding clouds resounded from time to time with violent roars, and the rays of light continuously flew towards the surroundings. After a while, the inspiration finally stopped rippling. Isn't it just to take your Wanling immortal sword? Is it necessary to chase from the Shengsu realm to our desolate ancient realm? In a broken mountain range that has become ruins under the clouds, Xianming True Immortal was dressed in rags, with the air mechanism was extremely disordered, as if it had experienced a terrifying battle. Xianming True Immortal still had a lot of blood on his body, exuding an extremely cold aura. Hehe, taking our 10,000 spirits immortal sword and killing you 10,000 times is not enough to vent my hatred. The Spirit Divine Sect leader on the other side said with a cold expression, his tone was extremely cold, as if he wanted to freeze everything. Not long ago, Xianming True Immortal and others, together with Song Ji, used many means to steal their sect's treasure of the sect, the Wanling Xianjian. Although, due to the loss of the Wanling Celestial Bead, the Wanling Immortal Sword has become an ordinary sword, even comparable to an ordinary emperor's soldier. However, this sword is still a symbol of their divine sect and cannot be taken away just like that. Moreover, if the Wanling Ji bead is recovered in the future, the Wanling Immortal Sword can also return to the ranks of top immortal weapons. Therefore, no matter what, the Spirit Divine Sect leader will not give up this 10,000 spirits sword. The immortal sword of myriad spirits is for those who are capable, and now it is in my hands, which only shows that this sword does not belong to your divine sect. Xianming True Immortal on the other side said lightly. After winning the 10,000 spirits sword, Xianming True Immortal kept the sword on himself for safety reasons, and fled separately from the others. Unexpectedly, this spiritual divine sect leader, relying on the imprint on the Wanling Immortal Sword, unexpectedly chased after him abruptly. Along with Xianming True Immortal, he crossed the realm and came to the ancient world. Is this fairy sword useful to you? You don't have the Wanling Ji on your body, why do you have to do this? Give me the Wanling fairy sword, and I won't hunt you down anymore. I know that your previous strength may be very strong, but now you are not my opponent. If this continues, your life will only be ruined in my hands, why bother? Ling Divine Sect leader took a deep breath and continued. From his eyes, he can naturally see that Xianming True Immortal was once a top powerhouse, and is even very likely to be a figure in the immortal realm. However, now, for some reason, he has fallen to this point, and even made up his own idea of the Divine Sect 10,000 Spirits Sword. It has nothing to do with you, but I would like to give you a piece of advice. If you retreat now, you still have a chance. Xianming True Immortal held the 10,000 Spirits Immortal Sword in his hand and said in a deep voice. Now he is getting weaker and weaker, and he doesn't know if he can hold on until Chen Luo's arrival. I can only use words to temporarily delay the Spirit Divine Sect leader, so that I have more time. This Spirit Divine Sect leader has already reached the pinnacle of the Great Emperor, and is only one step away from the true immortal realm of the immortal realm. Now, Xianming True Immortal's immortal origin has not been fully restored, and Xianming True Immortal has no confidence in defeating him. If it continues like this, it will be really bad. It has nothing to do with me? Do you know the whereabouts of the Wanlingji? At this time, the Ling Divine Sect leader seemed to realize something, suddenly raised his head, and looked at Xianming True Immortal, who was getting weaker and weaker not far away with burning eyes. If he didn't know the whereabouts of the Wanlingji, how could he take so much effort to capture the Wanlingji? In order to find the Wanlingji, the Ling Divine Sect has already used too many means. Now, the guy in front of him probably knows the whereabouts of the Wanlingji bead, so how can Ling Divine Sect leader not be excited? That's right, the myriad spirit G bead is in my hands. At this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly came from not far away. Chen Luo brought Empress Yueling and Gao Qifeng to the top of the 7 Rosy Clouds Valley. A golden bead exuding bright Dao patterns floated in Chen Luo's hand. Peak Lord, take the sword. Xianming True Immortal below saw Chen Luo, and immediately threw the 10,000 spirits sword in his hand towards Chen Luo in the sky. A violent Wang Ming sounded, and both the Wanling Immortal Sword and Wanling Ji bead exuded an incomparably bright light. The myriad spirit Ji bead is in your hands. Not far away, the Ling Divine Sect leader saw the myriad spirit Ji bead in Chen Luo's hand, and felt his heart pounding, with an extremely deep longing in his heart. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Ling Divine Sect leader and couldn't bear the longing in his heart, and immediately burst out his own spirit power, charging towards Chen Luo, trying to snatch back Chen Luo's Wanling Xianjian and Wanlingji. If you want to compete for the Peak Lord's things, pass our level first. Empress Moon Spirit and Gao Qifeng said in deep voices. Then it also erupted. Own Strength and Spirit Divine Sect leader fought together, and the violent Qi machine continued to erupt around, almost destroying everything. Chapter 403 Myriad Spirits Immortal Sword. Chen Luo ignored the fierce battle below, but watched the Wanling Ji bead and Wanling Xianjian in his hands slowly merging. On the hilt of the 10,000 spirits sword, there is a small ring-like gap. The Wanling Ji bead was slowly inserted into the ring, and bursts of immortal power erupted on the sword of the Wanling Immortal Sword. The bright streamer almost dispelled the clouds above the 7 Rosy Clouds Valley, and the bright streamer formed an extremely violent beam of light that went straight into the sky. What a powerful myriad spirits sword! Chen Luo, holding the immortal sword of myriad spirits in his hand, couldn't help sighing. The aura of destroying myriad ways contained in this immortal sword of myriad spirits is very powerful. Chen Luo could feel that the power of this 10,000 spirits sword was not inferior to the own evil god sword, and in some respects, it was even stronger than the own evil god sword. It's not in vain that I spent so much time to get the myriad spirits immortal sword. Chen Luo murmured in a low voice. Hand over the 10,000 spirits sword, otherwise, our Spirit Divine Sect will not let you go. The Spirit Divine Sect leader below suppressed the Moon Spirit Empress and Gao Qifeng, with a stern look on his face. Although he has been chasing all the way, the Ling Divine Sect leader is, after all, the Great Emperor at the pinnacle of the Heaven Realm, a character who is only one step away from the Immortal Realm. Not to mention, Ling Divine Sect leader was originally the top talent in the Shengsu realm, and his talent was not weak. It is more than enough to suppress the Great Emperor of the late stage of the 2 heavens. Get out of the way, let me try the power of this 10,000 spirits sword. Chen Luo then said to Empress Moon Spirit and Gao Qifeng, who were struggling below. After finishing speaking, the 2 people below withdrew from the battlefield and handed it over to Chen Luo. Humph, a mere ant in the spirit realm, do you think you can deal with me with the immortal sword of all souls? What do you think you are? Hearing Chen Luo's words, the Spirit Divine Sect leader snorted coldly, his eyes full of cold sarcasm color. In the Great Emperor realm, every gap is huge, even a small realm is an insurmountable gap. Chen Luo is just the great emperor of the early stage of the spirit realm, and there is a difference of 7 small realms from the great emperor of the peak of the heaven realm. The great emperor of each realm is divided into early stages, middle stage, late stage, peak. This gap is already very exaggerated. It can be said that even if the true immortal descends, the spiritual divine sect leader will be able to easily defeat it in the great emperor's realm. In his opinion, Chen Luo was just asking for humiliation. Swish swish swish. Chen Luo didn't speak, but held the 10,000 spirits sword in his hand, unfolded the Taishang sword art, and attacked and killed the spirit divine sect leader below. In a moment, the unparalleled supreme sword intent carried invincible power and slashed at the body of the spiritual divine sect leader. A tragic wound suddenly appeared on the body of the spirit divine sect leader. It contains the destructive myriad spirits sword and the top Taishang sword intent, which have very terrifying destructive power. Wrangling divine sect leader's eyes were astonished and he couldn't believe it. You, the ants actually hurt me, die for me. The spirit divine sect leader roared loudly, Sword Dao Heaven Realm, now. Then, a terrifying force appeared around the spirit divine sect. The entire area of the colorful Sky Valley seemed to be turbulent by a mysterious force, the world changed drastically, and the surrounding environment became extremely strange. In this area, countless heavenly Dao powers appeared, and they transformed into existences of various forms, staring at Chen Luo who was not far away. This suddenly appeared area is the symbol of the great emperor of the heavenly realm, the heavenly realm. Ling divine sect leader majors in Kendo, so the spirit divine sect leader's celestial realm is the Kendo celestial realm. The heaven realm is a more advanced minor world-like realm that evolved from the spirit realm after the great emperor of the spirit realm broke through to the heaven realm. This heaven has been blessed by the power of heavenly Dao, and it contains a terrifying suppressive force. Here, the heaven realm great emperor is the ruler, who can control everything. Spirit divine sect leader is the great emperor at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. His own heavenly realm has reached the acme and can cover the entire 7 rosy clouds valleys. In the heavenly realm of Sword Dao, there are many sword intents exuding sharp sword cries. Boom! Chen Luo on the other side felt the tyranny of the Sword Dao heaven realm, and then launched own chaos spirit realm. Due to the return of the cultivation base during this period, Chen Luo's spiritual realm has also grown a lot, reaching 3,000 miles. The spiritual realm covering 3,000 miles swung open, and suddenly a vacuum area was abruptly opened in the Sword Dao heaven realm. Your spiritual realm is so terrifying. Ling divine sect leader saw Chen Luo's 3,000 miles of chaotic spiritual realm erupting, and his heart was filled with surprise again. It's not that he has never fought against the great emperor of the spirit realm, but the spirit realm of the great emperor of the spirit realm is as brittle as paper in front of his Sword Dao heaven realm, and will shatter when touched. It can't even be unfolded at all. The spirit divine sect leader is the first time he has seen such a strong spirit realm. However, that's the end of it. After all, the spirit realm is just the spirit realm, so defeat me. The spirit divine sect leader said lightly again. After finishing speaking, in the heavenly realm of Sword Dao, countless Sword Dao and terrifying auras were constantly circling and condensed into terrifying sword ray behind the spirit divine sect leader. In a moment, countless star-like sword rays condensed and formed behind the spirit divine sect. Against the background of many sword rays, the spirit divine sect leader is set off like a kendo master, giving people a sense of coercion. You are the first person to make me feel the pressure, so let you have a taste of my tailing 9 swords. Chen Luo slowly raised his head, not afraid of the power of the divine sect leader. Chen Luo unfolded the tailing 9 swords, the top emperor rank sword technique. Following the display of the tailing 9 swords, the Wanling immortal sword uttered a sword cry again, and the mysterious power echoed the Wanling immortal sword. In an instant, behind Chen Luo also appeared the 9 Dao sword spirits that contain the status of destroying the world. Chen Luo's aura has also reached a new height at this moment. And, die for me. Ling Divine Sect leader didn't care about Chen Luo at all, but just looked at the 10,000 spirits sword in Chen Luo's hand with fiery eyes. Then, the Spirit Divine Sect leader activated countless sword rays behind him, and suddenly, a large number of sword rays shot towards Chen Luo like meteors, and the violent aura almost tore everything apart. After a while, sword ray like a tide washed away everything. Ling Divine Sect leader seemed to have seen Chen Luo being smashed into pieces by own sword. Myriad Spirits Sword is finally back. With the complete Myriad Spirits Sword, I am sure to attack the immortal realm. The corner of the Spirit Divine Sect leader raised his mouth slightly, and then murmured in a low voice. Stab! However, just after he finished speaking, a sword spirit that surpassed the cognition of the Spirit Divine Sect leader appeared in Chen Luo's direction. The sword spirit carried the invincible power to completely smash the impact of the sword path of the Spirit Divine Sect leader. After the fierce sword spirit broke through the sword path, it continued to attack the location of the Spirit Divine Sect leader without stagnation. Seeing the scene in front of him, Ling Divine Sect leader's smile suddenly froze, and a fear that hadn't appeared for a long time appeared in his heart. Chapter 404 You also need strength. Chen Luo's explosive sword spirit attack quickly broke through the kendo attack of the Spirit Divine Sect leader, and quickly slashed at the Ling Divine Sect leader. Stab! Soon, the sword spirit attack bombarded the Spirit Divine Sect leader. An incomparably deep wound appeared on the Spirit Divine Sect leader's body, and his aura suddenly became extremely sluggish. Crack! At this time, the surrounding majestic heavenly realm, like a shattered mirror, continued to shatter, making a crisp tearing sound. In a moment, the heavenly realm was completely shattered, and the two returned to the Valley of the Seven Rosy Clouds again. I lost to an ant in the spiritual realm. Spirit Divine Sect leader felt the increasingly weak aura on his body, tremblingly said, his heart was full of disbelief. Well, let me say that the Peak Master is fine, how can a mere heavenly realm great emperor defeat our Peak Master? Not far away, the extremely weak Xianming True Immortal wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then slowly the way. Of course I know, our Peak Master can do it. Empress Moon Spirit smiled happily, and the deep worry in her eyes suddenly disappeared, as if she had never appeared before. Gao Qifeng next to him glanced at Empress Yuling, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, who almost wanted to force open the sky and rush in just now. However, the Peak Master's strength is too strong, the great emperor at the peak of the heavenly realm was defeated so easily. Gao Qifeng murmured in a low voice, with an inconceivable look in his eyes. As a late stage of the heavenly realm, he knows how big the gap between the heavenly realm and the spiritual realm is without saying that it is a gap, and there is no problem with the difference between clouds and mud. Moreover, just now he and the Moon Spirit Empress fought a few tricks against this peak of the heavenly realm, and they were not opponents at all. But such an extremely strong person, and such a gap, was easily crossed by Chen Luo. Chen Luo was really terrifying. Strength talent is far beyond Gao Qifeng's cognition. Are you willing to surrender? Chen Luo came to Ling Divine Sect leader with the Myriad Spirits sword in his hand, and asked lightly. For such a strong man at the peak of the heavenly realm, Chen Luo was still willing to give him a chance. Dream, our Spirit Divine Sect, never surrendered to this statement, either destroy me, or be destroyed by me. The Spirit Divine Sect leader seemed to be still immersed in the pain of being defeated, and then said with a distorted expression. Oh, then I'll satisfy you. Chen Luo said lightly. After finishing speaking, Chen Luo raised the 10,000 spirits sword in his hand again, and slashed at the body of the Spirit Divine Sect leader. Stab! With an extremely violent tearing sound, the terrifying sword intent contained in the Divine Sect leader's Spirit Divine Sect leader and the 9 swords of tailing instantly cut off his soul. He fell straight in front of Chen Luo. Even if you don't want to surrender, your body will still be refined into a puppet, so why bother? Chen Luo then murmured in a low voice. Now, with the help of Zhiji artifact refining technique, Biao's puppet refining technique has reached the peak. Even a puppet of the Great Emperor level can be refined, but it takes more time. After killing the true spirit of Ling Divine sect leader, Chen Luo put away the body of Ling Divine sect leader. Okay, let's go back. Chen Luo then said to the people next to him. Yes, Peak Master. Several people nodded, and then slowly got up, preparing to go back to Heavenly Bamboo Peak with Chen Luo. With the departure of a few people, the Seven Rosy Clouds Valley soon returned to its former bustle, and many people came here to search for various treasures. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. The area where the Space-Time Tower is located. One by one, the top great emperors of Heavenly Bamboo Peak stepped into the Space-Time Tower to practice under the guidance of the immortal fire of the Netherworld. A large number of cultivation resources were transported into the Time-Space Tower, and a large number of fairy crystals were placed outside the Time-Space Tower, providing inspiration for the Time-Space Tower. Is that the Space-Time Tower? Such a strong force, I envy them, they can enter the Space-Time Tower to practice. Time-Space Tower, I must practice hard, strive to break through the Saint Realm as soon as possible, and enter the Time-Space Tower to practice as soon as possible. Yes, the Time-Space Tower, once you enter it, you can spend 10 or 100 times longer than others. What a great power this is! Around, there were quite a few disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak looking at the Time-Space Tower frantically. After all, practicing together, fighting for it, competing for various resources, competing for time, is to become a top powerhouse faster. And this Space-Time Tower can undoubtedly give them more time, and more time than others means more opportunities. After successfully building the Space-Time Tower, Suming Xianhuo discovered it, because this Space-Time Tower contains extremely powerful laws of time and space. A cultivator below the Holy Realm, entering it will cause great damage. So, after some discussion, they made a restriction. Only cultivators above the Holy Realm can enter the Time-Space Tower to practice. Heavenly Bamboo Peak is really getting better and better. Chen Luo even got the Time-Space Tower. Outside the Time-Space Tower, Yaoxi couldn't help sighing as she looked at the towering tower of time-space. Even from Yao Xi's point of view, she has to sigh that this time-space tower is a good thing. Yeah, I can't see through this kid more and more. Beside Yaoxi, Shu Yuohu also looked at the tall tower in front of her in amazement. The time-space tower belongs to the legendary top Dao item, which can speed up the flow of time. No matter where it is, it belongs to the most superb fetish. By the way, why do you have time to stay at Heavenly Bamboo Peak today? I remember, haven't you been busy? Shu Yuohu asked curiously, staring at her temperament and appearance not inferior to own Yaoxi. Since Yao Xi joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak, she spends most of her time outside. Shu Yuohu rarely sees Yao Xi so carefree. I think I have to change my mind. It doesn't make any sense to keep interfering with things that are destined to happen. Maybe, in Heavenly Bamboo Peak, I can wait for the answer I want. Yaoxi smiled sweetly, and then said softly. Shu Yuohu curled her lips, but did not speak. She knew a little about Yaoxi, but she didn't delve into it too much. After all, she is not someone who likes to explore other people's secrets, because she also has a lot of secrets herself. The two continued to look at the tower in front of them at the location of the Space-Time Tower. Yu Wu, I'm going to the Time-Space Tower to practice, do you want to join me? After a long while, Yao Xi said again, looking at Shu Yu Wu next to her. Go into the Time-Space Tower to practice, don't, if I stay in it for a long time, I'm going to grow old. Shu Yuohu shook her head. Although the Time-Space Tower is very powerful, the flow rate of time entering it is real, so the age of the cultivator will also increase with the increase of the flow rate. Your talent is already very strong, why do you still have to go to the time-space tower to practice? Shu Yuou asked curiously. With a small pink mouth, he continued. In Shu Yuou's opinion, Yao Xi's talent is already extremely top-notch, and it can grow rapidly even without the time-space tower, so there is really no need to enter the time-space tower to practice. More importantly, if Shu Yuou entered the time-space tower, she would not see Chen Luo for a long time. Shu Yuou, who was already by Chen Luo's side, didn't want to experience this feeling. She wanted to spend the same time with Chen Luo, instead of entering the time-space tower and using a different time from Chen Luo. I need strength, and you need strength too. Yao Xi turned her head and said to Shu Yuou with a serious face. Chapter 405 The Battle of Tianjiao ends. Shu Yuou froze for a moment, her body seemed to be a little stiff, as if Yao Xi had seen through her. Are you kidding me? Where do I need strength? With Chen Luo covering me, I can do whatever I want. Shu Yuou then smiled and raised her own fist. So, do you want to enter the time-space tower with me to practice? Yao Xi didn't seem to hear what Shu Yuou said, and continued to ask. Shu Yuou fell silent, and the smile on her face seemed to be a little unreal. Yao Xi was beside Shu Yuou, waiting for Shu Yuou's answer. Hey, for the sake of your begging me, I will go to the time-space tower to practice with you. Shu Yuou smiled, but that smile carried a little complicated meaning. Then let's go. Yao Xi took Shu Yuou's hand and said softly. Can I wait for Chen Luo to come back? I have something to tell him. Shu Yuou continued. Shu Yuou felt that if she entered the time-space tower this time, she might not see Chen Luo for a long time. This feeling was very strong, so Shu Yuou wanted to at least see Chen Luo again before going in. The time-space tower will be closed soon. Who else wants to enter? If you don't enter, you will have to wait a year for the next opening. At this time, Suming Immortal Fire not far away said loudly. Due to the powerful time-space law of the time-space tower, every operation needs to adjust the out-of-control law of the time-space tower. Therefore, once this space-time tower is in operation, it will be a year, and it will be opened after a year, so that the people inside can come out, and then the next batch can go in. There's no time. Yao Xi didn't give Shu Yuou a chance to hesitate, and dragged Shu Yuou directly into the time-space tower. Boom! After a while, with a violent roar, the space-time tower slowly closed. The incomparably majestic laws of time and space are constantly revolving around the time-space tower, and the entire area is ravaged by endless laws of time and space, and no one can approach it. The next time I open it, I must break through the Saint Realm and enter the time-space tower to practice. Come on, we will definitely, after a year, we will be able to break through the Saint Realm. I'm so envious of the elders who went inside. I don't know what kind of height they will reach in a year. They must be very strong. In the distant area, there are still many heavenly bamboo peak disciples sighing, looking enviously at the many disciple elders who have entered the space-time tower. Most of the members who entered the time-space tower this time are elder level and quasi-emperor level, the pinnacle of the great emperor realm. There are also many disciples who have broken through the saint realm. With so many disciple elders entering the time-space tower, the entire area of heavenly bamboo peak seemed to be much more empty. It seems that they have already entered the space-time tower to practice. In the high sky of Zhonggaiu, Chen Luo, who was riding the Kunpeng Xiaohe, murmured in his heart. Just now, Chen Luo felt that the improvement speed of his own cultivation base instantly increased a lot, allowing him to quickly hit the realm of the Great Emperor middle stage. This skyrocketing spirit power, Chen Luo instantly realized that the time-space tower was opened, and many elder disciples went into practice, causing his spirit power to rise much faster. Compared with the previous ones, this central domain has really changed a lot. On top of Kunpeng, the Moon Spirit Empress looked at the unfamiliar central territory and said in a low voice. Of course, Tens of thousand years is more than a sea of vicissitudes. Gao Qifeng, who was on Kunpeng's back, also said. Like the Moon Spirit Empress, he has been buried in the Kunyun Buddhist sect's ruins for dozens of 10,000 years, and he can be regarded as a person of the same era who has been dusted together until now. Not far away, Xianming True Immortal was recovering from his injuries extremely quickly with the help of the medicine pill. Master, we will arrive at Martial Spirit City in half an hour. Kunpeng Xiaohe then spoke to Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded, with anticipation in his eyes. It turned out that not long after leaving the Seven Rosy Clouds Valley, Chen Luo got Xia Qingqing's message talisman, and the battle of luck in the Battle of Tianjiao had come to an end. You can go to Martial Spirit City and step into Immortal World's Tianyun Mountain for Heavenly Dao empowerment. Now, Chen Luo's strength is almost at the limit under True Immortal, and Chen Luo also wants to visit Immortal World. What is the legendary Chimay Immortal World like? Central Domain, Martial Spirit City. At this time, the city of Martial Spirit is full of lights and festoons, lively and jubilant. Inside and outside Martial Spirit City, there is an atmosphere of excitement and joy, and many people are cheering. Ha ha ha, our ancient world has won the first place in this luck contest. In addition, our ancient world is just in time for the opening of the Golden Age, and our ancient world will usher in an unprecedented peak prosperity. Yes, our ancient world has a great chance to become the first realm of many lower planes. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. It is necessary, the Battle of Luck is the first, and with the opening of the Golden World, even the Shangsu realm has been defeated by us, we will become the strongest in the realm. In various areas of Martial Spirit City, many cultivators from the ancient world can be seen discussing one after another, looking extremely happy. Since they were in Martial Spirit City, they immediately got the news that the Battle of Luck was over, and the ancient world got the first news. Although it had been expected that the ancient world would win the first place, but at the end of the moment, when they saw that the ancient world was really the first, everyone was very happy in their hearts. The inner city palace of the city of Martial Spirit. Many disciples and high-level elders of the Yuanxian League were in the palace of the inner hall to exchange cups and drinks, and the atmosphere was warm. There are also many Tianjiao who participated in the Battle of Tianjiao, they are full of spirits, enjoying the glory at this moment. Above the palace, Xia Qingqing also had a joyful look on her face. Now the ancient world won the first place in the Battle of Tianjiao hosted by her, and she also completed the own task of return to origin. After returning to the immortal world, Viang Immortal King will pay more attention to her and will gain more benefits. Xia Qingqing, it's too early to celebrate now. At this moment, a cold voice came from outside the Great Hall. Chapter 406 The Battle of Luck to Defend. At the entrance of the Great Hall, an unruly young man dressed in fine clothes slowly walked into the Great Hall. Behind the young man, there is a group of cultivators with majestic aura and solemn expressions. A group of people walked slowly towards the Great Hall. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the Great Hall seemed to freeze. It's Jinyun godson of Jinyun Immortal Sect, why is he here? Isn't it because the Shangsu realm didn't win the championship? Not at all. Although Jinyun Xianzong is a top-level immortal power, but now that the dispute over luck is over, even if he is the son of Jinyun, it is impossible to change the ending. Everyone in the Great Hall discussed in low voices, with extremely puzzled eyes. Jinyun Immortal Sect is a top-level sect of Immortal Dao in Chiming Immortal World. It has a great reputation in Immortal World. Although it is not as good as the Holy Immortal Palace, it is also the top Immortal Sect under the Holy Immortal Palace. Jinyun Dao Child, like Xia Qingqing, was in charge of the luck dispute in the Shangsu realm. Why not celebrate? Oh, I forgot to congratulate Jinyun Dao Child, who won the second place in the luck contest. Xia Qingqing looked at the menacing Jinyun Dao Child and showed a slight smile. As soon as Xia Qingqing's words came out, Jinyun Dao Child's face suddenly became extremely ugly, so gloomy that it almost dripped water. Xia Qingqing, number 2? We in the Shangsu realm can't be number 2. Jin Yundao child said coldly, the aura in his body constantly surging. The entire great hall seemed to be shrouded in a terrifying and majestic aura, and everyone felt the terrifying aura from Jin Yundao child. If Jin Yundao child is not satisfied with the result, you can go to Immortal World to find the Immortal King behind you. There is no need to show off your power here. Xia Qingqing continued. After finishing speaking, an old man appeared around Xia Qingqing, and a majestic force exploded, dispelling Jin Yundao child's domineering aura. Xia Qingqing, have you forgotten that our Shangsu realm was the winner of the last luck contest, so we still have a chance in the Shangsu realm? Jin Yundao child didn't care about the old man's strength at all, and then said slowly. After Jin Yundao child finished speaking, Xia Qingqing not far away froze, as if thinking of something. Jin Yundao child. You are crazy, you want to start the battle of defending your luck. Xia Qingqing let out a foul breath, and then said with a cold expression. There is another battle in this battle of luck, called the battle of defending the title of luck. In the last time it won the first place in the battle of luck, there is a chance to start this battle. The Shangsu realm won the first place in the last luck battle, so this battle can be started. Start the battle of defending the title of luck with the ancient world that has won the first place now. However, this battle is very unfriendly to the Shangsu realm. If the Shangsu realm fails, it will have to pay half of the luck value of the entire realm. In addition, it needs to pay 3 million immortal crystals to open it. Regardless of winning or losing, the 3 million immortal crystals must be paid and handed over to the ancient world. As for the ancient world, if you win, you will get half of the luck value of the Shangsu world and 3 million immortal crystals. If you lose, you just lose the number 1 title, you won't lose any luck, and you can get 3 million immortal crystals. Why not? With this rule, of course it can be used. Jin Yundao child then said slowly, his eyes were extremely cold. Why bother? Gamble with half of the luck in the Shangsu realm. If you lose in the Shangsu realm, the lost luck will not be a little bit, and it will even have an immeasurable impact on the future. For a number 1 name, it is necessary, is it? Xia Qingqing continued coldly. Xia Qingqing still didn't understand, taking such a big risk, just for a ostentatious number 1 title. Although such a first place has some advantages for the host, it is really unnecessary, and the cost of losing is too great. Also, do you have 3 million immortal crystals in the Shangsu realm? Xia Qingqing continued to ask. It has nothing to do with you. As for the fairy crystal, of course there is. Jin Yundao child continued coldly. After finishing speaking, Jin Yundao child threw out an interspatial ring and threw it into Xia Qingqing's hand. Xia Qingqing took the interspatial ring, checked it, and immediately found a large number of fairy crystals contained in it. The number was as large as 3 million. It's them. Xia Qingqing then frowned and looked at the sky with vague eyes. Stop talking nonsense, since there are enough fairy crystals, let's start the battle of defending the luck. Jin Yundao child did not answer Xia Qingqing's words, but continued. Xia Qingqing sighed, it was really those supreme giants above. In order to own face, we must start this luck battle. At this time, Xia Qingqing could already imagine the scene where those giants were chatting and laughing in Immortal World. They must have found it amusing. Since you insist on opening it, then I will give it to you. I don't know who you plan to send to the battle. You should know that those geniuses in your Shangsu realm are not our opponents in the ancient world. Let's start this battle of luck to defend the title. It's just a dying struggle. Xia Qingqing continued. In the battle of defending the title of luck, the two sides sent 3 top Tianjiao to fight 1 by 1, winning 2 out of 3 games. The winning side will become the number 1 in the luck battle. Lu Yi, Su Boan, Li Liu, these 3 people are the prides of our God Ruin's realm I have chosen. Jin Yundao child then said slowly, his eyes full of coldness. As soon as Jin Yundao child's words came out, the three behind him were wearing blood-red spiritual armor, exuding a cold aura. It's just that there are black and white magic lines on their bodies, giving off an extremely cold and terrifying aura. It's the top three in the Shangsu world, the three supreme talents, it's them. However, why do they have such a terrifying aura on their bodies? What are those black and white magic lines? It looks so scary. No, they don't have much vitality anymore, they have been transformed into golems, or golems of emperor rank. No wonder you are so confident and dare to start this battle. The puppet of the emperor rank is the terrifying puppet of the great emperor. This is the end of our ancient world, how can we have a genius who can defeat this kind of golem? After the three men with a terrifying aura appeared, everyone in the Yuanxian League and Tianjiao in the ancient world all frowned slightly, feeling an extremely strong sense of oppression. These people were originally the top talents in the Shangsu world, with unlimited potential, and they could even hit the true immortal realm. However, at this moment, it has been refined into a puppet, without any chance of avenue, it can only be reduced to a killing machine. Xia Qingqing felt a chill in her heart when she saw the three Tianjiao who had been refined into puppet in front of her. At this time, she finally understood where Jin Yun Dao Child's confidence came from. Chapter 407, Tianjiao Nameless. These three golems were terrifying peerless arrogance before, and they had exhausted their full potential before they were refined into golem puppets. After undergoing special means of refining, all-round strength has reached the extreme. Moreover, the spirit armors on their bodies contained terrifying imperial prestige. Obviously, it was the terrifying spirit armors of emperor rank that had integrated with their bodies. The huge improvement brought by the full overdraft potential and the terrifying emperor rank spiritual armor are enough to make them undefeated in the great emperor of the spiritual realm. Even the weaker heaven realm great emperor may not be able to suppress them. With these three golems comparable to the great emperor of heaven, Xia Qingqing was not surprised that Jin Yun Dao Child could have such confidence. Xia Qingqing, send out your Tianjiao from the ancient world to fight. The ancient world, which is the number one in the battle of luck, won't be able to get three Tianjiao to play. Jin Yun Dao Child continued, with a look in his eyes, a look full of confidence and disdain. There are three golems with such terrifying strength, no matter what arrogance there is in the ancient world, Jin Yun Dao Child is sure to sweep them all. The surrounding Tianjiao of the ancient world and the elder Tianjiao of the Yuanxian League are all in a haze. The breath of these three invincible powerhouses made them feel extremely frightened. There is simply no courage to fight it. Xia Qingqing frowned. These three invincible powerhouses, no matter which of the top talents on the Qianlong list made a move, they would not have any certainty of victory. After all, those Tianjiao didn't grow up, they were basically Tianjiao under quasi-emperor. Even if a Tianjiao of the great saint level holds the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon, he cannot be the opponent of these golems. It seems that we can only give up, Xia Qingqing murmured in his heart. Although it will lose some benefits of own, but there is no other way, we can't let those arrogances die. I hope those immortal kings behind me will not be too harsh on themselves by then. Xia Qingqing sighed, those guys, in order to win, really don't want any face. However, Xia Qingqing had no choice but to use this dimensionality reduction blow. Although this method was a bit too low-handed, it did not violate the rules. Leader Xia, do you need me to act? At this moment, a calm voice sounded. A young man wearing a silver mask with a dusty temperament came slowly from the entrance. The aura of the young man attracted everyone's attention, especially those female cultivators, who were completely attracted by Chen Luo's incomparable aura. Even wearing a mask, they still firmly attract their eyes. Chen, nameless, you're here. When Xia Qingqing saw the young man, her frowning brows slightly relaxed, her eyes lit up, she stopped her desire to call him by his real name, and then said. Chen Luo and Xia Qingqing said that when they were outside, they used the pseudonym Wu Ming. Wu Ming, the number one arrogant Wu Ming in the ancient world, he is the one who came. Wu Ming, is he the only one who gathered 10 golden dragons of luck in the Battle of Tianjiao? It's him. The alien beast continent killed thousands of Wuming who were close to tens of thousands of Tianjiao. I didn't expect Wuming to look like this, and she really has an extraordinary temperament, but, can Wuming deal with those 3 puppets? That's right, that's a puppet comparable to the 3 heavenly great emperors, and it's different from the previous ones. There are quite a few people around talking about it. Everyone knows this Battle of Tianjiao, except for many ruthless people from the Heavenly Devil Sect in the ancient world. There is also a peerless ruthless man who has gathered 10 golden dragons of luck after only appearing for a day, named Wuming. Many people saw Wuming for the first time, but their name was already familiar to them. After all, since the Battle of Luck, only one person named Wuming has condensed 10 golden dragons of luck, and no one else has accomplished this feat. Although Wuming's reputation is very loud, there are still many people who are not optimistic about Chen Luo. After all, those golem puppets are too powerful. The Tianjiao is nameless? Are you going to fight against our top Tianjiao in the Shangsu realm? Jin Yundao child looked at Chen Luo who was wearing a silver mask in front of him, and said calmly. Name Su Guanzhai. Realm, Quasi-Emperor 8th Stage Days. Identity, Chiming Immortal World, Dao child of Jinyun Xian Zone. Qualification, Xian Pin. Wuming, if you can help me defeat these Tianjiao, I will give you all the 3 million immortal crystals I won this time. Xia Qingqing then said to Chen Luo who was beside him. Chen Luo raised his eyebrows. 3 million immortal crystals, that's right, in this case, own time-space tower will have enough immortal crystals to maintain its operation. Okay, then I'll be disrespectful. Chen Luo then smiled. Xia Qingqing nodded. She had great trust in Chen Luo, and it seemed that she had never considered that Chen Luo would lose. It's a joke, to defeat these goblins, I really thought that killing a group of ants would make me invincible. Forget it, since you want to die yourself, then I will make you happy. Jin Yundao child sneered, completely treating Chen Luo as overwhelmed. Just fight here. Chen Luo asked, ignoring Jin Yundao child's words. In Chen Luo's view, this Jin Yundao child is nothing more than an ant. How could the dragon care about the taunts of the ant? On the Qianlong arena. Xia Qingqing smiled with her cherry lips parted. Ha ha ha. After finishing speaking, Xia Qingqing waved her hand, the surrounding space was agitated, and the hidden dragon list floated out of Xia Qingqing's hand. On the square outside, a ring containing countless divine lights was formed. There is an extremely mysterious law of heaven and earth on the top of the ring, as if it contains the truth of the Great Way. Only the Tianjiao who have been on the Qianlong list can step into this Qianlong list. It is specially built for the Battle of Luck to defend the title. It is for any impersonation. This is also the first time in this Qianlong list. Open. Xia Qingqing brought many people from the ancient world to the outside of the square, and then explained to Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded. He has a lot of disguise and transformation skills. If he doesn't have this unique ability, it is easy for others to take advantage of the loopholes and let those top experts come to replace him. With this Qianlong list, the arena is different, no need to worry about this problem. Wuming, do you really want to fight? Eyeless fists and feet, if you are blasted to pieces later, no one will be able to save you in time. Jin Yundao child then said, unconsciously a ripple appeared in his heart. This Wuming was too calm, so calm that Jin Yundao child felt a little unreal. Facing such a powerful enemy, he remained so calm, which was really problematic. Moreover, Jin Yundao child couldn't see through Chen Luo. There seemed to be a mysterious force on Chen Luo's body, which was completely covered up. Of course, how can I not want the fairy crystal that came to my door? Chen Luo smiled slightly, and then jumped into the ring. Humph, I'm not ashamed to say anything, I'll give you a chance, you pick an opponent first. Jin Yundao child took a deep breath, and continued coldly. No need, you all go up together, I'm in a hurry. Chen Luo said slowly, his eyes extremely calm. Chapter 408 One Punch 3 Million Immortal Crystals. All together? Don't be afraid that the wind will flash your tongue. After Chen Luo finished speaking, Jin Yundao Child's face became extremely ugly. However, Jin Yundao Child is also very sure in his heart, this guy is purely arrogant, relying on his talent to be amazing, he is a guy who knows nothing about the sky and the earth. The other people from the remote ancient world around them frowned slightly. This nameless man was a little too confident. Altogether. Xia Qingqing looked at the scene in front of her indifferently. Since she chose Chen Luo, Xia Qingqing believed in Chen Luo's strength. Let's go together, get rid of this guy quickly, don't have any accidents. Jin Yundao Child then said to the golem puppets next to him. Although several people have been refined into puppets, they still retain some sanity and can obey simple orders. Immediately afterwards, several golems quickly jumped into the ring and confronted Chen Luo. One person against 3 people, the energy on both sides began to rise continuously. I don't know how long this Wu Ming can hold on. The 3 devils who are comparable to the great emperor of the heavenly realm probably won't be able to hold on for a while. Sigh, Wu Ming is still too impulsive. Come one by one to test your strength. If you insist on fighting against 3 at once, it's dangerous. Yet, but no one has stood up. It's good that Wu Ming is willing to fight. He has more courage than most people. What's the use of courage? It's not about losing. It's a pity that a generation of peerless arrogance is about to fall on this Qianlong arena. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the ring above, and their eyes were full of sighs. After all, the strength gap between the 2 sides is too great, and there is no comparison at all. They see no hope of nameless winning. Swish swish swish. While everyone was talking, the 3 monsters on the ring had already leaped high, charging towards Chen Luo with an extremely majestic aura. The aura of the 3 puppets' bodies kept surging, and the violent aura almost completely shattered the entire arena. Jin Yundao Child stared straight at the battle on the ring, as if he had seen Chen Luo being torn into pieces by the 3 puppet, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Boom! At this time, Chen Luo on the ring slowly raised his head, condensed his palms into punches, and punched heavily. Chen Luo's fist seemed to carry the incomparably fierce power of the chaotic avenue, and the terrifying aura swung around. Countless stripes appeared in the surrounding Qianlong arena, which seemed to be shattered layer by layer, and a large area of the surrounding space collapsed, completely unable to withstand this terrifying and overbearing fist. Boom! In a moment, the 3 major monsters charged in front of Chen Luo, and at the same time, Chen Luo's fist just happened to slam out heavily. With a violent collision, Chen Luo's fist hit the bodies of the 3 puppet. The 3 major demon chiefs were easily smashed to pieces by Chen Luo's chaos fist, and the emperor rank spirit armor and indestructible physical body on their bodies were completely smashed to pieces. Scarlet blood and a strong smell of blood continued to scatter around. The scene on the arena shocked everyone, and they were completely stunned. The 3 demon kings were killed by a single punch. On the other side, Jin Yundao Child's smile froze, and a chill that penetrated the bone continued to spread in his heart. Xia Qingqing, who was not far away, was also shocked in her heart, although she had expected that Chen Luo could deal with these 3 big puppets. However, killing the 3 demon kings who were comparable to the great emperor of heaven with one punch still refreshed Xia Qingqing's cognition and made Xia Qingqing feel her heart beating wildly. In addition, there seemed to be a rare warmth in the eyes looking at Chen Luo, and slight ripples appeared in the bottom of my heart. Woko, this is too strong. As expected of Wu Ming, he can kill the 3 big devils with one punch. This strength is invincible. Yet, the aura emitted by that demon leader feels like it can instantly kill countless me, and Chen Luo killed 3 demon leaders in seconds, it is simply terrifying. It can only be said that the pride of the first day deserves its name. It is worthy of being the owner of 10 golden dragons of luck. It is too strong. Wu Ming is so handsome, invincible. After a moment of silence, cheers resounded through the sky, erupted from around the arena. Everyone looked enthusiastically at Chen Luo, who looked like a living fairy on the ring. At this time, Chen Luo was undoubtedly the ray of light in everyone's eyes. Impossible, Wu Ming is cheating. How is it possible? Those are 3 emperor-level demon bosses. How can Wu Ming have such terrifying strength? This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Jin Yundao child let out an extremely sharp screeching sound. He couldn't accept that the emperor-level demon leader he had spent so much to build was defeated so easily by Wu Ming. This scene made his heart almost bleed. Hey, if you think there is a problem, why don't you come up and try it out? I don't know if you can bear this one punch of 3 million immortal crystals. At this time, Jin Yundao child's ears sounded indifferent. The sound of Jin Yundao child raised his head slowly, and found that Chen Luo had appeared in front of him at some point. Those star-like eyes were staring at him calmly, as if he was looking at a dead person. Jin Yundao child suddenly felt his scalp go numb, and his body trembled unceasingly, as if he was being stared at by a god of death. This threat of being infinitely close to death made Jin Yundao child almost suffocate and completely lost his thinking ability. Okay, Wu Ming, if you kill him here, there will still be a lot of trouble. Xia Qingqing came to Chen Luo's side and said to Chen Luo with a smile on her face. Obviously very satisfied with Chen Luo's performance, he killed 3 top emperor rank monsters with 1 punch, allowing the ancient world to retain the title of number 1 in the luck contest. This is of great benefit to Xia Qingqing. Chen Luo shrugged, and withdrew his own gaze. He was just like an ant in the quasi-emperor realm, it didn't matter whether he killed it or not. Chen Luo would not kill people at will just because of a question. You can kill, but you don't have to. Wu Ming, this is the 3 million fairy crystals sent by Jin Yundao child, and it is yours now. Xia Qingqing then handed the interspatial ring containing 3 million fairy crystals given to her by Jin Yundao child to Chen Luo. When Xia Qingqing handed the ring to Chen Luo with her slender hands, she also gently scratched Chen Luo's palm with her own fingers, and gave Chen Luo a charming look with her beautiful eyes. It's just that this movement and expression quickly disappeared, making Chen Luo almost think it was an illusion of owning. Chen Luo took a meaningful look at Xia Qingqing. This chick won't be conquered by the charm of own. No, I didn't do anything. Chen Luo quickly suppressed the thoughts in his heart and began to check the interspatial ring in his hand. 3 million immortal crystals in 1 punch, this battle is not a loss. Chapter 409, Going to Chiming Immortal World. Chen Luo used his own soul power to infiltrate into the interspatial ring. Sure enough, I found out that in this interspatial ring, there are several mountain-like celestial crystals piled up. The number is as large as 3 million. Not bad, not bad. Now, there is no need to worry about the operation of the space-time tower. Originally, Chen Luo also planned to see if he could find other ways to obtain immortal crystals. However, in this ring battle, Chen Luo earned 3 million immortal crystals with 1 punch, which can fully support the long-term operation of the time-space tower. Xia, Leader Xia, this time, I admit it, you have won in the ancient world. At this time, Jin Yundao child, who was not far away, also recovered from the extreme shock, and spoke hoarsely to Xia Qingqing. Road. After finishing speaking, Jin Yundao child sighed and left Martial Spirit City. It's also a poor pawn. Xia Qingqing said as she looked at Jin Yundao child, who left lonely. Chen Luo didn't speak, just watched all this quietly. He knew that Jin Yundao child's trip was mostly for the Battle of Tianjiao, the supreme giants who bet on the Shangsu realm behind the scenes. Otherwise, there is really no need to do such thankless things. Now that he is defeated, the luck of the Shangsu realm will also be harvested and poured into the desolate ancient realm. Under the ebb and flow, the future of the Shangsu realm will become even more bleak, and it may not even fall into the abyss. However, Chen Luo didn't care too much. If they did something wrong, they would have to pay the price. They asked for it. With the departure of Jin Yundao child, the Battle of Tianjiao finally came to an end. The number one in the ancient world, no one can shake it. Xia Qingqing rearranged the celebration banquet, which made many people in the ancient world cheer. At the same time, the news of the Desolate Continent getting the first place in the Battle of Luck began to spread around the Ancient Desolate Continent on a large scale. The unknown deeds of a Tianjiao are slowly being known to more people. After the celebration banquet, in an extremely luxurious palace in Martial Spirit City. "Hey, little girl, can you stay away from our peak master? Your whole body is going to stick to our peak master." In the palace, Empress Yuling looked indifferently at Xia Qingqing, who was getting closer and closer to Chen Luo not far away. At this time, Xia Qingqing seemed to be talking to Chen Luo, and the two were getting closer. Interrupted by Empress Yuling's words, Xia Qingqing's delicate face suddenly turned red, so red that she almost dripped water. "We're just talking. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Besides, I'm not a little girl." After a moment of shyness, Xia Qingqing straightened her chest and said slowly, "Humph, it's better like this." Empress Moon Spirit snorted coldly, and sat on the side angrily. Ever since the battle in the arena, Chen Luo and the others have been waiting in Martial Spirit City, waiting for Xia Qingqing to finish dealing with the matter of Yuan Xianmeng, and take them to Immortal World. These days, Xia Qingqing would often tell Chen Luo about chiming Immortal World, and the relationship between the two became closer. Especially Xia Qingqing, who often approached Chen Luo unknowingly. This made Empress Yuling quite upset, and the two bickered not once or twice. Chen Luo next to him has long been used to it. "Leader Xia, did you say that the Heavenly Dao Empowerment of Tianyun Xianshan will start in a month?" Chen Luo asked slowly. "That's right, the Battle of Luck is now completely over. 1 month later, the Heavenly Dao Empowerment of Tianyun Xianshan will be opened." Xia Qingqing then nodded. "In 3 days, I will take you to the Immortal World, and you can only take one more person there." Xia Qingqing seemed to have thought of something, and continued. "Are you alone?" Chen Luo's eyes narrowed. "Xianming, you and I will go to Qiming Immortal World." Chen Luo quickly made a decision. Since he can only bring one person, he must be the one with the strongest combat effectiveness. Moreover, Xianming True Immortal is originally from Qiming Immortal World, and he is more familiar with Qiming Immortal World. There is no more suitable candidate than him. "Yes, Peak Master." Not far away, Xianming True Immortal, who was absorbing the power of the fairy crystal, said respectfully. The Moon Spirit Empress on the other side bit her red lips slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she still didn't speak. "As for you, go back to Heavenly Bamboo Peak to practice." Chen Luo then looked at Empress Yuling and Gao Qifeng. Originally, Chen Luo planned to bring a few more people, but now Xia Qingqing said that he could only bring one, so he had to let them go back. The two nodded respectfully in agreement. "Take these things back to Heavenly Bamboo Peak together, and protect Heavenly Bamboo Peak well." Chen Luo then left an interspatial ring for Empress Moonling. There are millions of fairy crystals inside, which are used for the operation of the Time-Space Tower, and there are also a large number of various treasures that Chen Luo can't use, which are used to arm Heavenly Bamboo Peak. In this way, when some sudden dangers arise, there will be no countermeasures. There are also plenty of heavenly and mortal treasures that will keep Heavenly Bamboo Peak going for a long time. Because, Chen Luo felt that it might take a lot of time for him to come back after leaving the ancient world this time. Chen Luo didn't want Heavenly Bamboo Peak to stop its rapid development because it didn't have enough resources. "Yes, Peak Master, I will definitely protect Heavenly Bamboo Peak well." The Moon Spirit Empress took over the interspatial ring and replied firmly. After joining Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Empress Moon Spirit also fell in love with this Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Moreover, she has already lost all her past, Chen Luo and Heavenly Bamboo Peak are the only things she cares about in this era. Peak Master, I am the same. Gao Qifeng, who was on the side, patted his chest, looking bold. He also developed a lot of feelings for Heavenly Bamboo Peak and liked this pure land. After finishing speaking, the two turned around and left Martial Spirit City, preparing to help Chen Luo protect Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Master Chen, I have some things to finish. I'm leaving for now. Let's take a good rest. After 3 days, we will go to Chiming Immortal World at this time. Xia Qingqing said to Chen Luo with a smile. Chen Luo nodded, and then Xia Qingqing left the palace. After 3 days, Chen Luo took a deep breath. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo sat cross-legged in the luxurious palace, brewed enlightenment tea, and inside owned many supernatural power secrets. The entire palace is surrounded by a majestic and mysterious aura, and mysterious Dao Yuns are constantly flowing around. With the help of enlightenment tea, Chen Luo's many supernatural powers are slowly increasing, and the aura on his body is rising steadily. Time passed so slowly. Soon, 3 days passed. Master Chen, it's time for us to go to Chiming Immortal World. A clear and pleasant voice sounded in Chen Luo's ears. Chapter 410, Entering the Immortal World for the first time. Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, and there were countless chaotic lights flickering in his eyes. Time to head to Akame Immortal World? Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and there was a trace of anticipation in his heart. In the past few days, he used Wuodao tea, coupled with Chen Luo's concentrated cultivation. Many of Chen Luo's supernatural power secret techniques have been improved a lot. Outside the palace, wearing a light white long dress, Xia Qingqing walked in slowly with picturesque features. With a sweet smile on Xia Qingqing's face, she looked at Chen Luo softly. Xianming, let's go. Chen Luo then said to Xianming, true immortal not far away. Yes, Peak Master. Xianming, true immortal, nodded, and then also stopped practicing. The two then came to Xia Qingqing's side. Let's go. To go to Chiming Immortal World, you need to go through the Ascension Passage in the Valley of Death. Xia Qingqing then said to the two. Valley of Death? What is this place? Chen Luo had many questions in his heart. He hadn't heard of this place in the Valley of Death. It was a long time ago, even longer than the last Golden World, in a forbidden area in the eastern region. At the beginning, 2 forbidden strongmen reopened the Ascension Channel. Xia Qingqing then explained to Chen Luo. Chen Luo understood that it was the 2 strong taboos mentioned by Patriarch Qiwan before, who put down the terrifying taboo existence of the Ancient Desolate Continent crisis. Then let's go. Chen Luo continued. Xia Qingqing nodded, and then led the 2 of them to the Valley of Death. Not long after, several people arrived in the Valley of Death. The Valley of Death is an extremely hidden place in the Eastern Territory, filled with extremely majestic death energy everywhere. The strong death chi made the entire valley even more dead silent, giving off a chilly atmosphere. In the center of the Valley of Death, there is an incomparably mysterious law of heaven and earth. Many laws of heaven and earth are constantly circling around, forming an incomparably mysterious passage. It's just that an extremely terrifying banning circle is arranged around this passage, which seems to isolate all surrounding energy. Chen Luo felt that this terrifying banning circle was very likely to be of the immortal rank, and even Chen Luo was not completely sure of breaking through it. Ha ha ha! Xia Qingqing at the side took out a token, and suddenly, mysterious power bloomed in the token. A hole appeared in the terrifying banning circle, and the 3 of them quickly passed through the hole and entered the passage. Inside the passage, there are inexplicable laws of heaven and earth, as if they run through the entire heaven and earth. Through this ascension passage, you can go to the immortal world. Xia Qingqing then took out a large number of fairy crystals and placed them on the surrounding grooves. As the fairy crystals were put in, brilliant rays of light circulated around, and terrifying power slowly shone. For a moment, an invisible force enveloped the 3 of them. The gorgeous light was constantly flickering, and Chen Luo felt that his own body was constantly speeding towards the sky. The speed reached the extreme, which made Chen Luo's blood boil slightly, but it didn't have much effect. The same is true for Xianming True Immortal. He was originally a true immortal realm, and he experienced this kind of ascension channel without any pressure at all. Xia Qingqing on the other side was different. Maybe it was because realm was too humble, and the air around her became stronger and stronger, making Xia Qingqing's face extremely pale. The immortal king bloodline in her body exuded infinite power to resist with this terrifying air machine. However, Xia Qingqing's aura was still visible to the naked eye, becoming weaker and more disordered. Chen Luo looked at Xia Qingqing in front of him, and then held Xia Qingqing's slender hand, mobilizing the terrifying power on his own chaos immortal body, protecting Xia Qingqing. Feeling the mysterious power coming from Chen Luo's hands, Xia Qingqing's face finally turned rosy slowly, and her breath began to stabilize. "Thank you, Peak Lord Chuan Chen." Xia Qingqing then thanked softly. "It's okay, it's just a matter of raising your hand," Chen Luo said indifferently. Xia Qingqing bit her red lips slightly, and Chen Luo's palm made Xia Qingqing feel extremely comfortable, as if as long as Chen Luo was around, she would not be afraid of any crisis. Xia Qingqing didn't speak anymore, but quietly held Chen Luo's hand, letting her own body fly towards the sky at top speed. "Master Chen, after entering the immortal world for the first time, immortal world's spiritual qi will baptize your body to let your body adapt to the immortal world environment." Xia Qingqing seemed to have thought of something, and then said to Chen Luo. "Yes, Peak Master, the spirit power of the immortal world is somewhat different from the spirit power of the ancient realm." Xianming True Immortal on the side also nodded. After all, the two are different realms, or the difference between the immortal world and the lower plane. Chen Luo is not surprised. Before, when he went to the alien beast continent, he could feel the subtle difference in the spirit power of the two realms. However, that difference was very subtle and did not have much impact on Chen Luo. The difference between this immortal world and the ancient world must be huge. With the rapid ascension of several people, the surrounding laws of heaven and earth became stronger and stronger, and even the surrounding space became more stable. It seems that there is something that enhances everything. Peak Lord, the laws of heaven and earth in the immortal world are also more powerful. Even the ordinary space is more stable than the lower realm. Just get used to it. Xianming True Immortal explained. He has been in the immortal world and the ancient world for a long time, and he also knows a lot about the affairs of the two worlds. Chen Luo nodded, remembering this matter. A few people were speechless. After several hours, the concentration of the surrounding spirit power suddenly intensified. Chen Luo felt that the surrounding spirit power became more violent, surging towards Chen Luo's body, trying to change Chen Luo's body. Chen Luo didn't resist either, but let the spirit power infiltrate. Xia Qingqing and Xianming True Immortal next to him didn't have much influence, and they could fully adapt to immortal world's spirit power. Ha ha ha! After a while, with an extremely violent shaking sound, Chen Luo and the others stepped into a brand new realm. The sudden change of environment made several people slightly uncomfortable, and the spirit power around Chen Luo became even more violent. After a while, Chen Luo's chaos immortal physique erupted with a more domineering aura, which directly washed away all the aura. They adapted to this environment so quickly. Xia Qingqing and Xianming True Immortal beside them were extremely shocked. They know quite a few ascenders, and after entering the immortal world, it takes at least a few days or even a month to get used to it. However, Chen Luo just took a few breaths to get used to it, which is really unbelievable. However, thinking of Chen Luo's terrifying potential, both of them were relieved. "Master Chen, this is the immortal world." Xia Qingqing then said softly to Chen Luo. Chapter 411 Lushan City. In front of the few people was a large valley, and an extremely terrifying spirit power circulated in the valley. The surrounding environment is also quite different from the lower realm, full of depressing atmosphere. It seems that in this immortal world, there is some power that suppresses the whole world. The various spiritual trees in the valley are also huge, like a super large primitive jungle. Chen Luo looked at the unfamiliar area around him, without any change on his face. However, Chen Luo could feel that the laws of this immortal world were very different from those of the lower world. Even with his almost invincible strength as a great emperor, he might not be able to shatter the space at will. Master Chen, follow me to my Viang immortal domain to practice. It will take more than 20 days for Tianyun's Yenshan to open. Before it opens, I will go there with you. Xia Qingqing then said to Chen Luo. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, considering Xia Qingqing's proposal. It was the first time he came to immortal world, and Chen Luo didn't have many acquaintances, so he could go to Viang immortal domain to practice first. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully ascension to immortal world. As the strongest peak master, how can he not have his own territory? Please own an own territory in immortal world as soon as possible. Through Chaos Immortal Scripture, the cultivation technique of the Supreme Immortal Order, which contains the primal chaos essence, refers directly to the Supreme Immortal King's cultivation technique of the Immortal Order. Immemorial Immortal City, the top immortal city in the ancient times. There is an incomparably terrifying source of heaven and earth power in the immortal city. As long as you are in the immortal city, the host will have the power to drive the origin, and the strength of the invincible immortal king. Just when Chen Luo was about to agree to Xia Qingqing, the long-lost system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Chen Luo was stunned for a while. Is there a mission? Primordial Immortal City, Immortal Rank Cultivation Technique. This must be one. Immemorial Immortal City allows me to have the strength of an invincible immortal king. Chen Luo's heart is pounding, this system is too powerful. Invincible Immortal King. True Immortal Realm and Immortal King Realm, like the previous realm, are divided into first stage days to 9th stage days. The Invincible Immortal King is an invincible giant whose strength surpasses that of the Immortal King 9th stage, and has unparalleled strength. Even among the many immortal kings in Chiming Immortal World, most of them are low-level or mid-rank immortal kings. An immortal king with 7th stage days is already very strong. Not to mention the strength of the invincible immortal king, who can completely walk sideways in immortal world. This system is too generous. Chen Luo can't believe it. Although he only has the invincible immortal king's strength within the immortal city, it is also very terrifying. Leader Xia, I won't bother you anymore. I have something else to deal with. I will contact you when I finish it. Chen Luo then rejected Xia Qingqing's invitation, planning to complete this task first. The temptation of the immortal city is too great. With this immortal city, I will have a foundation in the immortal world. Okay, you can contact me anytime you need it. Xia Qingqing said. Xia Qingqing wasn't worried either, not to mention Chen Luo's incomparably terrifying strength and the support of Xianming True Immortal, there would definitely be no problems. Immediately afterwards, Xia Qingqing bid farewell to Chen Luo and went to Viang Immortal Domain. Peak Master, what should we do now? Xianming True Immortal and Chen Luo walked forward in the valley, and then asked slowly. This Chiming Immortal World, where is the central area with the most abundant spiritual qi? Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then asked. Since there is an invincible immortal king in Immortal City, then he must find Chiming Immortal World, the most central and most prosperous area in spiritual qi. Peak Lord, the most central and bustling area is the Lushan city of the Lushan Immortal Domain of the Holy Immortal Palace. It is the base camp of the Holy Immortal Palace and has an extremely strong fairy spirit. It is the capital of the entire Chiming Immortal World. A famous area. Xianming True Immortal pondered for a moment, then continued. Holy Immortal Hall? Chen Luo's eyes lit up. He had heard of the Holy Immortal Palace before, but it was the top 10 superpower in chiming immortal world, and it had very strong strength in immortal world. Moreover, Chen Luo seemed to have beheaded a godson of the holy immortal palace before. Then let's go to Lushan city. Chen Luo continued, making up his mind immediately. Since there is such a good thing, it must not be wasted. Moreover, both left and right have become enemies with the holy immortal palace, so they might as well occupy Luo Tiancheng. Yes, Peak Master. Xianming True Immortal didn't ask any more questions, and then took Chen Luo to Lushan Immortal Domain. 7 days later, Lushan Immortal Domain, Lushan City. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Lushan City is an extremely prosperous super city, and there are many people from the Holy Immortal Palace here to maintain order. There are many immortal world cultivators living or trading here. The city is extremely prosperous, and the fairy spirit is almost condensed into substance, because the fairy spirit here is strong. Therefore, if you want to enter the city, you need to pay 10 immortal crystals, and if you want to stay in the city, you also need to pay immortal crystals every day. However, even so, there are still many reasons for people to enter it. After all, the spirit here is too strong. Moreover, this is also the busiest trading area, with many shops, and various spiritual places for cultivation, immortal cave, all of which are extremely beneficial for cultivation. Pass by, don't miss it. This is the stall of Lushan City. Whether it's selling spiritual objects or renting them out, they are all excellent. Now the stall sells them for only 300,000 immortal crystals. A peripheral area of Lushan City, a middle-aged man in the true immortal realm was shouting. There are still many people around watching, looking at the scene in front of them, their eyes are full of sarcasm. Hee, the price of a booth is 300,000, he dares to think, is he crazy about Xianjing? Yet, with 300,000 immortal crystals, does he know what the concept is? Come on, just take it as a joke. The crowd watching all around opened their mouths to discuss, and their words were full of sarcasm. Although every piece of land and gold in Lushan City has not reached the point where a stall has hundreds of thousands of immortal crystals. Even if the business of this small stall is very good, if you want to earn 300,000 immortal crystals back, you need at least thousands or even 10,000 years. That's still in a good business situation. This booth has 300,000 immortal crystals? It's true. At this moment, a calm voice sounded. Not far from the street, came a man wearing a silver mask with an incomparable temperament. Beside the man is a true immortal with majestic immortal energy. The two were exactly Chen Luo and Xianming True Immortal who had spent 7 days rushing to Lushan City not long ago. Of course it's true, 300,000, buy it now. The stall owner's eyes lit up, as if seeing a little fat sheep, and continued. Chapter 412 Trading Booth. 300,000 immortal crystals. Chen Luo's eyes narrowed. When Xianming True Immortal and Xianming True Immortal were rushing to Lushan City, Chen Luo got to know Xianming True Immortal for a while. If you want to have your own territory in Lushan City, you have to get it from the Holy Immortal Palace. It's just that Luo Tian City has existed for too long, and all the sites have already been sold. Now, if you want to own the land, you can only buy it from those who have the land deed of Lushan City. Chen Luo originally wanted to search more, but he didn't expect to find someone selling it not long after arriving. Yes, in Xiapang Chuanshan, 300,000 yuan is not expensive, but the stall that can pass on 1,000 year 10,000 year, as long as Lushan City does not fall, can pass on forever. The stall owner Mimi smiled, and then said slowly. Name, Pang Chuanshan. Realm, True Immortal Realm First Stage Day. Identity, Chiming Immortal World, a resident of Lushan City. Okay, I want it. Chen Luo then said without hesitation. As long as you have your own territory, you can open the Teiku Immortal City by yourself, which has a nearly invincible guarantee. Chen Luo didn't want to search too much either. After all, when he first arrived in the immortal world, it's better to open the immortal city as early as possible to prevent any accidents from happening. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, the stall owner named Pang Chuanshan froze for a moment, and agreed. Wo Cao, where did this guy come from? 300,000, without blinking. That's right, that's 300,000 fairy crystals, this is because there is a mine at home. Hey, why am I not the one who owns the fairy crystals? It's such a waste to spend so much fairy crystals on such a small booth. People around talked one after another, looking at Chen Luo with extremely shocked eyes. However, no one ridiculed them. After all, the person who can produce such a number of immortal crystals is very likely to be someone from a big family or an invincible force. If the words offend them, if the people behind him come to mess with them, they won't be able to bear it. Are you really going to buy it? Pang Chuanshan continued to ask, with a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. Of course, let's hand it over now. Chen Luo said lightly, feeling excited. As long as you buy this stall, you can open the immemorial immortal city by yourself. Ahem, 300,000 was the price just now, and now the price has increased to 400,000. Master Pang Chuanshan continued, with a burst of enthusiasm in his heart. This guy is not short of money at first glance, so he should pay more money no matter what. Chen Luo's eyes dimmed slightly, he thinks of himself as a fat sheep. Forget it, since you don't sell it, forget it. Chen Luo said lightly, then turned and left without hesitation. He knows that if such a guy blindly satisfies him, it will only make him gain an inch. There is no need, it is better to retreat. Wait, 300,000 is 300,000, I'll sell. Sure enough, Pang Chuanshan was in a hurry, and his face was extremely flustered. After finally meeting a fat sheep, he ran away like this. He shouldn't. 200,000, sell it or not, or find someone else if you don't sell it. Chen Luo didn't turn around, but said lightly. 200,000. Pang Chuanshan's face was cloudy, he didn't expect Chen Luo to be so ruthless, he cut himself 100,000. However, if Chen Luo didn't buy it, Pang Chuanshan wasn't sure if anyone else would buy the stall. After all, this booth is not worth much before it is said to be worth money, and before it is said to be no. Okay, 200,000, just 200,000. Pang Chuanshan gritted his teeth. The surrounding onlookers all had sarcasm on their faces and looked at Pang Chuanshan with extreme disdain. Just now, there was a chance to sell 300,000, but I had to do it myself. Now, I can only sell 200,000. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo returned to the booth and handed 200,000 immortal crystals to Pang Chuanshan. Pang Chuanshan then handed over the spirit deed of the booth to Chen Luo. Now, as long as the people from the Holy Immortal Palace come over and sign this contract for you, this booth will completely belong to you. After the handover, Pang Chuanshan continued with a cold expression. Chen Luo nodded. He knew that there was such a procedure. However, this procedure is generally a formality, as long as both parties to the transaction are willing, it will be fine. Immediately afterwards, the two waited at the booth. Soon, a man in a purple robe from the Temple of the Holy Immortals came over with a group of guards from the Temple of the Holy Immortals. Name, Lu Donghe. Realm, True Immortal Realm 7th Stage Days. Identity, Chiming Immortal World, Saint Immortal Palace, Luo Tiancheng Elder. An ordinary elder turned out to be a top powerhouse in the 7th stage of the True Immortal Realm. Chen Luo's eyes are small, and the strength of this Saint Immortal Palace is really unfathomable. Not only that, but the many guards behind him are mostly Heaven Realm Great Emperors, and there are also 2 low-level True Immortals. On the way to Lushan City, Chen Luo also passed by many places in Immortal World. It was found that, as Qian Sheng, the young master of the Xianyun Chamber of Commerce, said, Most of the territory of immortal world has many ordinary practitioners under the Great Emperor. Great Emperor and true immortal have less speed. However, those top-level immortal domains, such as Luotian Immortal Domain, are not listed here. Especially in Lushan City, there are still quite a few top Great Emperor powerhouses, but there are still a small number of true immortals, and most of them are low-level or mid-rank true immortals. High-rank true immortal like Lu Donghe is still a minority. Are you guys going to trade this booth? Lu Donghe asked when he came to the two of them with many guards. Yes, we have completed the handover, please elder to sign a brand new spirit contract for me. Chen Luo then said slowly, and handed over the booth spirit contract in his hand to Lu Donghe. Lu Donghe didn't speak, but took the spiritual deed. After some inspection, it was found that there was already Chen Luo's aura on the spirit deed. Obviously, the stall owner also agreed. At this moment, Pang Chuanshan, who was not far away, suddenly came to Lu Donghe's ear and clung to his ear, as if he was talking about something. While Pang Chuanshan was talking, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and there was a trace of cruelty in the corner of his eyes. Chen Luo's heart sank. What kind of moth is this guy going to do? Soon, after Pang Chuanshan finished speaking, he left Lu Donghe's side, looking at Chen Luo with some sarcasm in his eyes. On the other side, Lu Donghe's originally indifferent expression suddenly became much hotter, with a greedy look in his eyes. You came to Lushan City on the first day, right? Our Saint Immortal Palace has rules. Those who have just entered Lushan City are not eligible for trading booths, but don't worry, as long as you pay 1 million immortal crystals, you can have this qualification in advance. Lu Donghe looked at Chen Luo with fiery eyes, as if to devour him completely. The corner of Pang Chuanshan's mouth raised slightly. He was playing tricks on me just now. I lost 100,000 immortal crystals for nothing. Now, you will suffer. Chapter 413 How do you want to die? As soon as Lu Donghe's words came out, endless killing intent flooded Chen Luo's heart. 1 million? Elder thinks highly of me, how can I get so many fairy crystals? Chen Luo said lightly, his expression was already a little cold. He had heard that this immortal world was the weak are prey to the strong, without much bottom line and morality. But, I didn't expect that just after I arrived in Lushan City, I felt the horror of this place. Sure enough, it was much crueler than the Huangtian continent. Of course, Chen Luo could take out the 1 million, but if he took out 1 million, this guy would continue to invent other projects. Chen Luo didn't want to bet on his bottom line. Lu elder, this guy definitely has it. I have practiced a secret technique that can sense the fairy crystals on other people. The fairy crystals on this guy are very strong. There are definitely 1 million fairy crystals. At this time, the person next to him Pang Chuanshan continued to speak. As soon as Pang Chuanshan's words came out, the people around were dumbfounded. My dear, 1 million fairy crystals, no wonder you are so proud. Where did this young master come from? He is so fat that he carries 1 million fairy crystals with him. Yes, 1 million fairy crystals, I have never seen so many fairy crystals in my life. People around talked one after another, looking at Chen Luo with extremely fanatical eyes. Those greedy eyes almost tore Chen Luo to pieces. Xianming True Immortal's face was gloomy, and the energy in his body kept surging. Chen Luo quickly sent a voice transmission to tell Xianming True Immortal not to act rashly. If there is a problem here, it may not be so easy to get out. Elder, can you sign a spiritual contract for me first? After signing, I can pay 1 million immortal crystals. Chen Luo then said lightly, with an extremely indifferent expression. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, the heart of that elder from the Holy Immortal Palace was pounding. There really were 1 million immortal crystals, and now it really happened. Not only the elder, but also the other guards of the Saint Immortal Temple around him were full of fiery eyes. If they were not in Lushan City now, they would have torn Chen Luo to pieces long ago. That's 1 million immortal crystals, enough for them to take any risks. No, I can't violate the rules, I have to pay 1 million immortal crystals first. Liu Donglei continued, breathing heavily. Under the temptation of 1 million immortal crystals, Liu Donglei didn't want to think about any problems anymore. Even if Chen Luo really had a great background, he was willing to take the risk. Not far away, Pang Chuanshan's eyes were full of ferocity, as if he was mocking Chen Luo, overthinking himself, and insisted on making such a fool with him. After signing the contract, I will give you 2 million immortal crystals. Chen Luo then said calmly. Really? As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Liu Donghai's body trembled, and his eyes were full of blood red. The other people around were also dumbfounded. 2 million immortal crystals, what kind of god is this? They simply don't regard immortal crystals as immortal crystals. The same people, why are they so rich? Of course, if I don't give it to you, even with this spirit deed, the elder will have 10,000 ways to deal with me. Chen Luo then said slowly. Liu Donghai's eyes dimmed. What he said was right. If he dared to go back on his word after signing the contract, Liu Donghai had countless ways to handle him easily. Okay, forgive me for not daring to play tricks on me. Liu Donghai took a deep breath, then said slowly. Immediately afterwards, Liu Donghai took out a big seal of the Temple of the Holy Immortals, and directly stamped the seal of the Temple of the Holy Immortals on the spirit deed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully owning a piece of land in Immortal World, and obtaining the Chaos Immortal Scripture, Immemorial Immortal City. Ding! A suitable location to open the Immortal City has been detected. Do you want to open the Immemorial City now? As Liu Donghai's big seal fell, a system notification sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Open the Immemorial Immortal City. Chen Luo then said silently in his heart without hesitation. Boom! At this time, brilliant rays of light suddenly appeared in the sky, as if a terrifying source of power enveloped the entire Lushan city. The clouds in the sky broke apart, and it seemed that an ancient fairy city was falling from the sky. With the shrouding of the original power, Chen Luo felt as if he possessed invincible strength. Even the entire Lushan city could be easily destroyed. The surrounding space seemed extremely fragile to Chen Luo, like tofu that could be easily broken. Immortal Crystal, 2 million immortal crystals, give it to me. Liu Donghai quickly opened his mouth and looked at Chen Luo with fiery eyes, not paying any attention to the changes in the sky. The other people around were also looking at Chen Luo without blinking, wanting to see if Chen Luo could really come up with 2 million immortal crystals. 2 million immortal crystals, I'm sorry, I didn't intend to give them to you. Chen Luo said with a faint smile. Do you want to die? Lie to me, you give me. Liu Donghai's expression was ferocious, his fierce eyes almost swallowed Chen Luo completely. Crack! However, before Liu Donghai could finish speaking, the surrounding space was suddenly completely shattered, and with a frightening source of power, both arms of the living Liu Donghai were completely swallowed up, and even the true immortal body did not have any resistance power. The original power, you are the immortal king, no. Liu Donghai made a trembling voice of fear, and looked at Chen Luo with extremely fearful eyes, as if looking at the invincible king aloft. Immortal! Immortal king, my god, this is a supreme giant, what did I see, immortal king, immortal king. FK. Daddy also saw the immortal king, it's still such a terrifying immortal king, if you tell me, I can blow it up for the rest of my life. Haha, this Liu Donghai, relying on the prestige of the Holy Immortal Palace, squeezed out many people, and now he has finally hit the iron plate. Yeah, the blackmail was on the head of the immortal king, and now it's fun. The other onlookers around spoke one after another, their eyes were full of fanaticism, and they looked at Chen Luo with extreme respect. This is respect for the strong and absolute fanaticism for the supreme giant. Xianming True Immortal on the side was also stunned. What's going on? How can Chen Luo possess the original power, this is the power that only the Immortal King can master. The Peak Master is the Immortal King? Get around me, I don't want to die, Liu Donghe begged, fear completely occupying his heart. Didn't expect this guy to be the Immortal King. However, Chen Luo naturally ignored him, and the power of the source exploded, instantly obliterating Liu Donghe, the top powerhouse in the true immortal 7th stage. And you, how do you want to die? After Liu Donghe was obliterated, Chen Luo turned around and looked at Pang Chuanshan beside him indifferently. Chapter 414 Immemorial Immortal City. Pang Chuanshan next to him was dumbfounded, his body trembling constantly, his fear almost made him lose his ability to think. Immortal King, he has provoked a supreme giant. Pang Chuanshan's heart was full of remorse. If he had known that he would run away after taking the fairy crystals, he should have thought that there must be so many fairy crystals. The origin must be extremely terrifying. He did not expect to be the supreme immortal king powerhouse. Pang Chuanshan couldn't have imagined that he would have such a consequence for still playing tricks on him like this. At the same time, Pang Chuanshan was also speechless for a while. You, the supreme giant of the immortal king realm, came to Lushan City to play such a small game, so speechless. Forget it, there's no need to waste time. Chen Luo shook his head slightly. Boom. After finishing speaking, Chen Luo unfolded the original power of own horror, and quickly got into Pang Chuanshan's mind. Immediately, a violent pain surged continuously in Pang Chuanshan's mind, and Pang Chuanshan felt that his own soul was almost torn apart. Unprecedented severe pain continued to pervade his body. However, there is another vitality circulating in his body, so that he will not lose his life, and can only bear the pain of tearing his soul. Just let you survive in this endless torment. Chen Luo murmured in a low voice, and then, Chen Luo launched his own spirit power, collecting all the spoils from Pang Chuanshan. Seeing the end of the two, everyone around felt a chill in their hearts. This is the strength of the supreme giant, who can easily dominate the life and death of others. Even the elder of the Holy Immortal Palace is the same. This feeling of having invincible strength was so refreshing, Chen Luo felt satisfied for a while. There was a strong sense of security in his heart. Although he only had the invincible Immortal King's strength in the immemorial Immortal City, Chen Luo's heart was still extremely benefited. At least, in this cold and cruel immortal world, the weak are prey to the strong, he has an invincible pure land that belongs to him. Boom! At this time, the extremely huge immemorial immortal city in the sky was continuously descending, and the thick clouds were completely torn apart, as if to suppress the entire Lushan city. The immemorial immortal city in the sky is continuously and slowly descending, and a majestic sense of oppression rages across the entire Lushan city. Everyone in Lushan City felt a terrifying sense of oppression, and the immemorial city in the sky exuded a suffocating atmosphere. Swish swish swish! Chen Luo then took Xianming True Immortal, who was still immersed in shock, and flew directly towards the immemorial immortal city in the sky. Soon, the two of them stopped on the immemorial immortal city in the sky. There are many ancient buildings in Teiku Immortal City, exuding an unusually terrifying atmosphere, various spiritual places for cultivation, huge facilities, everything you expect. The entire immemorial immortal city is like a giant beast shrouding the heavens, and it is dozens of times larger than the entire Lushan city. Such a large area is enough. Chen Luo looked at the area ahead and murmured in a low voice. Originally, Chen Luo thought that this immemorial immortal city was at most about the same size as Luo Tian City, but now it seems that it is too big. It was enough for Chen Luo to gain a firm foothold in Lushan Immortal Domain. I am the master of immemorial immortal city. Everyone in Lushan City evacuates immediately. I want this area. Chen Luo then said lightly. The huge voice was like a tide, quickly covering the entire area. At the same time, there is also the incomparably majestic original power, which is constantly escaping around, making everyone feel their scalps tingling, and they are almost completely torn apart. Everyone below was shocked. Lord of the immemorial immortal city, who is this? Is this huge city the immemorial city? Damn, withdraw, withdraw, I don't know where the power came from, run away. That's right, this Lushan city can't stay anymore, it will soon be completely suppressed by this immemorial immortal city. Wouldn't the people from the Holy Immortal Palace not take action? Just watch Lushan city being destroyed like this, can't you? Are you a fool? Will the people in charge of the Holy Immortal Palace take action? They must evacuate first. If this ancient immortal city is defeated, then we will come back. Everyone in Luo Tianchang discussed one after another, their faces were full of shock. They can all feel the terrifying aura contained above, as well as the overwhelming sense of oppression. After speaking, everyone quickly left the area. After all, that immemorial immortal city seemed too powerful. Just like a behemoth in the starry sky, it gives people an invincible feeling. There is really no need for them to wait here for the arrival of this terrifying fairy city. Where did you come from, you crazy guy? This area belongs to our Holy Immortal Palace. How dare you act wild? At this time, there was a roar not far away. In the central area of Lushan city, a group of cultivators with majestic immortal essence all galloped towards the immemorial immortal city in the sky. Soon, many cultivators of the Saint Immortal Palace rushed to the top, confronting Chen Luo who was on the immemorial immortal city. The leader was a middle-aged man with grey hair, and the black robe on his body was rattling, giving people a feeling of calm and prestige. Name, Wu Yongcheng. Realm, True Immortal Realm 9th Stage Days. Identity, Qiming Immortal World, Saint Immortal Hall, Lord of Lushan City. The City Lord of Lushan City, Chen Luo used the detection function to see the identity of this man at a glance. The many cultivators around him are all members of the Holy Immortal Hall, and all of them are top experts in the True Immortal Realm. A group of people looked at Chen Luo proudly, their eyes were full of aloofness. Now, it's my area. Chen Luo raised his head slowly and said calmly. Your area? Hat, don't you know the status of my Holy Immortal Palace in Qiming Immortal World? Who gave you the courage? Wu Yongcheng continued with a cold expression, his voice extremely low. Ha ha ha. However, as soon as his words fell, Chen Luo raised his right hand lightly on the fairy city, and suddenly, a burst of majestic original power suddenly appeared beside Wu Yongcheng and others. The violent original force almost tore everything apart. The power of the source, this, you are the immortal king. Wu Yongcheng and the others suddenly felt their scalps go numb, and the cold and majestic breath made them almost breathless. Fear made their bodies tremble continuously, and there was no longer any arrogance on their faces. In the face of the immortal king giants who have mastered the original power, even if they are people from the Holy Immortal Palace, they can't do anything. Boom! A moment later, before they could make any more noises, they were completely crushed into pieces by the incomparably terrifying source force, and countless blood and pieces of flesh drifted downward. Chapter 415 Expansion of Power. The City Lord is dead, that is the Supreme Giant, the Immortal King Powerhouse. Which Immortal King is this? When did such a terrifying Immortal King appear in our Lushan Immortal Domain? The City Lord is gone, there is no hope, run quickly, run quickly. Seeing that all the City Lords of Lushan City were instantly killed, the cultivators of Lushan City were completely paralyzed, and they also understood that the powerhouse above was the Supreme Giant of the Immortal King level. There was no hope in the eyes of everyone, and they quickly fled towards the distance. Immortal King level powerhouses are also very invincible powerhouses in Qiming Immortal World. Ordinary cultivators, even those from True Immortal Realm, are no different from ants in front of such terrifying and invincible giants. The previous City Lord of Lushan City is the best example, and the same is true for True Immortal 9th Stage. Boom! With the departure of all the cultivators in Lushan City, the majestic and huge immemorial immortal city landed continuously like a unparalleled starry sky behemoth. Soon, the entire Lushan city was completely suppressed and crushed by the immemorial city of Taku. There was a violent smoke and roar, and countless air machines scattered towards the surroundings. The original Lushan city was completely turned into ruins and became the foundation of the immemorial immortal city. After a while, Taku Immortal City was completely located in the most prosperous area of Lushan Immortal Domain. From now on, there will be no Lushan City, only the primordial Immortal City. Yes, we have witnessed history, the powerful and prosperous Lushan City just disappeared. Oh, there will be no more Luo Tiancheng. It's a pity, there are so many treasures inside, all of them are gone, what a pity. Sigh, if I had known that this immemorial immortal city was so awesome, I should have snatched more treasures from Lushan City. On the far edge of the immemorial immortal city, many cultivators who escaped from Lushan City talked one after another. They all looked at the immemorial immortal city in front of them with complicated expressions. There seems to be an extremely strong spirit power in the immemorial immortal city. The vicissitudes of the ancient atmosphere and mysterious visions are constantly surging, which incomparably shows the strength of this immemorial immortal city. Moreover, in the immemorial immortal city, there are many various treasures that originally belonged to Lushan City. Due to the rapid arrival of the immemorial immortal city, a large number of treasures have not been taken away, and they are all in the immortal city now. However, even if there are mountains of treasures inside, no one dares to enter it. After all, there is a supreme giant inside, as long as there is no brain problem, he will not provoke the immortal king. In Chiming Immortal World, the immortal king giant is synonymous with invincibility. Yes, in this case, we also have a safe place to stay in Chiming Immortal World. Inside the immemorial immortal city, Chen Luo looked at the many huge buildings around him, and said slowly. In the immemorial city, there were originally many treasures of Lushan City, various grades, from the immortal rank to the heavenly rank, many treasures and panacea, cultivation resources and a large amount of materials. The amount made Chen Luo feeling a little dizzy. Not only did he occupy Lushan City, he also looted the entire Lushan City along the way. Not to mention those priceless treasures, imperial weapons, immortal elixir, and many other gods. Even if it is the number of fairy crystals, Chen Luo roughly estimated that it is at least tens of millions. As for how many, Chen Luo is not clear. Because there were too many, Chen Luo didn't even bother to count. Peak Master, we really made it this time. Not far away, Xianming True Immortal came to Chen Luo with a large number of treasures, his expression extremely frenzied. He didn't expect that Chen Luo would have such great power, directly summoning such a terrifying primordial immortal city, and having such a powerful strength. At this time, Xianming True Immortal was extremely grateful that he was subdued by Chen Luo. Otherwise, why enjoy the present glory? Just take whatever treasures you need, and improve your own strength as soon as possible. Chen Luo then said to Xianming True Immortal. Now, after collecting all the wealth in Luo Tiancheng, Chen Luo felt that he would not lack any treasures for a long time. As for if someone wants to return the own treasure, of course Chen Luo ignores it. The treasures he got by his ability must be his own. If they really want to take it back by force, Chen Luohui will let them know the gold content of the invincible immortal king. Yes, Peak Master. Xianming True Immortal said respectfully, his eyes were full of excitement. Having been with Chen Luo for so long, Xianming True Immortal naturally knows Chen Luo's temperament. Anyway, following Chen Luo, Xianming True Immortal has never suffered a loss. Basically they are what they ask for, and they are not stingy with whatever resources they have. Immediately afterwards, Xianming True Immortal was not polite anymore, and took a lot of training resources, and went to the nearby training ground to practice. However, there are so many resources, and there are so many buildings and spiritual lands in Taku Immortal City, so they can't just be wasted like this. Chen Luo suddenly thought, since he now has the immemorial immortal city in his hands, he can definitely use the resources of this immemorial immortal city to recruit more people for Heavenly Bamboo Peak and let them practice for him. After all, after joining Heavenly Bamboo Peak, these people can provide Chen Luo with a large amount of training effect returns, which can quickly improve Chen Luo's strength. That being the case, let's start recruiting people. Chen Luo suddenly had an idea in his mind. By the way, the system, I recruited people under the name of Teiku Immortal City, can I provide myself with a refund of the cultivation effect? Chen Luo then asked silently in his heart. Chen Luo doesn't want to expose the existence of his lower realm Heavenly Dao Sect Heavenly Bamboo Peak yet. After all, if the enemy is provoked here, they will not be able to deal with themselves, and to engage in Heavenly Dao Sect and Heavenly Bamboo Peak, that is not what Chen Luo wants now. They haven't grown up enough to deal with Immortal World's many enemies. Ding, as long as the host is the dominant force, they will simultaneously enjoy the cultivation effect of the Invincible Peak Master and various welfare blessings. Please don't worry about the host. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Not bad, not bad, this system is user-friendly enough, it's great. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and there was a burst of joy in his heart. I am the master of this ancient fairy city, so I can naturally enjoy the return of the cultivation effect of the Peak Master system. In this way, there is no need to worry, and you can recruit members unscrupulously and expand your power. As for how to expand his power, Chen Luo already had some ideas. Outside there happened to be many cultivators who had evacuated from Lushan City, so he could definitely recruit from those cultivators. As long as the price is high enough, it will naturally be able to recruit enough people and let them be their own cultivation tools. That being the case, let's get started. Chapter 416, Bond Advanced Task. Chen Luo took a deep breath, and then looked at the cultivators outside. At this time, many cultivators were still watching outside, as if looking at the immemorial immortal city from the outside, wanting to check more details about the immortal city. However, there seems to be not enough places for own to practice fetters. Chen Luo seems to have thought of something, and his brows are slightly frowned. Chen Luo's cultivation fetters are only advanced cultivation fetters, and the upper limit of members is only 30,000. After the expansion of Ancient Desolate Continent and Chen Luo, the number of members of Heavenly Bamboo Peak has reached more than 28,000, and there are only more than 1,000 people left to practice bonds. Isn't the 1,000 odd number of training bonds too small? Ding, the number of cultivators of the host force True Immortal Realm has reached 1, and now the advanced task of cultivating fetters is started. Advanced task, please host the own forces to have 10 True Immortal cultivators as soon as possible. After completion, the advanced cultivation fetters will be advanced to top-level cultivation fetters. Top-level cultivation bonds, all members who join the host force can return 5 times the cultivation effect to the host, and the upper limit of advanced cultivation bonds is 500,000 people. At this moment, a series of system prompts sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and the advanced task was bound. The effect of increasing to 5 times is returned, and the quota has reached 500,000, not bad. However, where do I have the subordinates of True Immortal Realm? Chen Luo was puzzled, he didn't remember that he recruited the subordinates of True Immortal Realm. Moreover, there is no limit to the Great Emperor of Heaven, the top powerhouse who is about to break through True Immortal. Could it be that Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, turned around suddenly, and looked at a cultivation spiritual land in the immemorial city? Boom boom boom! I saw Xianming True Immortal sitting cross-legged in the spiritual cultivation ground not far away, his body filled with majestic immortal energy. In the body of Xianming True Immortal, there is also a Dao fruit, exuding extremely mysterious power. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, it turned out to be Xianming True Immortal, who had restored the True Immortal Realm's cultivation base. Originally, Xianming True Immortal was the powerhouse of True Immortal Realm, but in Ancient Desolate Continent he was cursed with the Blood Fairy, his True Immortal Dao fruit was eroded, and he fell to the Emperor Realm. Now, after returning to Immortal World, nourished by Immortal World's fairy spirit, he has just found top-level cultivation resources. Soon the True Immortal Realm was restored. Thank you, Peak Lord, I'm back to True Immortal Realm. Xianming True Immortal, who had returned to True Immortal Realm, excitedly came to Chen Luo's side and said excitedly. After the Dao fruit was damaged and suppressed by the Blood Immortal curse for countless years, Xianming True Immortal had lost all thoughts countless times, thinking that he would never be able to return to the True Immortal Realm. However, unexpectedly, Chen Luo snatched the Chaos Bell, giving him a chance to escape. Later, it was designed by people from the Holy Land of Chaos. I thought there would be no chance, but I didn't expect it to be Chen Luo. It was Chen Luo who brought him back to the current realm, where he should have been. At this time, Xianming True Immortal was completely devoted to Chen Luo. Even if Chen Luo asked him to die, he would not hesitate at all. That's right, just break through. I'm going to recruit some people for our Teiku Immortal City. Let me be called the City Lord here. Chen Luo looked at Xianming True Immortal in front of him, and then said softly. Yes, Feng. City Lord. Xianming True Immortal then said slowly, his eyes were full of determination, and he would not question any of Chen Luo's orders. Chen Luo nodded, and immediately took Xianming True Immortal to the top of the immemorial Immortal City. Today, my Immortal City faces all the cultivators of Chiming Immortal World, and begins to recruit members. All members above Quasi-Emperor can sign up. After passing the assessment, they can enter my Immortal City and become a part of my Immortal City. As long as you successfully join my immemorial Immortal City, you will be rewarded with an Emperor rank cultivation technique, which can be cultivated in immemorial Immortal City permanently, and 10 immortal crystals will be distributed every month. Chen Luo stood on the top of the city, and then said slowly. Chen Luo's voice was like a tide, moving towards the surroundings of Teiku Immortal City, and everyone heard Chen Luo's words. Damn it, you will get the Emperor rank cultivation technique if you join? You will be able to cultivate permanently in the immemorial Immortal City, and 10 immortal crystals will be distributed every month. Is this true? The Lord of this primordial Immortal City is too proud, isn't he? If you join, you will get the Emperor rank cultivation technique. There are also immortal crystals. The cultivation environment in this primordial Immortal City is very good. It is several times better than the previous Lushan City. I really want to try it out. Unfortunately, I don't have Quasi-Emperor's cultivation base. However, the Lord of the Immortal City will not have any conspiracy, such a good welfare is better than some top immortal sects. Hehe, what kind of conspiracy can there be? The City Lord is the supreme giant of the Immortal King realm. He can kill all the people here. Do you need some conspiracy? Other people around talked one after another, their eyes were extremely fiery. The conditions given by Chen Luo were really good. Initiation gave Emperor rank cultivation technique, which allowed them to cultivate wantonly in the immemorial City of Immortals, and also distributed immortal crystals every month, which made many people's hearts flutter. The assessment is also very simple. First, the cultivation base must reach the Quasi-Emperor realm. Secondly, the talent cannot be lower than the holy grade. Those who meet these two conditions can join. In addition, if the talent reaches the divine grade or immortal grade, any realm you can join directly. Chen Luo then announced the two conditions for the assessment. Although there are hundreds of thousands of quotas after completing the task, the immortal world is extremely vast. If there is no threshold, under such generous conditions, some low-level realms or low talents will be recruited soon. This is not Chen Luo's idea. Need. Chen Luo is no longer interested in giving those low-realm people the opportunity to grow up slowly. Now Immortal World has more people, and its quality is stronger than the cultivator in the ancient world. Starting directly with Quasi-Emperor, it can maximize the return of the cultivation effect and quickly improve Chen Luo's strength. I meet the conditions, and I happen to be able to join the Taku Immortal City. I am also eligible, Quasi-Emperor 3rd stage, I want to join Taku Immortal City. Damn it, the Great Saint 9th stage day is just a little bit short. Hurry up and make a breakthrough. I also want to enter the immemorial Immortal City. Although I don't have enough realm, but my talent is divine, I can do it too, it's amazing. Many cultivators around are ready to move, and many qualified cultivators have already signed up. It is also quite difficult to gain a foothold in the immortal world. The cultivation resources and good spiritual lands for cultivation are all controlled by those top cultivation forces or the immortal Dao family. Ordinary rogue cultivators, if they don't have extraordinary means, it's very difficult to dominate the immortal world, not to mention the all-powerful, it is extremely difficult to obtain enough cultivation resources. Now, Chen Luo's immemorial Immortal City undoubtedly gave these rogue cultivators a further opportunity. Chapter 417 Top-Level Cultivation Fetters. If you join Taku Immortal City, you will have the superior environment of Taku Immortal City, plus monthly rewards and Emperor rank cultivation technique. It's definitely better than being helpless before. Soon, many people went to the Immortal City, and under the arrangement of Xianming True Immortal, they began to conduct testing and assessment, and joined the Immortal City. Chen Luo looked at all this with satisfaction. He had just arrived in Immortal World, and this was a good start. However, True Immortal Realm doesn't seem to have many willing to join. Chen Luo found out that the only cultivators of Quasi-Emperor and Ordinary Great Emperor Realm who are queuing up to join his immemorial Immortal City now. There is basically no cultivator for True Immortal Realm. It seems that True Immortal Realm's disdain for these fairy crystals, Chen Luo immediately reacted. 10 fairy crystals per month is quite a lot for an ordinary Quasi-Emperor Great Emperor, but for a cultivator in the True Immortal Realm, it is still a bit shabby. After all, the cultivator of True Immortal Realm is already the mainstay of Immortal World, no matter which faction he is in, he will receive a lot of courtesy. 10 fairy crystals, they really look down on them. True Immortal Realm is willing to join, each person will get 100 fairy crystals per month. In addition, as long as you join, you can receive a set of Emperor Soldiers, a set of Emperor Ranks Supernatural Power, and Emperor Ranks Elixirs are distributed every day to provide cultivation. Chen Luo continued. Since they don't like it, just add money. As long as you can provide yourself with a return of the effect of cultivation, it will be fine. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, the eyes of many True Immortal Realm cultivators around him lit up, and their hearts felt hot. 100 Immortal Crystals, Emperor Armor, Supernatural Power, and Emperor Rank Elixir are distributed every month. This condition has surpassed most of the forces. Since the City Lord is so sincere, our 3 brothers from the Sun family are willing to join. I hope the City Lord will not dislike our humble realm. Not long after Chen Luo finished speaking, there was a burst of high-spirited voices from outside. The 3 True Immortal Realm cultivators wearing white Taoist robes rushed towards Chen Luo's place in unison. Name Sun Daong. Realm, True Immortal Realm 3rd Stage Day. Identity, Qi Ming Immortal World, Luo Tian Immortal Domain Rogue Cultivators. Name, Sun Xiao Yang. Realm, True Immortal Realm 2nd Stage Days. Identity, Qi Ming Immortal World, Luo Tian Immortal Domain Rogue Cultivators. Name Sun Yang. Realm, True Immortal Realm 2nd Stage Days. Identity, Qi Ming Immortal World, Luo Tian Immortal Domain Rogue Cultivators. There are 3 true immortals. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. That's right, the word has come out, there will be 3 true immortals soon. Of course I don't dislike it. The 3 of you are now members of my immemorial Immortal City. I am the Lord of this immemorial Immortal City. Just call me City Lord Chen. Chen Luo continued slowly. Then, Chen Luo took out many fairy crystals, spirit pills, and emperor soldiers that he promised, and gave them to several people. Yes, City Lord Chen, we will definitely defend the immemorial immortal city in the future. The three of them said in unison, and received the many treasures presented by Chen Luo with extremely excited eyes. Many onlookers in the distance saw the various things Chen Luo handed out, and their eyes became even hotter. He really gave it. I want to join, I'm true immortal 5th stage days. I want to join too, I'm true immortal 7th stage days. And me, and me. Seeing Chen Luojin being so generous, many other true immortal powerhouses couldn't bear it anymore. One by one, they galloped towards Teiku Immortal City, wanting to join Teiku Immortal City. Chen Luo didn't refuse either. After joining Teiku Immortal City, he could provide himself with a high amount of cultivation effect return, and they would never be able to change the sky no matter what. Moreover, he is in the immortal city, but he has the strength of an invincible immortal king. As long as they have some brains, they will not act unwisely. Soon, with the joining of true immortals one by one, the number of true immortal cultivators in Teiku Immortal City increased. Ding! Congratulations to the power controlled by the host. The number of disciples of the true immortal cultivator in Teiku Immortal City has reached 10, and the advanced task has been successfully completed. The advanced cultivation fetters have advanced to the top cultivation fetters. Top-level cultivation bonds, all members who join the host force can return 5 times the cultivation effect to the host, and the upper limit of advanced cultivation bonds is 500,000 people. After a while, a system notification sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, that's right, this task has finally been completed, top-level cultivation fetters. Now you don't have to worry about not enough places. Now I will leave this place to you, just follow the previous assessment method, and if you meet the requirements, you will be admitted to my immemorial immortal city. Chen Luo then said to Xianming True Immortal and many other True Immortals. Yes, City Lord. Many True Immortals were gifted by Chen Luo, and they had a lot of expectations for the future in their hearts. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo went to the cultivation spiritual land in Teiku Immortal City, and began to switch to cultivation technique. In the cultivation spiritual land of Teiku Immortal City, sitting cross-legged on the Lingya futon, Chen Luo received the top-grade cultivation technique, Chaos Immortal Scripture rewarded by the system. The cultivation technique of this immortal rank is indeed much better than the previous Chaos Emperor's profound scripture. Sensing the obscure and mysterious information in Chaos Immortal Scripture, Chen Luo felt a burst of satisfaction. This fairy-level cultivation technique contains a lot of top-level supernatural power that contains the power of chaos. Let's finish the cultivation technique first. Chen Luo then suppressed his own thoughts. He took out the Enlightenment Tea and used it to help him comprehend this mysterious and obscure Chaos Immortal Scripture. Outside the immemorial Immortal City, more and more experts joined the Immortal City. Time passed so slowly. Luoguang Immortal Domain. Luoguang Immortal Domain is also an immortal domain managed by the Holy Immortal Temple. Its ruler is Luoguang Immortal King, the most powerful immortal king in Shenxiangdian. Luoguang's immortal domain is also named after Luoguang's immortal king, and it is also considered the top immortal domain in Chiming Immortal World. Luoguang Cheng. In Luoguang Cheng, a great hall containing endless fairy power. The surrounding fairy energy is so rich that it is almost condensed into substance, and the rich fairy energy is constantly circling in the great hall. A stalwart man was sitting cross-legged in the great hall, like a vortex, constantly absorbing the spirit energy around him. With the influx of fairy air, the man's breath became more majestic. The surrounding space seemed to be unable to bear the man's breath at all, and there was a crisp tearing sound. Crack! After a while, the surrounding space was completely shattered, and in the shattered space, one after another extremely terrifying aura emerged, permeating the man's whole body. Under the exaggeration of the extremely terrifying atmosphere, the man's temperament became sacred and evil coexisted, extremely strange. Lord Immortal King, something is wrong. The Lushan city of Lushan Immortal Domain was destroyed, and that area was also occupied by a person who claimed to be the master of the Immortal City. Hall. Chapter 418, Breaking Through the Heaven Realm. Great Emperor. Outside the Great Hall, a man in a gorgeous brocade robe quickly broke into the Great Hall. As soon as the man entered the Great Hall, he saw the sacred and evil aura on Luo Guang Immortal King, which immediately made his body stiff and trembling continuously, as if facing the evil and the abyss. Luo Guang's Immortal King looked indifferently, and then restrained his own aura. As Luo Guang's Immortal King's aura converges, the aura of the entire Great Hall becomes smooth and soft. What are you talking about? Lushan city is gone, and that area is also occupied. Luo Guang Immortal King then said lightly, his voice sounded like a hong zhong, hitting the man's heart heavily. Shocked by the terrifying voice, the man came back to his senses. As for the terrifying and strange aura on Luo Guang Immortal King just now, he was deeply suppressed by it, and he didn't dare to have any thoughts. Yes, Lord Immortal King, according to the information we have found, it is an ancient fairy city that fell from the sky, directly destroying Lushan city, and there is also a supreme giant of the Immortal King realm, who directly beheaded the owner of our Lushan city killed. The man then spoke, describing the information he had obtained. Prime Ancient Immortal City, the supreme giant of Immortal King realm that descended from the sky. Luo Guang Immortal King's face changed slightly. He did not expect that the supreme powerhouse of Immortal King realm would attack Luo Tiancheng of their Saint Immortal Palace. You know, the Holy Immortal Palace is one of the top 10 superpowers in chiming immortal world, with many Immortal King realm supreme giants. The idle forces dare not provoke them at all, let alone directly occupy their Lushan city. This is simply shitting on the head of their Saint Immortal Palace. Do you know which Immortal King it is? Luo Guang Immortal King continued to ask. Returning to His Majesty Immortal King, we don't know which Immortal King it is. It seems to be a strong Immortal King that has never appeared in our immortal world. The man continued. The Immortal King that has never appeared before. Luo Guang the Immortal King's eyes narrowed slightly. However, chiming immortal world has not sensed the birth of a new Immortal King recently. Luo Guang's Immortal King's heart was full of doubts. A strange Immortal King strongman insisted on attacking Luo Tiancheng of their Saint Immortal Palace. Okay, I got it. Luo Guang Immortal King continued calmly. Since he is a strong Immortal King, Luo Guang Immortal King intends to make a long-term plan and make a good plan before proceeding. Yes, Master Immortal King, then I will take my leave. The man continued to speak, with an extremely respectful expression. Wait, just now, did you see something? At this moment, Luo Guang Immortal King said suddenly, his voice was extremely cold, as if he wanted to completely freeze everything around him. Immediately, the man's face changed drastically, unprecedented fear filled his heart, and his body trembled unceasingly. Master Immortal King, I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything. The man quickly knelt down and kowtowed, trying to explain. Well, I believe you. Luo Guang Immortal King said lightly. Boom. After finishing speaking, an incomparably terrifying source of power appeared on Luo Guang Immortal King's body. The source of power formed a huge palm, and the huge palm directly grabbed the man's neck tightly. The man struggled desperately, his eyes full of pleading. However, Luo Guang Immortal King ignored his pleading and struggle, and just looked at him quietly with indifferent eyes. Crack! A moment later, a huge force erupted, and the man's neck was directly twisted by Luo Guang Immortal King's terrifying power, and the energy in his body quickly collapsed. After the man lost his breath of life, Luo Guang Immortal King waved his right hand. A sealing circle was opened on the ground of the Great Hall, and the huge palm directly threw the man's body into the circle. Thank you, Father, I will be able to successfully integrate soon, please give me a little more time. After a while, there was a harsh chewing sound and a hoarse whisper from the magic circle. With the establishment of the immemorial immortal city, things about Lushan City are slowly spreading throughout chiming immortal world. More and more people knew that there was such an ancient immortal city, and they seized the territory of Lushan City, the holy immortal palace. Many people are extremely curious about this strange force. However, if you want to investigate its details, you don't have any clues, as if it just popped up out of thin air. The Holy Immortal Palace didn't seem to intend to make trouble with this ancient fairy city. After some investigation, it turned out that it didn't make any trouble with the ancient fairy city, as if this incident had never happened at all. 20 days later. Immemorial Immortal City, in the Cultivation Spirit Land. Chen Luo's body was filled with unusually strong chaotic power, and the brilliant immortal light and countless visions shone strangely. Surrounded by many immortal lights and visions, Chen Luo was set off like a supreme fairy. Boom! After a while, there was a violent roar in the space around Chen Luo. A terrifying spiritual realm appeared around Chen Luo, and for a moment, countless terrifying auras rose continuously. The Chaos Spirit Realm is constantly transforming towards the Chaos Immortal Realm. After a while, the complete transformation of the Spirit Realm completed the Heaven Realm, and an aura like the ruler of the Heaven Realm continuously permeated Chen Luo's whole body. Breakthrough, Realm of the Great Emperor. Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, feeling a burst of joy in his heart. These 20 days of practice, coupled with the return of many cultivation effects from the immemorial immortal city and the lower realm Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Chen Luo's cultivation base climbed extremely fast. Now he is already a terrifying powerhouse at the Great Emperor level of the Heaven Realm. Breaking through from the middle stage of the Spirit Realm to the Great Emperor of the Sky Realm in just 20 days, this speed is really terrifying. Chen Luo himself couldn't imagine it, but the fact is that Chen Luo made a breakthrough. The terrifying spirit power surged continuously in Chen Luo's body, giving Chen Luo a great sense of security. The chaotic world around him gave Chen Luo even more confidence. Yanner, rub my shoulders. Chen Luo then stretched and said softly. However, as soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, his heart froze. It seemed that Yanner and the others were not there, and he was already in immortal world now. Chen Luo took a deep breath. It was strange that they were not around, and she was not used to it. We have to see when they will be brought up, Chen Luo thought to himself. For those apprentices and Heavenly Bamboo Peak people, Chen Luo still has feelings. After all, he has been following him since he first became the Peak Master. It's better to upgrade the cultivation base first and gain a firm foothold in immortal world. Chen Luo shook his head slightly, and then suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Although there is an invincible immortal king's strength within the immemorial immortal city, there is no such thing as leaving this range. Chen Luo had already tested it not long ago. The radius of the immemorial immortal city is 100 miles outside, and he can also enjoy the strength bonus of this immemorial immortal city. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 419 Zhongqing II. However, Chen Luo didn't want to stay in Taiku Immortal City forever. His own cultivation base must also be improved slowly, so that he can be invincible in the immortal world even without the immortal city. That is what Chen Luo wants. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo stopped his cultivation and left the spiritual land of cultivation. At this time, there are already quite a few cultivators in the immemorial immortal city, and these cultivators are all people who joined Chen Luo Immortal City. Numerous cultivators are cultivating hard in various places of Taiku Immortal City, improving their own cultivation base. City Master, our Taiku Immortal City now has 20,000 members, including 20 cultivators of the true immortal realm. In the bustling streets of the Taiku Immortal City, Xianming True Immortal was introducing the current situation of the Taiku Immortal City to Chen Luo. Yes, continue to recruit members. Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction. No wonder the own cultivation base has improved so fast. It turns out that Taiku Immortal City already has so many members. Yes, City Lord. Xianming True Immortal then agreed. The two continued to patrol around the Taiku Immortal City. Xianming True Immortal then told Chen Luo some other recent information about Luotian Immortal Domain. The most important thing is that the people from the Temple of the Holy Immortals did not come to trouble them, as if this incident had never happened. Chen Luo didn't care either. He had the invincible Immortal King's strength in the Immortal City of Immortals. Even if the Saint Immortal Palace sent people over, Chen Luo could easily suppress it. By the way, City Lord, Lord Xia sent a message, let us go to Tianyun Xianshan now, and wait for the opening of the Heavenly Dao Empowerment. Xianming True Immortal seemed to think of something, and then said slowly. Is the Heavenly Dao Empowerment going to start? Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. It has been more than 20 days since I entered the immortal world, and it is indeed almost the same. I see, then I'll go there now. When I'm not around, activate the Immortal Defensive Array and protect the ancient Immortal City. Chen Luo then said to Xianming True Immortal. In this immemorial Immortal City, there are several protective formations of the Immortal rank, and several top-rank formations can resist the Immortal King's attack under the combined protection of several top-rank formations. Therefore, Chen Luo was not too worried about problems in Taiku Immortal City. Moreover, without showing his face, Chen Luo didn't feel that anyone would dare to directly destroy own Taiku Immortal City. No one dared to provoke a terrifying powerhouse at the Immortal King level. Yes, City Master, I will definitely protect the immemorial Immortal City. Xianming True Immortal then said to Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded, and then explained some other important things. After explaining the matter, Chen Luo left the immemorial Immortal City and went to Tianyun Immortal Mountain. Fortune Immortal Domain, a beautiful valley. A charming woman with a stunning beauty and a slender figure is wearing a white flowing fairy dress, looking into the distance at a mountain peak in the valley. The woman has a beautiful face, an incomparably cool temperament, and her exquisite curves are extremely alluring. Behind the woman, there were many cultivators wearing black spiritual armor. Many cultivators stood beside the woman with solemn expressions. Qing is just a celestial arrogance from the lower realms. Is it necessary for you to personally take her to the heavenly Dao baptism? Beside the woman, a beautiful woman with a noble temperament, wearing a long black dress, and a hot figure frowned. The woman's facial features are as delicate as an angel's, and her figure is uneven. Wearing a long black dress, she looks like a glamorous and noble witch. King Ai, Lord Chen Feng is my good friend. He has helped me a lot in the lower realms. Moreover, he deserves the credit for winning the first place in the luck contest in the ancient realm. I should take him to the heavenly Dao baptism together. Xia Qingqing then said seriously, with a rare tenderness in her eyes. There is a problem, Qingqing, have you taken a fancy to that Fengzhu Chen? A cunning flashed in Zhang Qingai's eyes, and she grabbed Xia Qingqing's arm and asked. As Xia Qingqing's friend for many years, Zhang Qingai undoubtedly knew Xia Qingqing very well. She is not false to any immortal world and any genius, and she will never reveal such rare tenderness. It is also the first time she has seen Xia Qingqing's expression. Obviously, the relationship between Xia Qingqing and this Fengzhu Chen is not simple. No. No. King Ai, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I like someone else? Don't talk nonsense. Xia Qingqing let out a coquettish voice, her face turning extremely rosy. You, Qingqing, you still say no, you. Zhang Qingai was even more shocked when she saw Xia Qingqing's little daughter-like posture. Originally, Zhang Qingai was just guessing, but now Xia Qingqing's posture is really hard to avoid suspicion. No, Zhang Qingai was already very sure that her friend in the boudoir had really taken a fancy to that Fengzhu Chen. You're not like this before. Zhang Qingai hugged Xia Qingqing's arm, said aggrievedly. That noble temperament and this pitiful expression made this stunning witch even more charming, with an astonishing contrast. What betrayal, isn't that what you said when you were drunk when you were a child? And, I didn't like her, King Ai, please restrain yourself, please, wait until Fengzhu Chen sees you like this. I'm afraid he thinks I'm abnormal. Xia Qingqing saw Zhang King Ai's gesture, and said in a hurried voice. You said you didn't. When Zhang King Ai heard Xia Qingqing's words, she only felt that she had been hit by 10,000 critical points. Xia Qingqing bit her red lips slightly, and then hurriedly comforted Zhang King Ai for a while. Humph, I'll have to see later, who is that peak Master Chen who can fascinate my Qingqing so much? After a while, Zhang King Ai snorted coldly, his eyes full of sternness. Seeing Zhang King Ai's expression, Xia Qingqing sighed in her heart. If she knew that she would not be with her, she would definitely be in a lot of trouble later. However, at this time now, there's nothing I can do, I can't drive her away. Qingqing, if your peak Master Chen has half the beauty of that one, I will reluctantly forgive you for betraying me. At this time, Zhang King Ai continued to speak. How can there be any betrayal, and, that one? Who is that? Xia Qingqing then looked in the direction of Zhang King Ai's gaze, and suddenly found a young man with an air of dust, unparalleled handsomeness, as if he was as clean as a fairy. That's peak Lord Chen. Xia Qingqing's eyes lit up, and she whispered. Qingqing, I forgive you for your betrayal. Also, can I like him with you too? Zhang King Ai's eyes lit up, and she looked fierily at Chen Luo who was flying towards him in the sky. Xia Qingqing. P.S. I have something to do, I will take a day off tomorrow, cake. Chapter 420, Heavenly Fate Mountain. After hearing Zhang King Ai's words, Xia Qingqing couldn't be straightened up. What does it mean to forgive my betrayal and still like her with me? Master Xia, long time no see. After a while, Chen Luo came to Xia Qingqing's side and said softly. Qingqing, your Master Chen is talking to you, and he hasn't introduced me yet. Seeing that Xia Qingqing didn't seem to have recovered, Zhang King Ai bumped into Xia Qingqing and said. Master Chen, this is my friend for many years, the little princess of the Zhang family, Zhang King Ai, who also went to Tianyun Xianshan with us to receive the heavenly Dao empowerment. Xia Qingqing then said to Chen Luo, introducing Zhang King Ai's identity. Name, Zhang King Ai. Age, 24. Realm, Quasi-Emperor 5th Stage Days. Physique, Yin and Yang Immortal Physique. Bloodline, Haoang Immortal King Bloodline. Identity, Chiming Immortal World, Little Princess of the Immortal King Family Zhang Family. Qualification, Xian Pin. Chen Luo used the system's detection function to search for Zhang King Ai's information, and was a little shocked. Wearing a long black dress, this stunning woman actually has a yin and yang fairy body. The yin and yang immortal physique is the same as the chaos immortal physique, and it belongs to the top 10 super immortal physiques among many top physiques. It fits the yin and yang Dao very well, and can use yin and yang immortal power, which has incredible mysteries. Moreover, this Zhang King Ai also has immortal king bloodline, the potential is further strengthened, and the future is limitless. Chen Fengzhu, I will go to Tianyun Fairy Mountain later, I will cover you, don't worry. Zhang King Ai also had some understanding of Chen Luo under Xia Qingqing's introduction. While talking, Zhang King Ai patted Chen Luo's shoulder familiarly. Okay, then Miss Zhang will take care of her. Chen Luo didn't care, and then said. Okay, let's go to Tianyun Xianshan now. The heavenly Dao empowerment of Tianyun Xianshan this time is the biggest opportunity since its inception. Let's not miss it. Xia Qingqing saw Zhang King Ai's behavior, bit her red lips slightly, and continued. Is there anything different about the heavenly Dao empowerment this time? Chen Luo continued to ask, with curiosity in his eyes. Before, when he was in the lower realm, Chen Luo had already learned from Xia Qingqing that this heavenly Dao empowerment was done by heavenly Dao to help the empowerer increase the affinity of the Dao, and at the same time integrate the spirit of the Dao to break through the Great Emperor realm and improve many magical uses of Cultivation Base. Well, this time is indeed different from the past. This time the heavenly Dao empowerment can not only integrate the spirit of the Dao, but also help the cultivator to condense the embryonic form of the Dao fruit, so that the cultivator can have dual Dao fruits after breaking through the true immortal realm. At this time, the next Zhang Qingai said slowly, a fiery look flashed in his eyes. Gather the embryonic form of Dao fruit, break through true immortal and have double Dao fruit. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and a burst of joy also flooded his heart. After breaking through the true immortal realm, the great emperor will condense the true immortal Dao fruit. Dao fruit is also the core of true immortal realm, it can master the power of immortals, and has many mysteries. Generally speaking, no matter how strong the heaven realm great emperor is, it can only condense one true immortal Dao fruit. I have never heard of anyone who has condensed two Dao fruits, and two Dao fruits will undoubtedly be much stronger than one Dao fruit. If there are many Dao fruits, when breaking through the immortal king, the chance is more likely and stronger than ordinary single Dao fruits. Yes, so, this time, there will be more people participating in the heavenly Dao empowerment of Tianyun Xianshan. Xia Qingqing raised her own small powder fist, and continued, thanks to you, the ancient world has obtained. My father also bought me a spot for the first place in the Battle of Tianjiao. Obviously, Xia Qingqing was also looking forward to this heavenly Dao empowerment. Then let's go there quickly. Chen Luo nodded, and then said to the two. Immediately afterwards, a group of people took a flying boat and galloped towards the location of Tianyun Xianshan. Along the way, everyone chatted, and the two told Chen Luo a lot about immortal world. Qingqing, have you heard that an ancient fairy city appeared in Lushan immortal domain, which destroyed Lushan city and occupied the largest fairy vein in Lushan immortal domain? High above the sky, Zhang Qingai hugged Xia Qingqing's arm, asked. Of course I've heard of it. I heard that it's a strange and supreme tycoon. He doesn't know where he came from, but he dared to snatch the territory of the Holy Immortal Palace. Xia Qingqing continued to reply. Although the chiming immortal world is vast and has thousands of immortal domains, the Lushan city of the Holy Immortal Palace is extremely prosperous and has a lot of popularity in the immortal world. Coupled with the prestige and power of the Holy Immortal Palace, no one has ever dared to have the courage to dare to cause trouble in Lushan city. Not to mention completely destroying Lushan city directly, occupying the area with the strongest fairy spirit. This is simply against the entire Saint Immortal Palace. Therefore, this matter quickly spread throughout the immortal world, and many people knew that there was such an unscrupulous immemorial city. By the way, Master Chen, you also came from Lushan immortal domain, right? Do you know that primordial immortal city? How about the primordial immortal city? After a while, Zhang Qingai seemed to have thought of something, and then asked. Eyes fixed, he looked at Chen Luo intently. Xia Qingqing heard that Chen Luo also came from Luotian immortal domain, then, this ancient fairy city could not be. Xia Qingqing's heart suddenly had a burst of speculation. However, Xia Qingqing soon suppressed him. No matter how powerful Chen Luo's talent was, he would not be the supreme giant of the immortal king realm. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, even for Chen Luo's power. This is no longer explained by talent's strength, it's impossible. Prime ancient immortal city, well, I've seen it before, it's quite big. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then said seriously. Zhang Qingai. Xia Qingqing on the side was also a little speechless by Chen Luo's words. It's quite big, the description is really good. Teiku immortal city, can it be small? Miss, the Tianyun Fairy Mountain is ahead. At this time, a guard of the Zhang family said respectfully. Chen Luo and the others looked forward, only to see a huge group of mountains in front of them. The huge mountain peaks soar into the clouds, surrounded by clouds and mist, and there are many fairy spirits circulating around, making this mountain group look even more fairy-like. Entering this area, Chen Luo felt his own spirit power increase crazily. Countless spirit power rushed towards Chen Luo like a tide. The spiritual qi here is too pure and rich. Chen Luo said, feeling the spirit power surging towards his body, his eyes were full of surprise. The spiritual qi here is richer and richer than their heavenly bamboo peak, and even the current Taku immortal city. There are 9 immortal spirit veins in this Tianyun fairy mountain, and it is the most abundant place in the entire chiming immortal world spiritual qi. Zhang Qingai, who was next to him, watched the fairy spirit qi in front of him almost condense into the real Tianyun fairy mountain road. Chapter 421 Take your weapon away. 9 Dao immortal spirit veins. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder the spirit energy here is so strong that it is exaggerated. It turns out that there are 9 immortal spirit veins. The original Lushan city had 1 immortal spirit vein and became the most prosperous area of Lushan immortal domain. Now there are 9 immortal spirit veins here, so it is no wonder that the spirit of immortality is so strong. Xia Qingqing and the others next to him were all stagnant in place, adapting to the extremely strong fairy spirit here. Chen Luo was not in a hurry, but just waited here quietly. The surrounding fairy aura is strong, coupled with the return of the cultivation effects of members of Taku Immortal City and Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Chen Luo's cultivation base is rapidly improving. It's just that the surrounding fairy spirit power is getting stronger and stronger, and the surrounding pressure is getting bigger and bigger. The two may have a low cultivation base, or they did not prepare in advance, and their faces became paler and paler. His body trembled slightly, as if he couldn't bear the strong spirit energy at all. Chen Luo frowned slightly, sighed, then stretched out his own hands, holding the two of them respectively. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo urged own chaos immortal power to help the two get used to this strong immortal power. With the input of Chen Luo's chaotic immortal power, the bodies of the two began to improve, and the pressure around them gradually decreased. However, it seems that Chen Luo's chaos immortal power is too domineering. Suddenly, one of them lost his footing, and the two soft and charming bodies threw themselves into Chen Luo's arms. The two snuggled into Chen Luo's arms, panting lightly, and the dazzling fragrance permeated Chen Luo's body. The softness of the two of them was also clearly felt by Chen Luo. "You guys, why don't you get up?" Chen Luo took a deep breath and said. Although Chen Luo didn't mind, she didn't want to take advantage of others like this. "No, let me rest for a while, the fairy spirit here is too domineering." Zhang Qingai rubbed against Chen Luo's arms, then said in a charming voice with an extremely charming feeling. Xia Qingqing on the side didn't speak, but just rubbed together, blushing slightly, and with the help of Chen Luo's chaos power, she adapted to the surrounding chaos immortal power. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt a burst of heat in his heart. These two people really don't treat me as an outsider. That being the case, then I am not polite. Seeing that neither of them had any objections, Chen Luo then continued to convey the chaos immortal power, allowing them to adapt to the spirit power around them. Time passed slowly, and the two got used to it a lot, but they still snuggled into Chen Luo's arms, seeming to enjoy it quite a bit. "Chen! Peak Master Chen, take your weapon away." After a while, Zhang Qingai's face was red, and she said in a weak voice. "Chen Luo! Where did you get the weapon?" Xia Qingqing was puzzled. "No. It's nothing, I read it wrong." Zhang Qingai seemed to realize something, bit her red lips slightly, and gave Chen Luo a flirtatious look, with a charming look on her face. Xia Qingqing noticed that Zhang Qingai's expression was wrong, and then stretched out her own hand in a daze. Soon, suddenly, he touched the weapon Zhang Qingai had mentioned, and suddenly, there was an unprecedented ripple and throbbing in his heart. Chen Luo's body froze suddenly. These two guys. Crack! Chen Luo then slapped the two of them hard on the buttocks, and the faces of the two became even more shy. If you mess around later, don't blame me for being rude. Chen Luo took a deep breath, and then said slowly. Don't these two guys know how damn it is what they do? The two then lowered their heads deeply, their eyes full of complexity and shyness. Immediately afterwards, with the help of Chen Luo, the two of them completely adapted to the strong fairy spirit around them. The two of them also returned to their previous glamorous and unparalleled posture, as if what happened just now hadn't happened at all. However, there was a trace of complexity and specialness in the eyes of the two of them looking at Chen Luo. Around Tianyun Fairy Mountain, there seemed to be top-level formations. Chen Luo observed it, and found that even with the soul power of his emperor rank, he could not easily penetrate the surrounding terrifying magic circle. These top-level magic circles are all fairy-level magic circles, there are more than one, and they contain many mysteries. Chen Luo couldn't see through it, but could faintly perceive that there was a lot of powerful aura inside, which made Chen Luo feel a lot of threat. However, Chen Luo didn't care, he just came to participate in the Heavenly Dao empowerment, so there wouldn't be too many surprises. Moreover, even if there is an accident, Chen Luo doesn't care, he has already condensed the immortal physique, and left his natal blood essence in a safe place long ago, with the chance of heaven-defying rebirth. Soon, the flying boat reached the edge of the formation, and the majestic spirit energy was constantly surging. Let's go in. Xia Qingqing then said to the two of them. After finishing speaking, Xia Qingqing took out a pass token. This pass token can only be used by those who are eligible to participate in the baptism of Heavenly Dao. With the access token, the flying boat entered the Tianyun Fairy Mountain unimpeded. After passing through the magic circle, several people took the flying boat and continued to gallop towards the inside of Tianyun Fairy Mountain. After entering the Tianyun Fairy Mountain, the fairy spirit inside became more intense. Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qingai's faces turned pale again, as if they were squeezed by this spirit power. However, it seems that because he was outside just now, he was washed away by Chen Luo's chaotic power, and his adaptability became much stronger, and the situation just now did not reappear. Chen Luo didn't have any influence, but the spirit power in his body was constantly improving. The flying boat continued to gallop towards the depths of Tianyun Fairy Mountain, passing through one after another towering peaks. Everyone finally arrived at their destination. The destination is the top of a very high mountain peak, the surrounding area is extremely lonely, filled with extremely cold wind and icy breath. At the top of the mountain, there are already many cultivators waiting here. Chen Luo used his own probing eyes to investigate, and found that most of them were disciples of Chiming Immortal World's top forces, and there were quite a few true Immortal King family members. Almost covering most of the top families and forces in the Immortal World, it was quite a grand event. All of them came to participate in this Heavenly Dao empowerment, to obtain the prototype of this condensed Dao fruit, and to achieve the opportunity of multi-Dao fruit true Immortal. Among these cultivators, the vast majority are the top cultivators of the Great Emperor level. Even if they are not the top cultivators of the Great Emperor level, they are still the arrogance of the talent who has reached the divine rank, or even the immortal rank. Chapter 422, All the Talents Gather. Chen Luo even saw the people from the Holy Immortal Palace, as well as many prominent talents in the immortal world. This time I must condense the embryonic form of Dao fruit and achieve the dual Dao fruit true immortal. Humph, it's just you, forget it, with your talent strength, these 10 million fairy crystals are probably in vain. That's right, the prototype of Dao fruit is not so easy to condense. If you want to achieve double Dao fruit true immortal, tisk tisk, this difficulty, just think about it, you are not worthy. This Heavenly Dao empowerment depends on one's ability, why can't I do it? What if Heavenly Dao wants to take care of me and let me condense the embryonic form of Dao fruit? At the top of the mountain, many cultivators gathered in twos and threes to discuss some things about the Heavenly Dao empowerment. Those who can come to this place to participate in the heavenly Dao empowerment are either rich or noble, or are invincible top talents. In addition to this heavenly Dao empowerment, how many opportunities can be obtained depends entirely on heavenly Dao bestowing, so everyone is not convinced. After all, who can reach here is not the favored one favored by heaven. Fairy Xia and Fairy Zhang are here. I haven't seen you for a long time. The two fairies are still so beautiful. Soon, a cultivator spotted Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qing'ai. His eyes lit up, and he was attracted by the two. Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qing'ai are both stunning, coupled with talents, strength and background. They are both extremely powerful existences, so there are many suitors in chiming immortal world. It's just that the two of them are honest with any suitor. Of course, this can't stop everyone from pursuing them. After all, the talents and backgrounds of the two are first class. If you can combine with them, the benefits you will get are unimaginable. With the spread of the two people's glamorousness, coupled with their good looks that they don't have for any Tianjiao. There are many rumors that the two are a pair of Sayuri, and they don't like any man at all. However, this rumor actually made the two suitors more, and made the more people crazy. Fairy Xia, Fairy Zhang, do you still remember me? We met once a year ago at the Immortal King banquet at Linjiang Immortal King. Xia Xianzi, this is the fairy level elixir that I obtained by chance a few days ago. It has the ultimate effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin. I think this elixir is only suitable for you. Fairy Zhang, I'm your cousin's friend, and I was with your cousin a few days ago. After a while, Zhang Qing'ai and Xia Qingqing were surrounded by a lot of geniuses. These extremely arrogant Tianjiao outside, beside Zhang Qing'ai and Xia Qingqing, seemed to have turned into experienced dog lickers. Everyone can't wait to paste their own eyes on it. It was right not to come in with them. Chen Luo murmured in his heart as he looked at the two people who were like stars. Just now, when they were about to reach their destination, Chen Luo parted ways with them. Now it seems that there is nothing wrong with this choice. It is really unnecessary for a woman to be a disaster, and to follow the two of them to cause countless hatred for nothing. Brother, where are you from? It's a bit unfamiliar. Just as Chen Luo was waiting slowly, a surprised voice sounded in Chen Luo's ears. Not far away, a man dressed in fancy clothes and with a luxurious temperament slowly came to Chen Luo's side and chatted. Name, Chu Tianpeng. Age, 36. Realm, Quasi-Emperor 6th Stage Day. Bloodline, Golden-Winged Great Peng Bloodline. Identity, Chiming Immortal World, Prince of the Golden-Winged Great Peng Clan. Qualification, Xian Pin. The Prince of the Golden-Winged Great Peng Blood Clan. As expected, these ancient races had arrived in Immortal World. Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat. The Golden-Winged Great Peng Clan had a great reputation in the Ancient Desolate Continent a long time ago, but with the passage of time and the changes of the years, they completely disappeared in the Ancient Desolate Realm. However, Chen Luo did not expect that they would actually be in the Immortal World. It's from an unknown area. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then replied slowly. Chu Tianpeng nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Since Chen Luo didn't say anything, he just didn't want to. Brother, do you also like Fairy Xia and Fairy Zhang? Chu Tianpeng asked fascinatedly as he looked at the two not far away. What stupid question did I ask? No man can resist the temptation of the two fairies. Fairies, who doesn't like it? Chu Tianpeng seemed to have thought of something, then shook his head and said. Chen Luo's heart froze. Are these two people so popular? Yet, should I say it or not, Fairy Xia and Fairy Zhang are really beautiful and fascinating. If I can kiss Fangs, even if it's just holding hands, and let me die, I will be willing. At this time, another Tianjiao in a blue brocade robe slowly walked over, looking fiery at Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qing'ai who were surrounded by many Tianjiao not far away. Name, Dongfang Liang. Age, 38. Realm, Quasi-Emperor 6th Stage Day. Bloodline, Shadowless Immortal King Bloodline. Physique, Shadow God Physique. Identity, Chiming Immortal World, Young Master of the Dongfang family. Qualification, Xian Pin. Dongfang Liang, with your notorious reputation, kissing fangs. Tisk tisk, as long as you dare to take action, those guys can eat you alive. Chu Tianpeng looked at Dongfang Liang, who looked like a dog, then shook his head and said, Dongfang Liang is the heir of the Wu Ying Immortal King, and his talent is quite amazing, but he is very romantic. In various places in Chimay Immortal World, own seeds were left. He is also an unscrupulous person, and with the prestige of Wu Ying Immortal King, no one dares to touch him, and he is quite knowledgeable about current affairs. Don't engage in those female cultivators with sky-high backgrounds, so many people turn a blind eye to them. Fame, what use is fame to me? In the future, when I reach the realm of the Immortal King, these bad reputations will become my advantages. Dongfang Liang then said with his head raised. Chu Tianpeng snorted coldly and didn't speak, although he also disdained Dongfang Liang. However, Dongfang Liang, as the most valued heir of Wu Ying Immortal King, has a better chance than others to ascend to the realm of Immortal King. When he achieves the realm of Immortal King, as he said, all shortcomings will not be shortcomings. Chen Luo did not participate in the conversation between the two, but quietly waited for the start of the Heavenly Dao initiation. This time, a Tianjiao named Wu Ming appeared in the remote ancient world, and he gathered 10 lucky golden dragons. I don't know if you have heard. Tianjiao from the Immortal King family not far away suddenly said. Of course I've heard that it's just 10 golden luck dragons. It's not a big deal. If I also participated in the battle of Tianjiao, let alone 10 golden luck dragons, I can gather 100 of them. Yet, it's just that there are no tigers in the mountains, and monkeys are kings. Are these wastes in the lower world worthy of being called Tianjiao? We can sweep everything by ourselves. My evaluation is that it has some strength, but not much. Chapter 423, Lord of the Immortal Mountain. The other arrogants and powerhouses around also commented one after another, with disdain in their eyes. In their view, many of the lower planes below the immortal world are extremely barren and barren lands, and they don't even bother to go there. As for the battle of Tianjiao they talked about, in their opinion, it was just like a joke without any gold content. Therefore, they didn't pay any attention to the so-called nameless 10 golden dragons of luck. However, I heard that Wu Ming seemed to be in the Qianlong arena, and killed 3 monsters made by Jinyun Dao child who were comparable to the great Emperor of Heaven. At this time, not far away, the moon marks Tianjiao of Xianzong suddenly said. As soon as the Tianjiao of the Moonscar Immortal Sect finished speaking, the surrounding Tianjiao fell silent for a moment. The 3 demon kings comparable to the great emperor level of the heaven realm were made by Jinyun Dao child. Everyone was shocked. They knew the puppet art of Jinyun Xianzong, it was extremely powerful, comparable to the magic head of the great emperor of heaven realm, even they were difficult to solve it quickly. And that nameless one can kill 3 monsters who are comparable to the great emperor of heaven with one punch, one can imagine his strength. It's not as bad as they thought. Maybe some external force was used. I don't believe that an aborigine can kill 3 demon kings from the great emperor of the heaven realm with one punch. It must be some kind of dirty trick. That's right, it's impossible, it's absolutely impossible, to kill 3 heaven realm great emperor level monsters with one punch, or Jinyun Dao child's magic skills are not good enough. Shabai, don't you know what mission Jinyun Dao child is shouldering? But if he dares to take over this matter, he needs to be smarter when questioning it. Is it so difficult to admit that others are excellent? Many top cultivators around Tianjiao discussed one after another, either disdainful or questioning. Anyway, to be able to stand out from so many people, that Wu Ming is a very talented person. I heard that he will also participate in this heavenly Dao baptism. I don't know if he has come. Not far away, a Tianjiao from the Immortal King family spoke, with fanatical fighting intent in his eyes. I don't know what kind of person that guy is, but he killed 3 genuine immortal sects with one punch. He is comparable to the great emperor of the heavenly realm. He is really too strong. Chu Tianpeng murmured in a low voice on the edge of Chen Luo Road. As the prince of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, Chu Tianpeng would often use Jinyun Xianzong's demon leader to practice skills, so he naturally knew how powerful his demon leader was. To participate in the Battle of Tianjiao, one needs to be under 100 years old. In other words, this nameless man has cultivated to the strength of an invincible great emperor in less than 100 years. This talent's strength is simply appalling. Even in immortal world, it is not as terrifying as the talent's potential. Not to mention, in the nether where resources and spirit power are barren. Well, these people have been in immortal world for a long time, and their brains have degenerated. They are so disdainful to the Tianjiao who can kill 3 emperors with one punch. I don't know why they are superior. Dongfang Liang, then he said slowly, there was also some seriousness in his eyes. Brother, what do you think? How about that nameless? At this moment, Chu Tianpeng looked at Chen Luo who was beside him and asked. It's okay. Chen Luo said lightly, not paying too much attention to them. It's okay. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, the 2 people next to him were dumbfounded. Good guy, this guy is too arrogant, his tone is too loud. Good? That's the supreme arrogance who can blow up the great emperor of the 3 great heavens with one punch, okay? The 2 shook their heads insignificantly. They didn't stay by Chen Luo's side too much, they just regarded Chen Luo as someone who was trying to catch fame, and left Chen Luo's side. Chen Luo didn't care, just continued to wait here. Time passed slowly, and many Tianjiao around were still discussing various things. There are still many suitors around Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qing'ai. Although they have tried hard to reject them, they still can't get rid of them. After all, many of the Tianjiao here are of extremely high status, and many of them are even higher than both of them. Everyone is here, let's start the heavenly Dao empowerment. Let me first talk about the things that need to be paid attention to this heavenly Dao empowerment. After a long while, a hoarse voice sounded. The space not far away was distorted, and an old man wearing a grey Taoist robe and a fairy-like figure slowly walked out of the distorted space. Name, Yan Yaotang. Realm, Immortal King First Stage Day. Identity, Chiming Immortal World, the owner of Tianyun Fairy Mountain. Chen Luo's detection function instantly detected the identity of the old man. The owner of the Tianyun Fairy Mountain. Chen Luo's eyes were dimmed. He did not expect that the owner of the Tianyun Fairy Mountain turned out to be the supreme giant of the Immortal King realm. Shan Master Yan, is the heavenly Dao empowerment this time different from the previous one? Isn't it possible to just wait here and just give the heavenly Dao empowerment by yourself? At this time, a Tianjiao of Xianyuan Dao Sect said. Xianyuan Daozong is a top superpower in Chiming Immortal World, not inferior to the Holy Immortal Palace. As far as he knows, Heavenly Dao empowerment is just to wait at this peak. Heavenly Dao will infuse the power of Heavenly Dao and the spirit of the Dao. There is nothing to pay attention to. Why now? Master Yan said that there are things that need to be paid attention to. The other Tianjiao around are also very curious. They all spent tens of millions of fairy crystals to participate, and they are naturally very interested in this Heavenly Dao empowerment. This has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to, you can withdraw from this Heavenly Dao empowerment. Master Yan Shan said indifferently, not caring at all about his status as the Tianjiao of the Xianyuan Dao Sect. As soon as Yan Shanzu's words came out, everyone around looked solemn and waited here quietly. This Heavenly Dao empowerment needs to enter the Heavenly Dao illusion. In the Heavenly Dao illusion, Heavenly Dao will set the rules to irrigate you with the power of Heavenly Dao. If you die in the Heavenly Dao illusion, the Heavenly Dao empowerment is over. The longer you persist in it, the greater the chance you will get. Yan Shanzu then said lightly. Heavenly Dao illusion. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, with a burst of surprise and doubt in their hearts. Lord Yan Shan, we all spent tens of millions of immortal crystals to participate in this Heavenly Dao empowerment, why do we still need to enter the Heavenly Dao illusion? Satisfy. Ha ha ha. However, as soon as the Tianjiao's words fell, a terrifying idea appeared in the surrounding space, instantly smashing the Tianjiao into pieces. Does anyone have any questions? Master Yan Shan then asked lightly. Chapter 424 Confronting the Son of God. The strong smell of blood continued to permeate the surroundings, and there seemed to be bursts of cold air circulating. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. Feeling endless fear, they almost forgot that this is a supreme immortal king giant. Here, any identity doesn't work, as long as you are honest and obedient. Yan Shanzu saw that everyone around him was honest, and then continued to tell about the Heavenly Dao illusion. Heavenly Dao illusion is an illusion that contains the power of Heavenly Dao. It is basically no different from the real scene. If you die in it, you will not really die, but it will just stop the empowerment. Therefore, don't worry about safety issues. As for how to persist more after a long time, get more Heavenly Dao empowerment, after entering, you will know. In addition, entering the Heavenly Dao illusion this time, you can form a team, up to 4 people in a group. Lord Yan Shan then opened the mouth and told everyone about the Heavenly Dao empowerment. You can form a team. Everyone's eyes lit up. In this case, there are many more opportunities. Immediately afterwards, everyone began to quickly search for suitable partners around them. Brother Chu, I think we can form a team. Dongfang Liang said to Chu Tianpeng beside him. Chu Tianpeng nodded and readily agreed. That kid just now seemed a little confused, should we invite him to have a try? Dongfang Liang then asked. No need, it's just a guy who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth, it's not necessary. Chu Tianpeng rejected Dongfang Liang's proposal. When Chen Luo just said that the nameless was just okay, Chu Tianpeng felt that Chen Luo was not good, just like those other arrogances with high eyes. Xia Xianzi, Zhang Xianzi, let's form a team together, with me here, I can definitely protect you. Let's team up with me, if someone wants to touch you, you have to step over my dead body. Don't follow these trash, I brought a few Emperor soldiers with me, team up with me, I will definitely kill randomly. Around Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qing'ai, more people appeared, wanting to form a team with them. Seeing so many people around them wanting to form a team together, the two felt dizzy. It took a lot of time to reject all these people. Xia Qingqing unconsciously glanced at Chen Luo not far away from the corner of her eyes, and sighed inwardly. Others are eager to get involved with us, why don't you? It's too embarrassing to even ask them to post upside down. Just now, both Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qing'ai secretly sent voice messages to Chen Luo to form a team with Chen Luo, but Chen Luo refused without hesitation. Zhang Qing'ai looked at Chen Luo, who was calm and not disturbed by any external objects not far away, but felt his teeth itch and wanted to bite him. Fairy Zhang, Fairy Xia, I wonder if I'm lucky enough to team up with the two fairies. At this moment, a handsome young man with outstanding temperament came to the two of them and said slowly. The young man's voice was warm and magnetic, and there seemed to be a trace of self-confidence in the eyes that was the best in the world, giving people a rather strong sense of oppression. Yes, God Sun Su, it's over, the two fairies will be taken away by God Sun Su. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Is that the contemporary peerless son of the Su family? Sure enough, as rumored, Feng Shen is handsome. The Su family is a top immortal clan with 3 invincible immortal kings. Fairy Xia and Fairy Zhang probably won't reject God Zisu. Many people around noticed the situation around Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qing'ai, commented aloud, and looked at the young man with extremely surprised eyes. It turned out that young man was Su Chang'e, the godson of the Sui family. After Sui Chang'e got enough opportunities in the lower realm, he heard about the opportunity of immortal world heavenly Dao empowerment, so he returned to immortal world non-stop, wanting to gain benefits from this heavenly Dao empowerment, condense the prototype of Dao fruit, and achieve double Dao fruit true immortal. The Sui family is also the top immortal clan in the Chiming immortal world, and has a very high status in the Chiming immortal world. Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qingai frowned slightly, they didn't expect Sui Chang'e to invite them to form a team. The power of the Sui family is extremely powerful, and its dominance is boundless, even more domineering than the Holy Immortal Palace in some places. It's not that Viang Immortal Domain and the Zhang family can offend them. If they are not handled carefully, it is easy to cause some extreme behaviors of the Sui family and have some irreversible effects on their power. The many suitors around who were quite enthusiastic about the two of them unconsciously looked away when they saw the scene in front of them. Obviously, he didn't want to interfere with the matter of the Sui family Shenzi and the two fairies. Sui Shenzi, we still. Xia Qingqing took a deep breath, then frowned. Xia Xianzi, remember your identity, no one can reject the Sui family, even if you are the daughter of Viang Immortal King. Before Xia Qingqing finished speaking, Sui Chang'e spoke again, his voice icy cold. This voice made Xia Qingqing's face extremely pale, and she felt a strong sense of oppression. Zhang Qingai next to her clenched her fists slightly, feeling a sense of powerlessness. The Sui family's power is too powerful, even if their Zhang family and Viang Immortal Domain are not their opponents. Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear that others don't want to team up with you? At this moment, a sudden indifferent voice sounded. A young man wearing a silver mask, with an aura like a banished fairy, slowly came to Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qingai. Bold, what is your status, dare to shout so loudly in front of our Son of God, don't you want to live? Behind Sui Chang'e, a follower of Sui Chang'e's Quasi Emperor 9th stage said with a cold expression and an extremely fierce tone. Chen Luo ignored the follower's words, but looked at Sui Chang'e in front of him indifferently. Name, Sui Chang'e. Age, 26. Realm, Xianjing Great Emperor Early Stage. Physique, Void Immortal Physique. Bloodline, Immortal King Bloodline. Identity, Chiming Immortal World, Son of the Sui Family God. Qualification, Xian Pin. Immortal Body and Immortal King's Bloodline. It's amazing that this son of the Sui family is indeed a talent, Chen Luo thought to himself. However, Chen Luo didn't care. Chen Luo could blow up a mere profound realm great emperor with one finger. Originally, Chen Luo didn't want to make a move, but the two women, Chen Luo, were quite satisfied with each other. Of course, Sui Chang'e wouldn't let Sui Chang'e handle them like this. The confrontation between the two sides immediately attracted the attention of many people around. Everyone looked at Chen Luo, who appeared suddenly with puzzled and surprised eyes. They didn't know who Chen Luo was, but he had the guts to speak to the son of the Sui family like that. This guy is not ordinary courageous. Not only does he not know the heights of heaven and earth, he simply doesn't know how to write dead characters. Chu Tianpeng, who was not far away, saw Chen Luo's behavior, and then shook his head and said. He didn't even dare to speak to the godson of the Sui family like this, let alone a guy from some dilapidated immortal domain. Chapter 425, Heavenly Dao Illusion opens. Dongfang Liang on the side also nodded, looking at the scene in front of him with great interest. It seemed as if he had already seen the scene where Chen Luo was severely taught. Boom! Seeing that Chen Luo ignored him, the follower of Quasi Emperor 9th stage felt as if he had been insulted, and waved his own fist to bombard Chen Luo. Boom! However, before that Quasi Emperor 9th stage follower could make a move, he was completely obliterated by an inexplicable force, turned into a blood mist and disappeared into the air, leaving only the strong smell of blood and fresh blood circulating around. Here, the use of force is prohibited, and those who violate it will die. The mountain master of Xianshan not far away said lightly, with an extremely solemn tone. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone around turned pale again, and almost forgot what this place was. Even the godson of the Sui family can't mess around in this place. You are very good. I haven't seen such an interesting person for a long time. I hope that after entering the heavenly Dao illusion, you can still have this courage. Seeing this, Su Chang'e frowned slightly, and then said lightly. After finishing speaking, Su Chang'e turned and left with a few of his followers. After Su Chang'e left, both Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qing'ai patted On's chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Master Chen Feng, thank you. The two continued to thank Chen Luo in a low voice. Both of them felt a little complicated in their hearts. Originally, they planned to come here to cover Chen Luo's. However, unexpectedly, in the end, Chen Luo was still required to help them deal with some troubles. If it weren't for Chen Luo, I really don't know what would happen after I teamed up with this Su Chang'e and entered the heavenly Dao illusion. And with the strength of the two of them, they can't prevent those possible bad things from happening at all. Chen Fengzhu, I'm sorry, we are the ones who have troubled you. Zhang Qing'ai looked at Chen Luo, who had an extremely demeanor in front of him, and said in a low voice. It doesn't matter whether you are involved or not, it's just a son of the Sui family, and you can't even talk about being involved. Chen Luo said indifferently. If it was the immortal king from the Sui family who came, Chen Luo would still be afraid, but it was just too funny for a descendant of Tianjiao to want to bluff himself. Chen Fengzhu, can you form a team with us? We promise not to implicate you. At this time, Xia Qingqing next to him invited Chen Luo Dao again. Chen Luo nodded and didn't refuse again. Originally, Chen Luo refused to form a team because he didn't want to cause too much trouble. However, now that even the godson of the Sui family has been provoked, it doesn't matter about forming a team. When Zhang Qing'ai heard that Chen Luo agreed, she felt joy in her heart. At the same time, she also decided that after entering the heavenly Dao illusion, she must do her best to help Chen Luo and not hold him back. Immediately afterwards, several people stood together, talking and laughing, waiting for the opening of the heavenly Dao illusion. Damn it, that guy is so lucky, I should have thought of it earlier. Lord Yan Shan will definitely not let there be a fight here, I missed the opportunity. Yeah, if I knew it earlier, I would have stepped forward, and there is a chance to form a team. This is an excellent opportunity to stand side by side with the two fairies, so I just missed it. Hey, I'm so lucky, this guy, so he got the favor of two fairies, and he was able to form a team with the two fairies. This guy, this life is not bad. Everyone around saw that Chen Luo and Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qing'ai had successfully formed a team, they were all eyes reveal jealous, and they were extremely envious of Chen Luo. Is it really just recklessness and good luck? Dongfang Liang, who was not far away, saw Chen Luo surrounded by two stunning fairies, and murmured in his heart. Otherwise, don't you think that this guy is really capable of dealing with the Sui family's godson? He must have known that Master Yan Shan would not let the Sui family's godson deal with him. Chu Tianpeng next to Dongfang Liang said disdainfully, and there was also a look of envy and jealousy in his eyes. His Royal Highness, if we fail to team up with Fairy Zhang, will it affect our plan? On the edge of the peak, a follower of Su Chang'e asked with a frown. Su Chang'e looked at Chen Luo and the others not far away indifferently, and a stern look flashed in his eyes. Especially when he looked at Chen Luo, he seemed to be crazy. Obviously, Chen Luo's actions deeply hurt his pride and made him feel quite aggrieved. This is unacceptable to him who has always been smooth sailing. It doesn't matter, after entering the heavenly Dao illusion, I have a lot of ways to find Zhang Qing'ai, Yin and Yang Daoquo, I'm determined. Su Chang'e took a deep breath and said in a low voice. His Highness Shenzi is right, we will definitely find Zhang Qing'ai, and that guy dares to humiliate our Highness Shenzi in such a way. After finding him, we will make him suffer the punishment of soul extinction. Another follower continued. Several other followers nodded and did not speak any more, just quietly waiting for the opening of the heavenly Dao illusion. Time passed slowly, each team was formed, and many teams stood together. It seems that everyone has formed a team. Then, let's start the heavenly Dao illusion now. Everyone, get ready and don't resist the light of heavenly Dao. After the respective teams were assigned, Yan Shanzhu opened his eyes, then said slowly. Everyone heard the words, their expressions were serious, and there was a look of expectation and tension in their eyes. After all, they spent tens of millions of fairy crystals just for this heavenly Dao empowerment. And they will soon enter the heavenly Dao illusion and start the heavenly Dao empowerment. Many people looked at Chen Luo, who was surrounded by two stunning fairies, and there was a little pity in their eyes. It seems that after Chen Luo entered the heavenly Dao illusion, he was dealt with and suppressed by the Shenzi of the Sui family. Ha ha ha! On the other side, Master Yan waved his right hand, and suddenly, a mysterious and incomparable fairy spirit appeared around the peak. In the sky, countless rays of light appeared everywhere, as if the entire sky had become a mirror of incomparable brightness, releasing the light of heavenly Dao one after another. These heavenly Dao lights were like shooting stars, precisely hitting every team's location, completely enveloping them. The team shrouded in the light of heavenly Dao quickly disappeared into the peak. After a while, the entire peak became empty, and all the teams disappeared at the peak and entered the heavenly Dao illusion. Is this the heavenly Dao illusion? Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, with surprise in his eyes. Chapter 426 I have a question. I saw that the area in front of me was a huge mountain forest, surrounded by extremely bright immortal lights. The rich fairy spirit power surges around the forest, making this forest extremely sacred. From time to time, violent roars sounded from all around the forest, which made people feel shuddering. Obviously, there were very terrifying strange beasts in the forest. Standing beside Chen Luo, Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qing'ai were also looking at the huge forest in front of them, with glances in their eyes. It seems that the area where heavenly Dao empowered this time should be in this mountain forest, and the competition should not be small. Xia Qing'ai said softly, stroking On's hair with her slender hands. Xia Qingqing on the side nodded. The number of Tianjiao and strong men participating in the heavenly Dao empowerment this time is more than 10 times that of before, and there are thousands of people. If it is evenly distributed, it is definitely not enough. Moreover, the owner of Xianshan Mountain also said that after entering the heavenly Dao illusion, there will be rules set by heavenly Dao to give them empowerment. In addition, after everyone entered, they had already formed a team. Obviously, they wanted to compete with other teams. The forest in front of you is the best battlefield. Ha ha ha! At this time, the surrounding space appeared successively distorted, and many teams participating in the heavenly Dao empowerment appeared outside the forest. Not far away, Shenzi of the Sui family and others looked at Chen Luo and the others, their eyes full of unkindness. The others watched all this silently, looking at the surrounding environment. Is this the heavenly Dao illusion? So real? I can't see any flaws at all, just like being there. Yeah, it's so real, even my broken magic pupils can't see through it. Shabai, don't look at who made the illusion, it was made by heavenly Dao, you still want to see through, who do you think you are, immortal king? FK%. Who are you scolding? I scold you. It seems that this heavenly Dao empowerment is a very fierce competition. I have already ignited it. I must condense the embryonic form of the Dao fruit. Many Tianjiao powerhouses around spoke out one after another, discussing various things about the heavenly Dao empowerment this time. After losing the supreme powerhouse of Xianshan Mountain Lord, everyone felt a lot more relaxed. This heavenly Dao empowerment is carried out in this mountain forest. After entering the mountain forest, everyone can receive the heavenly Dao empowerment. In the forest, there are many terrifying alien beasts. They will attack you. After being killed by alien beasts, they will bring out the Heavenly Dao illusion and stop the Heavenly Dao empowerment. In addition, in this mountain forest, killing the empowerment team will increase the strength of the empowerment. When there is only one team left, all the beasts will disappear and no longer attack, and the strength of the empowerment will reach the maximum. At this time, a misty voice sounded, and a white aura appeared in the sky. The aura fell in front of everyone's eyes, forming a white spirit body. The spirit body then introduces its own identity, which is the spirit of Heavenly Dao. After hearing the words of the spirit of Heavenly Dao, everyone was gearing up, their eyes full of fanatical fighting spirit. Such fierce competition is their favorite. Everyone is the top arrogance and powerhouse below chiming immortal world true immortal, and they are extremely confident in their own strength, and they all think that they are not weaker than others. Moreover, they have formed their own teams, and they are very confident in this kind of competition. Chen Luo, Xia Qingqing and the others all looked clear and understood the rule. Stinky boy, wait for me, I will go in later, you will feel better. A follower beside the Sui family Shenzi not far away said with a cold expression. The other followers of Sujia Shenzi also looked at Chen Luo and the others with stern eyes, and their stern eyes almost tore them apart completely. Hey, that guy is going to be in trouble. He insists on being a hero to save the beauty. Now that he is bitten by Godchild Su, he will be in bad luck later. Yet, I have to do this kind of thing if I don't have the strength. Even if I get the fairy's favor for a while, so what, the loss is so big in the end, and the Heavenly Dao empowerment worth tens of millions of fairy crystals is gone. If you don't have Vajra diamonds, don't do porcelain work. Now, without the protection of the Mountain Master, he will be the first one to be eliminated. Someone around noticed their gazes, and there were sarcasm and schadenfreude in their eyes. Obviously jealous of Chen Luo's performance outside. Chen Luo remained expressionless and didn't care about their sarcasm. Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qingai next to them frowned slightly and bit their red lips slightly, apparently worried about the power struggle of the Heavenly Dao in the mountains. What's the problem? You can ask. If there is no problem, then start the Heavenly Dao empowerment. The spirit of Heavenly Dao ignored the words and all kinds of secret fights of the people present, but continued to ask. No problem, let's get started. Yeah, I can't wait, let's get started, I want Heavenly Dao empowerment. Please start as soon as possible without any problems. As soon as the words of the spirit of Heavenly Dao came out, everyone opened their mouths. What the spirit of Heavenly Dao said is already very clear, and the rules are also very clear, that is, whoever has the biggest fist will enjoy the most Heavenly Dao empowerment. It is best to eliminate more opponents and get more Heavenly Dao empowerment. Seeing this, the spirit of Heavenly Dao nodded, ready to start the initiation of Heavenly Dao. Wait, I have a question. Just then, a calm voice sounded. Chen Luo, who was not far away, suddenly spoke, looking straight at the spirit of Heavenly Dao not far away who was about to give Heavenly Dao empowerment. Tianyun Xianshan, the top of the deep mountain. The Lord of Xianshan Mountain stood on a boulder, looking at a golden light group in the sky that contained mysterious power. The golden light group seems to have the truth of heaven and earth, with countless essences circulating on it. Shansu, I don't know how many Tianjiao can condense the embryonic form of Dao fruit this time. On the side of the mountain lord, a girl in a blue Daoist robe said softly, her eyes full of anticipation. I hope there will be a few more, so that our chiming immortal world will have more top experts in the future. Xianshan Mountain Master said slowly, with a worried look in his eyes. After Heavenly Dao manifested, Heavenly Dao empowerment has been performed many times. The quality of the Heavenly Dao empowerment is also closely related to the entire fate of chiming immortal world, although the previous Heavenly Dao empowerment was also a chance. When the immortal world is stable and there is not much crisis, the chance of Heavenly Dao empowerment is much smaller, and it will only have an effect on Quasi Emperor or even the Tianjiao under Quasi Emperor. However, now this heavenly Dao empowerment can actually have a great opportunity for the Tianjiao of the Great Emperor realm to help condense the embryonic form of Dao fruit. Then, obviously, there is a huge crisis lurking in the immortal world, and this crisis forces heavenly Dao to allocate more opportunities to cultivate immortal world Tianjiao, in order to deal with possible huge crises in the future. Yan Shanzu, long time no see, Shanzu's demeanor is still the same. At this time, a deep voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 427 Ingrain Immortal King. In the sky not far away, a middle-aged man with a dignified face flew over. Beside the middle-aged man, there are many cultivators with powerful auras. Mou True Immortal, I don't know why you came to my Tianyun Fairy Mountain. Yan Yaotang, the owner of the Fairy Mountain, looked at the visitor and asked slowly. It turned out that this middle-aged man was Mou's True Immortal, Chiming Immortal World, and the top immortal domain Haitian Immortal Domain's True Immortal Powerhouse. Haitian Immortal Domain is the top immortal domain in Chiming Immortal World, and its strength is extremely terrifying. Haitian Immortal King, the master of Haitian Immortal Domain, is the top powerhouse in Immortal King realm, and has already stepped into the Immortal King 8th stage day. The realm of Immortal King is expected to step into the realm of 9th stage heaven. Moreover, Mou True Immortal is Haitian Immortal King's confidant, but a peerless talent with extremely strong talent, and is highly valued by Haitian Immortal King. Its realm has reached the limit of True Immortal realm, it is gaining the power of insight, and it is expected to step into the realm of Immortal King. However, Yan Yaotang still had some doubts in his heart. He had no contact with Haitian Immortal Domain, so why Moyu True Immortal came to his fairy mountain? It's no big deal, I just want to ask, is that Tianjia Wuming in the ancient world in Tianyun Xian Shan? Mou True Immortal came to Yan Shanzu's side and asked. Although Yan Shanzu is the supreme giant of Immortal King realm, Moyu True Immortal doesn't seem to have much fear of him. Come to look for Wuming Tianjiao in the ancient world. Yan Yaotang narrowed his eyes slightly, and a burst of thoughts appeared in his heart. Could it be because Haitian Immortal King lost a lot of chips in the Battle of Luck? Yan Yaotang recalled some rumors in their Immortal King circle not long ago, that Haitian Immortal King had given the Shengsu realm a huge bargaining chip in this Battle of Luck in the lower realm. The god of gamblers realm could win the first place in the contest of luck, but unexpectedly, the god of gods realm capsized and was won by a declining ancient realm. As a result, Haitian Immortal King lost treasures worth at least tens of billions of fairy crystals, as well as various resources. Most of the Immortal King giants in Chiming Immortal World participated in this battle of luck in the lower realm, but most of them suffered huge losses. After all, no one expected that a small ancient world won the championship. Even, in the end they arranged for Jinyun Dao Child to try to reverse everything in a way that almost broke the rules, but it still failed. You're asking the wrong person. I'm only in charge of opening and guarding the Tianyun Mountain. I don't know who participated in the Heavenly Dao empowerment. Yan Yaotang then said calmly, not wanting to get involved in their affairs. As soon as Yan Yaotang's words came out, Mou True Immortal's brows were furrowed. He didn't expect Yan Yaotang to be so shameless. He represents the will of Haitian Immortal King, he said that, obviously he didn't take Haitian Immortal King to put in one's eyes. Lord Yan Shan, why don't you think about it carefully? I don't believe that you, as the owner of Xian Shan Mountain, don't know the origins of those people. Mou True Immortal then said slowly, with a threatening tone. I have thought clearly, if you think that with Haitian Immortal King covering you, you can challenge the majesty of Tianyun Xian Shan, then you have a try. Yan Yaotang then said lightly. Although he himself is only the supreme giant of the Immortal King first stage, he represents the Immortal Mountain of Fortune, and not everyone can step on it. Try it. Mou said True Immortal coldly, a majestic and overbearing source of power suddenly emerged from his body, and suddenly, the entire space seemed to have a sense of terrifying oppression. You broke through the Immortal King. Sensing the domineering original power of Mou True Immortal, Yan Yaotang's face changed slightly. Moyu True Immortal is the top true immortal powerhouse who reached the limit of true immortal only a few thousand years ago, and he has reached the realm of the Supreme Giant in such a short time. This talent is really scary. Fortunately, I just broke through 3 days ago. Now, can you tell me if Tianjiao Wuming is here? Mou True Immortal continued to ask, his face was full of contempt. A few thousand years will break through the limit, from true immortal to the supreme giant bottleneck, and talent is strong enough to be extremely terrifying realm, which means that his potential is very strong. There's even a chance to claim the top immortal king's realm in the future. Then it's time to take advantage of you being Mou's immortal king. Wuming's identity is not simple, so I advise you not to search for it. Yan Yaotang took a deep breath, with complicated eyes, and continued. The potential of this Moyu True Immortal was beyond his expectations. An existence that might aspire to the invincible immortal king did have something to be proud of. Moreover, it has already broken through to the immortal king realm, and with Haitian immortal domain behind it, the possibility of growing up is very high. Not easy? He helped the ancient world win the first place in the Battle of Luck, and caused us Haitian immortal domain to suffer a huge loss. Even if he is the king of heaven, Daddy, I want him to die without a burial. Mou Immortal King's tone was serious, and then said coldly. Oh? Someone wants the life of my heavenly Dao Sect disciple. As soon as Mou's Immortal King finished speaking, a burst of extremely cold voices suddenly sounded around. Following that, there was an extremely terrifying source of power, and the entire peak was shrouded in an abnormally terrifying source of power, almost stagnating. Mou Immortal King's body on the top of the peak kept trembling, only feeling that the original power in his body was constantly collapsing, as if he was about to collapse completely. An unprecedented fear and coldness permeated Mou Immortal King's heart. Not far away, a man with a stalwart figure, like a ruler, slowly appeared in front of everyone. EX. Senior, misunderstanding, I just wanted to find Wuming, not to deal with Heavenly Dao Sect's younger brother. Mou True Immortal continued tremblingly. He didn't expect that he would meet the legendary Heavenly Dao Sect when he just came to Tianyun Xianshan to find someone. Wait, nameless, could it be? Mou Immortal King's pupil shrank, as if realizing something, he became even more frightened. In the Heavenly Dao illusion. What's your problem? The spirit of Heavenly Dao looked at Chen Luo not far away. Other people around also looked at Chen Luo with puzzled eyes. The rules have been introduced very clearly, so there is no problem. Senior, what you meant just now is that if you kill someone, you will rob and enjoy the Heavenly Dao empowerment of the killed person, right? Chen Luo continued to ask, looking directly at the spirit of Heavenly Dao. That's right, in the Heavenly Dao illusion, killing others can increase the strength of the empowerment. The spirit of Heavenly Dao replied. Everyone else frowned slightly. Didn't the spirit of Heavenly Dao speak clearly? If so, I'll kill all these trash here. Chen Luo raised his head slowly, and then said calmly. Chapter 428 Reappearance of the Devouring Bee. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, all the people around were stunned, looking at Chen Luo as if they were looking at a fool. Obviously, they didn't expect Chen Luo to say such a thing. You know, there are thousands of Tianjiao here. Moreover, there are many top powerhouses of the great emperor level in the heavenly realm, who killed everyone. This matter simply does not treat them as human beings. Humph, killed everyone here? What a big tone. Yeah, there are so many of us here, each of us can drown him with a spit. That is, who gave him the courage to kill us all? Who does he think he is, the invincible immortal king? Wait a minute, just watch him being brutally abused by Su Shenzi. This kind of person is too arrogant, there is no point at all. Ask such an outrageous question, how could it be possible to do it here? It hasn't even started yet. After a moment of silence, Everyone around ridiculed and looked at Chen Luo with unusually cold and disdainful eyes. They all thought that Chen Luo was just pretending to be forceful here with the help of the rules. After all, if you can do it here, you don't need to spend so much effort to make such a big mountain illusion. It will be over directly in this decisive battle. This man is really arrogant and unreasonable. Fortunately, I wondered for a moment whether he really has something to rely on. Now it seems that he is just a guy who doesn't know how to live or die. Dongfang Liang murmured in a low voice not far away. When Chen Luo stood up for Fairy Xia and Fairy Zhang, Dongfang Liang still hesitated in his heart, whether Chen Luo had any means. Chu Tianpeng on the side shook his head slightly, feeling that Chen Luo was the same as before, just talking harsh words to catch people's attention. The eyes of Su Chang'e and others not far away were full of coldness. They have been in the immortal world for so long, and they have never seen such an arrogant person. To kill all the people here, even Su Chang'e himself would not dare to say such cruel words. Su Shenzi, this guy is too pretentious. Later, I will definitely teach this guy a lesson and let him know how to write the word dead. One of Su Chang'e's followers gritted his teeth. Su Chang'e nodded imperceptibly, and was slightly startled by Chen Luo's words, so he decided to show Chen Luo some color. Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qing'ai who were beside Chen Luo froze. They dealt with all the team members here. This is very Chen Luo. It seems that there are no regulations, and competitors cannot be resolved here. The spirit of Heavenly Dao pondered for a moment, then said seriously. As soon as the words of the spirit of Heavenly Dao came out, everyone present was shocked again. There are no rules, so you can do it here. In other words, even if you don't enter the illusion of the mountains, you can still do it. What are we doing here? There was a mess in everyone's heart. Damn it, so many rules were set up before, you guys are going to die for me, I want to enjoy the Heavenly Dao empowerment all by myself. Let's decide the outcome here, you trash, you don't deserve the Heavenly Dao empowerment. Stop talking, die for me, the Heavenly Dao empowerment is only for me to enjoy. Immediately afterwards, at the edge of the mountain forest, everyone spoke one after another, their eyes were full of fiery and cold colors. Unexpectedly, they could really do it here, and everyone hurriedly activated the spirit power in their bodies, preparing to eliminate other people around them and get more Heavenly Dao empowerment. After all, the fewer people who go into the mountains, the more Heavenly Dao empowerments they can receive. However, no matter how they activate the spirit power, all the spirit power in the body seems to be blocked by an inexplicable force, completely unusable. Boy, you were really good at pretending just now, you can fight now, kill me. A follower beside Su Chang'e said angrily, his body sprang out at a high speed, and galloped towards Chen Luo's place. Prepare to be dealt with by Chen Luo. Boom! However, before that follower approached, there was a sudden violent fluctuation in the surrounding space, and a terrifying void hand appeared, directly crushing this follower into pieces. Countless blood and minced meat were constantly splashing everywhere. Everyone was shocked by the changes in front of them, and even the matter of spirit power being imprisoned was completely forgotten. Su Chang'e's followers were instantly killed. Not far away, Su Chang'e's face was stunned, and he looked at the scene in disbelief. His follower was the invincible supreme powerhouse of the Quasi-Emperor 9th stage, and even the ordinary Great Emperor of the Profound Realm couldn't easily defeat him. Take his life, and now, he is inexplicably dead. Could it be the nimble hand of Heavenly Dao? Impossible, he has already said, you can do it here. Su Chang'e felt puzzled in his heart. You guys, should you eliminate yourself, or let me help you? Chen Luo continued to speak, and the cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. At the same time, the spirit power on his body was constantly surging. It was this guy who made the move. Su Chang'e's pupils shrank. The spirit power on Chen Luo's body had the same origin as the spirit power that just beheaded his follower, obviously it was him. How dare he? The other people also frowned, looking at Chen Luo with apprehension. The spirit power on Chen Luo made everyone feel a strong sense of oppression. Buzz. Then, there was an extremely violent humming sound. A large group of spirit-devouring bees with majestic imperial power suddenly appeared in front of Chen Luo. These spirit-devouring bees have a very strong imperial prestige, and there are poisonous needles on their tails that make people feel scalp numb. Everyone was stunned by the many spirit-devouring bees in front of them, and felt chills in their hearts. Great Emperor-level spirit-devouring bees, how is it possible? Isn't the spirit-devouring bee already gone? Wait, this spirit-devouring bee seems to have appeared in the Battle of Tianjiao, it belonged to that kid, he is the nameless from the ancient world. Wo Cao, it's him, he is the peerless genius. However, aren't those nameless spirit-devouring bees from the holy rank? Why are there so many emperor ranks now? What's going on? Everyone commented one after another, feeling a chill in their hearts. The spirit-devouring bee is extremely powerful and possesses extremely strong combat effectiveness. Someone has already recognized that Chen Luo is Wuming, the strongest genius in the ancient world. Before in the alien beast continent, after Chen Luo used the spirit-devouring bees to kill tens of thousands of Tianjiao, this matter once spread to Immortal World. Many Immortal World talents have heard about this matter. Now, Chen Luo has the spirit-devouring bee in his hand, so it is obvious that Chen Luo is the nameless arrogance of the ancient world. However, there are many doubts in everyone's mind. They have heard that the nameless spirit-eating bees are all of the holy rank. Now these spirit-eating bees are all emperor rank, and they are very terrifying. There are so many of them. It's completely unexpected. To everyone's surprise, spirit-eating bees have extremely terrifying combat power, are extremely difficult to cultivate, and require a lot of resources. With so many emperor rank spirit-eating bees, they are simply an invincible killing army. Chapter 429, Killing Tianjiao with a Single Sword. Su Chang's complexion became extremely ugly with the many spirit-eating bees in front of him. Chen Luo was actually unknown, and with so many emperor rank spirit-eating bees, things were going to be difficult. Not far away, Dong Fangliang and Chu Tianpeng were even more remorseful. They had already climbed up with Chen Luo. If they had known that Chen Luo was so terrifying, they could have just hugged his thighs. Now that they were fine, they were in danger if they didn't hug his thighs. There are so many emperor rank spirit-devouring peaks, and there are so many of them, it is really not certain that they will survive. Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qingai beside Chen Luo widened their eyes, and looked at Chen Luo beside them in surprise. Obviously, he was also shocked by Chen Luo's sudden release of the spirit-devouring bee. If you don't answer, then I will send you on your way. Seeing that no one answered his words, Chen Luo said calmly. Ha ha ha. After finishing speaking, Chen Luo was ordered by these spirit-devouring bees, and launched a violent attack on many Tianjiao experts. Wait, there is something to discuss, don't. Do not be like this. The faces of many Tianjiao turned green. This guy doesn't talk about martial arts, he uses so many emperor rank spirit-devouring bees. However, Chen Luo didn't pay attention to them, but continued to let the spirit-devouring bees launch a fierce attack on the many Tianjiao. Suddenly, the domineering and invincible spirit-devouring bees surged to the edge of the forest. The sound of screams, fighting, collision, wailing, the entire mountain forest was filled in a moment. All the Tianjiao showed their supernatural power, resisting the impact of Chen Luo's emperor rank spirit-devouring bee. Soon, tens of hundreds of Tianjiao experts were completely killed by the spirit-devouring bees, and disappeared into the heavenly Dao illusion. Solve Wuming first, otherwise, let alone competition, we won't even be able to enter the threshold of the heavenly Dao empowerment. A top-notch heavenly realm great emperor angrily said. Chen Luo's emperor rank spirit-devouring bee was too terrifying, and eliminated half of the Tianjiao in a short time. Although the fewer people participating, the better, but Chen Luo's strength is too terrifying. If this continues, when other people are eliminated, those who can temporarily resist the spirit-devouring bees will be hard to resist in the end. Dealing with Chen Luo together now is the best choice. Let's go, get rid of Wu Ming first, get rid of him, the devouring bee swarm has no leader, it's easier to get rid of. I'm coming too, Wu Ming, to show you how powerful Immortal World's Tianjiao is. As soon as the Heaven Realm Great Emperor's voice fell, many arrogants and powerhouses responded one after another. In a short while, dozens of Great Emperor powerhouses rushed towards Chen Luo, trying to get rid of Chen Luo first. Seeing this, Chen Luo didn't have the slightest expression of fear, but took out the 10,000 Spirits sword, and launched a terrifying supreme sword intent. Stab! With a violent tearing sound, the supreme sword intent attached to the 10,000 Spirits sword turned into a violent sword ray, quickly bombarding the bodies of dozens of great emperor powerhouses. Many great emperors were easily chopped up like tofu, and countless flesh and blood splashed everywhere. This nameless man is too terrifying. He killed dozens of great emperors with one sword. Oh my god, is this the strongest arrogance in the ancient world? It's too scary. Is this guy really just the great emperor realm? This strength, even true immortal, is nothing more than that. Seeing that dozens of great emperors were all beheaded by Chen Luo with a single sword, the other powerful Tianjiao who were fighting hard against the spirit-devouring bees were completely overwhelmed, and their hearts became more fearful and cold. This strength is really terrifying. The dozens of Tianjiao powerhouses just now are all very powerful old-fashioned great emperor powerhouses, and they can kill ordinary true immortal cultivators together. However, he was beheaded by Chen Luo with a single sword. Not far away, Su Chang's heart tightened, and he felt a sense of fear and powerlessness that he had never felt before. This Chen Luo's strength is too terrifying. He could feel that this Chen Luo hadn't broken through the true immortal realm yet, but this strength was terrifyingly strong. Su Chang'e felt that even if he broke through the limit of the great emperor's realm, he would not be able to do such a thing. The few followers around Su Chang'e were also silent at the moment, only feeling terrified. This terrifying strength is enough to push them horizontally. Ching, this peak Master Chen's talent is so strong, why didn't you tell me earlier? In the edge area, Zhang Qingai looked at Chen Luo who had beheaded dozens of great Emperor Tianjiao with a single sword, and felt endless ripples. Talent is big, powerful, and the capital is so strong, plus Chen Luo's appearance is also invincible. For such a person, Zhang Qingai has no ability to resist. I told you, he's a little stronger. Xia Qingqing pursed her lips slightly, and then said slowly. Is this just a little strong? When did you, Xia Qingqing, become so good at pretending? This strength is simply invincible. Zhang Qingai pursed her lips and said with fiery eyes. It's you guys who want to enter the heavenly Dao illusion to deal with me, right? At this moment, Chen Luo turned around suddenly, and walked slowly towards Su Chang'e and the others. Chen Luo's words made Su Chang'e and the others feel as if they were falling into an abyss. There was an endless chill in their hearts, and they felt their bodies completely froze. It seemed that Chen Luo had a terrifying force that completely suppressed them. Wu Ming, we are members of the Su family. Are you sure you want to be our enemy? If you ruin the chance of our young master's empowerment this time, even if you are a talented person, the entire chiming immortal world will not have a place for you. Land. Wu Ming, don't mistake yourself, I admit that you are very strong, but our Su family is not something you can afford. We were wrong just now, but if you really did something wrong and offended our Su family, you can't bear the consequences. Several followers of Su Chang'e came to Su Chang'e, gritted their teeth and said to Chen Luo. As Su Chang'e's followers, they must protect Su Chang'e's interests. Although dying in the heavenly Dao illusion will not lose one's life, the opportunity of this heavenly Dao empowerment is related to Su Chang'e's future foundation. Shuang Dao Kuo is an important part of Su Chang'e's future, so don't lose this opportunity easily. You people from these big families are really the same. Apart from threatening, you are still threatening, so why can't you say something useful? Chen Luo shook his head, his eyes full of disdain. Chen Luo never cared about the threat. After leaving here, Chen Luo had 10,000 ways to leave. As long as he returns to Teiku Immortal City, Chen Luo is not afraid of anyone. The faces of several followers became even uglier, and their hearts almost sank to the bottom. Stab! After Chen Luo finished speaking, he activated the immortal sword of all souls again, a sword ray flashed across, and many Tianjiao in front of Su Chang'e were killed instantly, turning into countless blood mist. It's your turn, Su Shenzi. Chen Luo continued to move forward, looking at Su Chang'e in front of him. Chapter 430. Isn't this a heavenly Dao illusion? At this time, Su Chang'e's robes were all dyed red, and his face no longer had a graceful temperament. That handsome face was extremely pale, and there was a little fear in his eyes. He really felt that this Tianjiao is nameless and doesn't care about his family background. He really dared to kill himself here. The eyes of the other Zhu Tianjiao who were struggling with the spirit-devouring bees were also full of shock. This Wu Ming was too cruel. Using the spirit-devouring bees to deal with so many of their arrogances, even the godson of the Su family is not afraid. This courage is really too fat. They even suspected that even if this wasn't the heavenly Dao illusion, but outside, Chen Luo would dare to kill them all. Nameless, I'll tell you a way to condense the yin and yang Dao fruit. Can you let me go this time? This heavenly Dao empowerment opportunity is too important to me, I can't miss it. Seeing Chen Luo walking towards him like a god of death, Su Chang'e finally lost his composure, and then gritted his teeth, wanting to get a little life from Chen Luo's hands. After all, he has paid too much for this heavenly Dao empowerment, and the opportunity of the dual fruition is very important to him. As long as there is a slight chance, he doesn't want to miss it. Oh! Yin and Yang Dao Quo. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Yin and Yang Dao fruit is a Dao fruit that contains Yin and Yang fairy power. It is said that only the Yin and Yang immortal body can condense the Yin and Yang Dao fruit. Concentrating the Yin and Yang Dao fruit can master the power of the Yin and Yang Dao, which is very powerful. I don't have the Yin and Yang immortal body, can I still condense the Yin and Yang Dao fruit? Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to ask. This heavenly Dao empowerment can condense multiple Dao fruits. If one more Yin and Yang Dao fruit can be condensed, it will undoubtedly greatly improve one's own strength. At this time, Zhang Qing'ai, who was not far away, heard Chen Luo's words, his face changed slightly, his heart tightened unconsciously, and he clenched his own fist. Of course, Zhang Qing'ai next to you, as long as she seizes the origin of her fairy body and uses my secret method, she can condense the Yin and Yang Dao Quo. As long as you let me go this time, I will tell you the secret method. Su Chang'e seemed to grasp at straws, and then spoke. Not far away, Zhang Qing'ai's face was pale, and she only felt a burst of fear, snatching the origin of my fairy body and condensing Yin and Yang Dao Quo. No need, you're still on your way. Chen Luo then spoke lightly, swung the myriad spirit's sword in his hand, and a sword ray that tore everything apart rushed away. Su Chang'e's pupils shrank, his eyes were full of disbelief and unwillingness. How could it be possible that someone could refuse Yin and Yang Dao Quo's temptation? In a moment, the sword ray erupted by Chen Luo had already impacted in front of Su Chang'e, accompanied by a violent tearing sound. Su Chang'e's body was hit by the fierce sword ray, and was easily torn apart and turned into a boundless blood mist. Looking at Su Chang'e who was beheaded, Zhang Qing'ai felt an unprecedented ripple and sense of security in his heart. The other arrogances who were resisting the spirit-devouring bee were stunned for a moment, and they really eliminated Su Chang'e directly. This Wu Ming is really fearless, but that is the Su family. The son of the Su family was eliminated without even enjoying the heavenly Dao empowerment. However, soon, they had no time to sigh, because, with the continuous impact of the spirit-eating bees, more and more Tianjiao were eliminated, and the spirit-eating bees that eliminated other Tianjiao began to besiege the remaining Tianjiao who were still resisting. Chen Luo, just now, thank you. After Su Chang'e was eliminated by Chen Luo, Zhang Qing'ai suddenly came to Chen Luo's side, looking at Chen Luo with amused eyes. Mua! After Zhang Qing'ai finished speaking, she hugged Chen Luo's arm, and kissed Chen Luo with a slightly flushed cheek. Immediately, Chen Luo felt that his own lips were wrapped in a burst of softness and fragrance. Chen Luo was slightly fascinated by the charming fragrance and strange feeling. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Was attacked again. After a few breaths, Zhang Qing'ai blushed and ran away, and came to Xia Qingqing's side, not daring to turn her head to look at Chen Luo. Qing'ai, are you serious? You really? Xia Qingqing looked at Zhang Qing'ai who was so bold just now, her eyes widened, and she felt a burst of horror. She didn't expect that her girlfriend, On, would be so bold that she would directly talk to Chen Luo. Is it possible that On, a good girlfriend, has really taken a fancy to Chen Luo? Zhang Qing'ai didn't speak, but blushed slightly, her heart was pounding, as if she was still immersed in the intimate action just now. My goddess, my fairy, wow, the fairy is not pure, this is worse than killing me. No, damn it's nameless, I don't accept it, why was it not me who was kissed by the fairy? I can't take it anymore, I want to leave here, all this is fake, it's all an illusion, my fairy. I can't fight and I can't beat it, and I can't match the charm. I can't stay in this place. Many Tianjiao powerhouses around were crying like ghosts and howling like ghosts. Seeing their favorite fairies and goddesses behave like this to Chen Luo, coupled with the fierce attack of the spirit-devouring bees at this time, they completely collapsed. They said they didn't want to stay here anymore. Not far away, the spirit of Heavenly Dao is still standing on one side, watching the scene in front of him quietly, as if he doesn't care about the things in front of him. Time passed slowly, and with the continuous impact of the spirit-devouring bees, screams and all kinds of painful wails sounded, and the remaining arrogances were gradually eliminated. Soon, only Chen Luo, Xia Qingqing, and Zhang Qing'ai were left on the edge of the entire forest. Senior, now that the other teams have been eliminated, can we start the Heavenly Dao empowerment? After eliminating all the other teams, Chen Luo put away the spirit-devouring bees and came to the side of the spirit of Heavenly Dao and asked. Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qing'ai also came to Chen Luo's side. At this time, Zhang Qing'ai had recovered her cool and stunning posture, and once again became that glamorous witch who is high above her. Okay, then go in and hurry up into the Heavenly Dao illusion, and perform the Heavenly Dao empowerment. The spirit of Heavenly Dao said softly, looking at the few people in front of him quietly. After finishing speaking, Heavenly Dao's right hand waved, and 3 vortices of spiritual light appeared not far away. The vortex of spiritual light seems to have extremely mysterious power attached to it, making the surrounding space seem to be slightly distorted. Wait, Senior, isn't this the Heavenly Dao illusion? Suddenly, Xia Qingqing seemed to realize something, and then asked. Chen Luo and Zhang Qing'ai on the side also froze. This is not Heavenly Dao illusion, those people who were just beheaded. Who told you that this is the Heavenly Dao illusion? The Heavenly Dao mountain forest that enters through this vortex is the Heavenly Dao illusion. The spirit of Heavenly Dao then said slowly, looking at the few people in front of him calmly. Chapter 431, Beginning the Heavenly Dao Empowerment. As soon as the words of the spirit of Heavenly Dao came out, both Zhang Qing'ai and Xia Qingqing trembled. It's really not a Heavenly Dao illusion, those people who were beheaded by Chen Luo, yes, were they all killed? Chen Luo, who was on the side, narrowed his eyes slightly, and felt a little shocked in his heart, which he did not expect. Senior, why didn't you say it earlier? Xia Qingqing was so anxious that she was about to cry. There were so many arrogants here, they were all killed by Chen Luo, and the entire immortal world was going crazy. Among those arrogances, many are the top seeds of the various immortal domains, and there are many seeds who are expected to be true immortal or even immortal king. Now that they were all killed, Xia Qingqing couldn't imagine what kind of storm the entire immortal world would be in if the news spread. You didn't even ask. Heavenly Dao's spirit replied. The corners of Xia Qingqing's mouth twitched slightly. Is this a question to ask or not? Senior, since this is not the Heavenly Dao illusion, why have all their corpses disappeared? Zhang Qingai still did not give up, and continued to ask. After they were beheaded just now, they all disappeared. That's why they never suspected that this wasn't the Heavenly Dao illusion. After all, it is unreasonable for a serious place to automatically clear corpses and battlefields. Oh, you said those dirty things. I thought they were an eyesore, so I used illusion to hide them. If you want to see them, I'll show them to you. The spirit of Heavenly Dao then said slowly. After finishing speaking, Heavenly Dao's right hand waved, and suddenly, a burst of mysterious power flashed. Countless blood and rotten corpses suddenly appeared on the edge of the mountain forest. They were the many strong Tianjiao who were beheaded by Chen Luo's spirit-devouring bees. A large number of corpses and blood flooded the edge of the entire mountain forest, completely turning this area into Shura the underworld. Seeing the scene in front of them, Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qingai no longer had any luck. Really got killed? Chen Luo raised his eyebrows, and a bad look appeared in his heart. However, it was quickly suppressed. Seizing the opportunity is a deep hatred, and now it is just right to kill it, and it will be settled once and for all. Have you seen enough? I'll hide when I've seen enough. I'm a kind Heavenly Dao spirit, and I don't like blood. The Heavenly Dao spirit saw that the few people had no words, and then said slowly. The kind Heavenly Dao spirit doesn't like blood, so why didn't you stop it just now? Xia Qingqing sighed inwardly. It's already happened, it's useless to talk about it, Master Chen, this matter is my share, and I will bear it with you. Zhang Qingai said, her eyes full of determination. Chen Luo killed so many Tianjiao, after going out, he must face tremendous pressure. Zhang Qingai decided to share the burden with Chen Luo, even if she could help Chen Luo share a little. It's also my share. Chen Luo was brought by me, and all of this has something to do with me. Xia Qingqing also said out loud. These two chicks are quite loyal, Chen Luo murmured in his heart. Senior, wait a moment, I will collect the spoils of these people. Chen Luo then said to the spirit of Heavenly Dao next to him. Since everyone was killed, the spoils of war must not be let go. The corners of Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qingai's mouths twitched slightly, and Chen Luo's heart was too big, and he was still thinking about the spoils. The spirit of Heavenly Dao nodded, indicating that he heard it. You two also see if there is anything you want, take whatever you want, I have to say, each of these guys is quite fat. Chen Luo then said to the two stunning beauties next to him. The eyes of the two of them lit up, and then they also put the troubled things behind them. Now that it's all like this, let's take advantage of it first. Immediately afterwards, several people began to collect the spoils around them. These people are the top talents of the immortal world, as well as the top powerhouses of all major forces. They have a lot of treasures on them. There are thousands of powerhouses, and there are countless treasures. After a long while, the loot of thousands of Tianjiao was finally completely collected. However, most of the spoils were given to Chen Luo by Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qingai, and he only kept a small part of his favorite treasures. After all, Chen Luo is the protagonist in this battle, and they are all little rich women themselves, so they don't need so many, a small number of treasures are enough for them to use for a long time. Not bad, not bad, these people are really fat, harvesting a lot, billions of fairy crystals, and various emperor ranks, and even treasures of the fairy rank and all kinds of priceless fetishes. These people, the wealth is even more than what he obtained in Lushan City. Looking at the rich treasures in his interspatial ring, Chen Luo couldn't help sighing in his heart. This trip to participate in the Heavenly Dao Empowerment is really worth it, not to mention the next Heavenly Dao Empowerment. The harvest here is the harvest that the Immortal King would be greedy for. Senior, you can put it away, we are going to give Heavenly Dao Empowerment. After putting away the booty, Chen Luo then said to the spirit of Heavenly Dao not far away. The spirit of Heavenly Dao nodded, and then waved his right hand to hide all the bloody corpses. Chen Luo, Xia Qingqing, and Zhang Qingai stepped into 3 spiritual vortexes respectively. Following a surge of mysterious power, the figures of the 3 disappeared at the edge of the forest. When Chen Luo opened his eyes again, he found that he was already in the Heavenly Dao Mountain Forest, surrounded by unusually strong fairy spirit power. A large piece of immortal spirit power surged towards Chen Luo's body, raising Chen Luo's cultivation base. Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qingai also appeared beside Chen Luo. Since there were no other teams, all the other beasts in the Heavenly Dao Forest had disappeared without a trace. Start the Heavenly Dao Empowerment now. At this time, a faint voice sounded. The eyes of Chen Luo and the others lit up, and then they sat cross-legged on the spot, ready to receive Heavenly Dao Empowerment. Ha ha ha! Immediately afterwards, beams of light containing golden divine light appeared in the sky, and the beams of light quickly enveloped the 3 of them. After being enveloped by the golden divine light, several people felt an unusually mysterious power stimulating their bodies, as if the incomparable power of sacred was changing their bodies. This power is gentle and mysterious, causing the spirit power in their bodies to rise steadily, and countless visions circulate around them. This is the Heavenly Dao Empowerment. Can it allow me to condense multi-Dao fruit? Feeling the huge transformation of his body from the inside to the outside, Chen Luo felt astonished in his heart. This force not only nourished his body, but also made his cultivation base rise at an unprecedented speed. Not far away, Zhang Qingai became even more beautiful under the nourishment of the divine light. However, a secret method that he saw from Su Chang's interspatial ring suddenly appeared in his mind. Zhang Qingai looked at Chen Luo, who looked like an exiled immortal not far away, with a trace of struggle and hesitation in his heart. However, it soon turned into a trace of firmness. Chapter 432, Dao Fruit Prototype. In the mountains and forests of the Heavenly Dao Illusion, mysterious and incomparably divine light continuously descended from the sky. Under the turbulent surge of endless divine light, the bodies of Chen Luo and the others were undergoing an extremely huge transformation. The cultivation base of Zhang Qingai and Xia Qingqing was rising rapidly. Originally, this Heavenly Dao Empowerment was enough for thousands of people to use. However, due to Chen Luo's powerful means, only 3 people are enjoying the most powerful Heavenly Dao Empowerment now. Soon, Zhang Qingai and Xia Qingqing's cultivation base reached the quasi-emperor late stage and began to hit higher realms. And Chen Luo on the other side, the improvement of cultivation base is even more rapid. Chen Luo's cultivation base has reached the Great Emperor of Heaven, and its absorption speed is hundreds of times faster than that of the 2 girls. The rich power of Heavenly Dao and the terrifying fairy spirit power around make Chen Luo's cultivation base feel like riding a rocket. After a few hours, Chen Luo's cultivation base broke through the middle stage of the sky. The power of this Heavenly Dao is too strong. Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he felt his cultivation base keep rising. This speed of improvement is even more frightening than the return of the cultivation effect of his Teiku Immortal City and Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples. Chen Luo estimated that at this rate, within 3 days at most, he would be able to reach the limit of the Heavenly Realm Great Emperor and start hitting the true immortal realm. Not only that, under the nourishment of Heavenly Dao's divine light, Chen Luo's body is constantly transforming. In his body, there seemed to be a seed containing mysterious power slowly forming. This should be the embryonic form of Daoquo. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. When the cultivator breaks through the true immortal realm, it will condense a Dao fruit to carry the power of true immortal. Now the prototype of the Dao fruit in Chen Luo's body does not take up the breakthrough Dao fruit. Therefore, if Chen Luo breaks through the true immortal realm now, and with this prototype of the Dao fruit, Chen Luo will have 2 Dao fruits, becoming an incomparably powerful dual Dao fruit true immortal. Due to Heavenly Dao's continuous empowerment, Chen Luo could faintly sense that there is still a lot of Heavenly Dao divine light stored in Heavenly Dao this time. Although the prototype of the Dao fruit in his body has not been completely condensed yet, Chen Luo can feel that even if the prototype of the Dao fruit of On is condensed, there is still a lot of Heavenly Dao divine light remaining. Perhaps, I can try to see if I can condense a few more prototypes of Dao fruit. Chen Luo's heart moved. Since there are so many Heavenly Dao divine lights here, there is no need to waste them. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo did not waste time, and began to actively pull the Heavenly Dao divine light that was poured into his body, so that the Heavenly Dao divine light that was originally improving his own cultivation base began to condense and circulate next to the embryonic form of Dao fruit. The improvement of cultivation base can be done slowly, but this is the only opportunity to gather multiple fruits. Chen Luo concentrated on pulling the divine light of Heavenly Dao in his body, and the area where the prototype of the Dao fruit was located became even more sacred. Wave after wave of incomparably mysterious power circulated in Chen Luo's body. Fairy Mountain Peak. A stalwart man was holding a calabash, and he drank the fine wine boldly. This man is the senior of Heavenly Dao Sect, Jianshan Immortal King, the terrifying Immortal King powerhouse who has mastered the origin of Kendo. Not far from the peak, Mou Immortal King's body was nailed to a boulder by a vague sword intent, and the Immortal King's original source had already been drained away. Only the eyes that were still open, filled with perplexity and unwillingness, seemed to be expressing a wordless fear. There are many cultivators from Haishan Immortal Domain around, kneeling aside and shivering, their eyes full of despair. The Immortal King they led was easily crucified, and the fear in their hearts had reached the extreme, and they felt the coldness they had never experienced before. Hi, you guys, go back and tell that old guy Haitian that this is just a small punishment. If you give me some kind of moth in the future, there is no need for Haitian Immortal Domain to exist. The man took a big sip of wine, wiping the wine from the corner of his mouth, he said lightly. Yes, Jianshan Senior, we understand, we will definitely bring the word to you. The cultivators of the Immortal Domain kowtowed incessantly to the many black skies ahead, their foreheads covered with cold sweat. Every word of Jianshan Immortal King seemed to hit their bodies fiercely like a giant hammer. Okay, get the hell out of here if you hear that. By the way, take that trash's body back too. The man waved his hands after seeing this. When everyone heard the news, if there was an amnesty, they quickly rolled and crawled, carrying Mou's Immortal King's body and ran away. Soon, only the Immortal Mountain Lord and Sword Mountain Immortal King remained in the entire area. Jianshan Senior, I didn't attack Wu Ming, and I didn't interfere with anything. Yan Yaotang said after seeing the people from Haishan Immortal Domain leaving, he came to the man. What happened just now was really terrifying. Mou Immortal King just finished talking about dealing with Wu Ming. He was directly suppressed and killed by the Sword Mountain Immortal King of Heavenly Dao Sect who suddenly appeared, without the slightest resistance, just like killing a chicken. Heavenly Dao Sect is a hidden super sect in Chiming Immortal World, no one knows where they are, even ordinary Immortal World cultivators don't know their existence at all. Only the top leaders of many top forces in Chiming Immortal World faintly know that there is such a force. They do not interfere with the various struggles in the Immortal World, but their strength is extremely terrifying, and many top Immortal Kings have been suppressed and killed by them. Of course, the people from Tianyun Xianshan are very good. The man patted Yan Yaotang on the shoulder and said boldly. Seeing this strong man from Heavenly Dao Sect speak like this, Yan Yaotang was relieved, and his high-hanging heart slowly let go. It's because Heavenly Dao Sect's prestige is too strong. Only when you really know Heavenly Dao Sect can you know how powerful they are. Moreover, the strength of this strong man is too terrifying. Even if he is the owner of Tianyun Xianshan, he is also very afraid. By the way, how is the competition for the Heavenly Dao empowerment inside now, and how are our Heavenly Dao Sect disciples doing? After a while, Jianshan Immortal King seemed to think of something, and then asked. Jianshan Senior, wait a moment, I'll check it out. Yan Yaotang replied after hearing this. After finishing speaking, Yan Yaotang looked at the golden ball of light above the mountain top, closed his own eyes, and started urging his soul power to establish a link with the golden light ball. Soon, Yan Yaotang succeeded in communicating, and what happened in the Heavenly Dao illusion began to be told to Yan Yaotang by the spirit of Heavenly Dao. Nest grass. After listening to the peaceful narration of the spirit of Heavenly Dao, Yan Yaotang was completely shocked, his face was full of astonishment. Jianshan Immortal King on the side was stunned. What happened, and was he so shocked? After a long while, with the full understanding of the matter, Yan Yaotang was completely stunned, his face was full of numbness. Chapter 433 Transformation of Several People. What happened? Seeing Yan Yaotang's expression, Jianshan Immortal King asked suspiciously. Come on, something big has happened. That junior from Senior Heavenly Dao Sect has done a great thing. Yan Yaotang took a deep breath, and smiled wryly, as if he was still immersed in the shock just now. Big event? What big event can he do? At most, he can condense a prototype of Dao fruit. Could it be that someone with a great background is eliminated? Jianshan Immortal King guessed. A mere Heavenly Dao empowerment, although it is quite a huge opportunity, but those guys who are below true immortal realm can do great things. It's nothing more than a guy with a great background was eliminated by their guy, or he was a little more domineering. No, it's not. Yan Yaotang shook his head, expressing that it was not. No, could it be that little guy eliminated too many people? It doesn't matter, even if he eliminates everyone, and enjoys this Heavenly Dao empowerment opportunity alone, Tianyun Xianzong, can't afford the consequences. Jianshan Immortal King then said indifferently. In his opinion, the most important thing Chen Luo can do, no matter how big it is to occupy a little more opportunities for Heavenly Dao empowerment, which is not a big deal at all. No, Senior, that Tianjiao Yuming seems to have killed all the other participants. Yan Yaotang continued with his mouth twitching slightly. Sword Mountain Immortal King. After hearing Yan Yaotang's words, Jianshan Immortal King was shocked and killed them all. Impossible, isn't it impossible to die in Heavenly Dao illusion? Jianshan Immortal King asked unwillingly. Chen Luo killed all the other testers. This matter was really big, and Jianshan Immortal King was a little confused at this moment, and he didn't react for a while. Those who participated in this Heavenly Dao empowerment were all the top forces in the various immortal domains of Chiming Immortal World, almost including more than half of the immortal domain, all kinds of top talents, and even those who are expected to become true immortal king seedlings. Now that they are all killed, this is not something that can be settled easily. Although their Heavenly Dao Sect is very powerful, it is the first time Jianshan Immortal King has encountered this kind of offending half of the Chiming Immortal World at once. Before entering the Heavenly Dao illusion, he was killed by Wuming. Yan Yaotang continued honestly, and told Jianshan Immortal King about the matter. Now that this kind of thing happened, not to mention the nameless, even their Tianyun Xianshan has to bear a lot of karma. After all, people died here, their identities are not simple, and each of them paid a lot of fairy crystals. If they all come to trouble them in Tianyun Xianshan, it is really difficult to deal with it. If they are not careful for a while, they may be destroyed here, and it is not necessarily. It turns out that this is the case. This kid is ruthless enough, he deserves to belong to our Heavenly Dao Sect, Jianshan Immortal King murmured in his heart. Give this thing to Wuming after Wuming comes out. This matter is still a bit serious. I have to go back and discuss it with our ancestors. Jianshan Immortal King then said in a deep voice, took out a token and handed it to Yan Yaotang. After finishing speaking, Jianshan Immortal King turned into a streamer and left directly. Yan Yaotang was stunned, and the ancestor? Isn't Jianshan Immortal King the highest generation ancestor of Heavenly Dao Sect? How could even Jianshan Immortal King be called the Patriarch? Yan Yaotang was a little messed up. 7 days later. Inside the Heavenly Dao Illusion. After 7 days of Heavenly Dao Divine Light Baptism, the bodies of Chen Luo, Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qing'ai all underwent a huge transformation. Both Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qing'ai have reached the Quasi-Emperor Return to Origin. As long as they leave the Heavenly Dao Illusion and pass through the Heavenly Tribulation, they can break through the Great Emperor Realm. Moreover, both of them have a rudimentary Dao fruit condensed in their bodies, and they have an unusually mysterious aura. The surrounding Heavenly Dao Divine Light still circulates around the two women, improving their background and body. Under the nourishment of Heavenly Dao's Divine Light, the embryonic form of Dao fruit in the body becomes more mysterious. On the other side, Chen Luo, the cultivation base has already reached the late stage of the Heavenly Realm and is only one step away from the Heavenly Realm Grand Return to Origin. The majestic Emperor Wei is constantly circulating around Chen Luo. In Chen Luo's body, there are 3 rudimentary forms of Dao fruit constantly flowing with brilliant light. These 3 prototypes of the Dao fruit were all generated in these 7 days. As long as Chen Luo breaks through the true immortal realm, he can completely transform into the Dao fruit. If Chen Luo's own breakthrough and transformation is added, Chen Luo will become the unprecedented true immortal of the 4 Dao fruits, holding the power of the 4 Dao fruits. Zhang Qing'ai slowly opened his eyes, looking at Chen Luo who was constantly absorbing the divine light of Heavenly Dao in front of him. His eyes were full of strange colors. She could feel the terrifying aura in Chen Luo's body. Although it is only a great emperor realm, it is not weaker than the general true immortal powerhouse. Combined with Chen Luo's fighting power before, Zhang Qing'ai felt that just because of his invincible aura, Chen Luo could easily instantly kill true immortals below the 4th stage. Qing'ai, have you seen enough? Do you want to go up and kiss again? At this time, a clear and sweet voice rang in Zhang Qing'ai's ears. Zhang Qing'ai's delicate face suddenly turned red with embarrassment, so red that it almost dripped water. Qing, don't make fun of me, weren't you watching just now? Zhang Qing'ai bit her red lips slightly, and said coquettishly. Humph, can that be the same? I'm an admiration among friends, not like you. I wish I could eat Chen Luo. Xia Qingqing twitched slightly, and snorted softly. Zhang Qing'ai gave Xia Qingqing a blank look, ignored her regular script, but continued to look at Chen Luo who was not far away, with complicated eyes. Qingqing, look, what is that? Suddenly, Zhang Qing'ai said suddenly, looking at another mountain forest. What? Xia Qingqing blinked her eyes and looked in the direction Zhang Qing'ai said. It's just that there is nothing but a jungle over there, which is no different from other places. Qing'ai, what's there, don't you? Xia Qingqing rubbed her eyes and muttered. At this moment, Zhang Qing'ai flicked his jade finger, and suddenly, a mysterious red aura appeared from Zhang Qing'ai's fingertips, and rushed towards Xia Qingqing's body. Just as Xia Qingqing turned her head, her pupils shrank, enveloped by this red aura. The red aura carried a dizzying aura, causing Xia Qingqing to fall into a coma, and her charming body fell asleep in the forest. The surrounding Heavenly Dao Divine Light was still nourishing Xia Qingqing's body and was not affected in any way. Qingqing, I'm sorry, you can't watch what I'm going to do. Looking at Xia Qingqing who had fallen into a coma, Zhang Qing'ai murmured in a low voice. After finishing speaking, Zhang Qing'ai turned and looked at Chen Luo who was absorbing Heavenly Dao's divine light with all his strength. At this time, Chen Luo had already taken off the mask on his body. Under the rendering of Heavenly Dao's divine light, his incomparable handsome appearance and unrefined temperament were like a peerless prince, which was extremely eye-catching. Then, Zhang Qing'ai got up and walked towards Chen Luo. The hot breath in her eyes became more and more obvious. Qing'ai, what do you want to do? At this time, Xia Qingqing, who fell into a coma not far away, opened her eyes gently, and looked curiously at Zhang Qinghai who was walking towards Chen Luo. Chapter 434 Falling. After a while, Zhang Qinghai came to Chen Luo's side. Chen Luo was still absorbing the divine light of heavenly Dao around him, and didn't notice Zhang Qinghai's approach at all. Zhang Qinghai stood in front of Chen Luo, looking at Chen Luo, who looked like a banished fairy, as if he was struggling fiercely. However, soon, Zhang Qinghai sat down beside Chen Luo, held Chen Luo's hand, and the original yin and yang power in her body surged towards Chen Luo's body continuously. Qinghai? Good guy, it's necessary to hold Chen Luo's hand when I'm dizzy? Hold hands, what can't be seen? Xia Qingqing felt speechless. However, seeing Zhang Qinghai holding Chen Luo's hand, Xia Qingqing felt an unprecedented ripple in her heart. There are also bursts of envy filling the bottom of my heart. As if, wishing to hold Chen Luo's hand as own. I can't, and I'm the same as Qing Yi. No, it's impossible, it's absolutely impossible. Xia Qingqing quickly suppressed the emotions in her heart. Soon, something that shocked Xia Qingqing happened again. I saw that not far away, under the circulation of Zhang Qinghai's yin and yang original power, a burst of red aura enveloped the two of them. The breath on the two of them seemed to become hot, and Zhang Qinghai then took off Chen Luo and On's clothes. The two are honest with each other. Soon, a fierce battle broke out not far away. Xia Qingqing was completely shocked. Looking at the fierce battle not far away, a huge wave surged in her heart. There was also a slightly seductive voice, which made Xia Qingqing feel completely blindsided. Qinghai, this is... Xia Qingqing's body trembled slightly, and the battle not far away seemed to ignite her emotions, making her feel a little dizzy, and her body trembled slightly. A strange emotion continued to spread and erupt in Xia Qingqing's heart. What's the matter, am I not absorbing the divine light of heavenly Dao? Under the influence of the endless divine light of heavenly Dao and the original power of Zhang Qinghai's yin and yang, Chen Luo felt as if he had fallen into a dream like a dreamy ocean. Chen Luo wanted to open his eyes, but he couldn't open them at all. Chen Luo knew that he was imprisoned by an inexplicable force, but this force did not harm him at all, but was of great benefit to him. The incomparably mysterious power circulated crazily around Chen Luo, and Chen Luo felt as if he had fallen into the state of blending with Zhang Xian's soul before. Moreover, this state is even more realistic and dreamy than the soul blending with Zhang Xian, making Chen Luo feel addicted. In Chen Luo's body, there were 3 prototypes of Dao fruit, one of which was nourished by these mysterious forces, as if it was transforming in a more unrestrained direction. Could it be that heavenly Dao has absorbed too much divine light? Chen Luo was puzzled for a while. Apart from this, Chen Luo couldn't think of any other reason. That being the case, let's continue to wait, Chen Luo thought to himself. Since this thing is not harmful to Chen Luo will not pay too much attention to it. However, the feeling that made Chen Luo feel addicted became more and more intense, and Chen Luo felt that his own soul was about to sink. Soon, Chen Luo's own soul consciousness fell into this sinking state. An unprecedented wonderful feeling permeated Chen Luo's heart. Qingqing, I know you're awake, come and help me, Chen Luo's cultivation base is too strong, I can't hold it anymore. Zhang Qinghai, who was fighting Chen Luo in the forest, frowned slightly, looking at Xia Qingqing, who was peeking not far away, said. Xia Qingqing. No, you read it wrong, I didn't wake up. Xia Qingqing covered her own eyes, and then said softly. Qingqing, do you think I'm a fool? Why do you ask me to solve the trouble you caused yourself? I won't help you. Qingqing, we agreed to be together before, now, don't you want to? Soon, under Zhang Qinghai's bewitchment, Xia Qingqing was frightened, blushing and walked towards the 2 people in the battle. Tianyun Xianshan, at the entrance of Xianshan. At this time, many immortal world cultivators gathered at the entrance of Tianyun Fairy Mountain. They stood aggressively at the entrance of the Fairy Mountain, their eyes were full of scarlet. Master Yan Shan, why did the life fire in my child's house disappear, and what happened? That's right, our immortal sect's Saint Sun's fate card is also broken, is there something wrong with the heavenly Dao empowerment? Master Yan Shan, you'd better explain the matter clearly, so many life cards are broken, if you don't explain it clearly, even if you don't want to have good fruit in Tianyun's Yan Shan. We all spent 10 million immortal crystals to buy this quota. Now, when this happened, you have to explain it clearly to us. Many top forces from various immortal domains in chiming immortal world made their voices, their eyes full of anger. It turned out that these forces all sent Tianjiao or strong men to participate in the heavenly Dao empowerment. The fate cards of many Tianjiao powerhouses they sent were completely shattered not long ago, which made people of many forces panic. Ahem, don't worry, everyone. This heavenly Dao empowerment is quite special. The rules are set by heavenly Dao, and there will definitely be no problems. As for the problem of the broken life card you mentioned, it should be heavenly Dao. Everything is isolated, so that the life card cannot sense the breath of the owner, and it is temporarily shattered. Yan Yaotang, who was at the entrance of Xianshan Mountain, just opened his mouth and said a random reason. As soon as Yan Yaotang's words came out, everyone around them frowned, their faces were full of hesitation, and they were skeptical of Yan Yaotang's explanation. After all, the heavenly Dao empowerment this time is really different from the previous ones, and it has the opportunity to gather multiple fruits. It was heavenly Dao who set the rules himself, so it must be different from before. However, everyone still felt that something was wrong. It was too exaggerated to participate in a heavenly Dao empowerment, and the life cards were all broken. Humph, this is the heavenly Dao empowerment hosted by heavenly Dao. Will there be problems with heavenly Dao? Can you use your brains? Yan Yaotang saw that everyone was already convinced by himself, and quickly continued, even if the entire immortal world destruction, heavenly Dao can't go wrong. Seeing that Yan Yaotang had already said that, everyone didn't say anything more. Boom! At this moment, an extremely violent thunder appeared in the sky, and it exploded, as if it wanted to tear the whole world apart. Okay, let's leave first if there is nothing else to do, and they will come out naturally after the heavenly Dao empowerment is over. Seeing the sudden thunder light in the sky, Yan Yaotang's mouth twitched, and he said hastily. Right now, he just wanted to quickly stabilize these people, and after the heavenly Dao empowerment was over, he ran away with Tianyun Xianshan. You are lying, my child has already fallen. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in everyone's ears. Chapter 435 The Great Heaven Realm returned to origin. What followed was a burst of majestic momentum. Immediately, the entire area seemed to be enveloped by a domineering aura, and everyone felt that the atmosphere had become solemn, and they couldn't breathe at all. Not far away, a majestic man in a white robe walked over with a gloomy expression. The man seemed to be the ruler of the world, and he had an extremely terrifying aura on his body. The surrounding space seemed to be distorted by the man's aura. Behind the man were many cultivators wearing golden armor with a majestic aura. The group of people is menacing, and just standing there gives people a strong sense of oppression. Taishan Immortal King, is the Sui family's Taishan Immortal King, what he just said, Lord Yan Shan is lying. It turned out that Taishan Immortal King appeared, and his child is the son of the Sui family. Could it be true, those people whose life cards were shattered are really dead, can't they? The people around have already recognized that this majestic man is the top immortal king of the Sui family, Taishan Immortal King. Taishan Senior, don't talk nonsense, I'm from Tianyun Xianshan, I won't lie. Yan Yaotang looked at the sudden appearance of Taishan Immortal King and said, with an extremely solemn expression. Taishan Immortal King is the peak Immortal King of Immortal King 9th stage, and its strength is very terrifying. I don't care if you lie or not, I just know that the person who killed my child is in Tianyun Fairy Mountain, he must die. Taishan Immortal King ignored Yan Yaotang's words, but said with a cold expression, his eyes fixed he stared intently at the Tianyun Xianshan, which was guarded by the terrifying formation ahead. As soon as Taishan Immortal King's words came out, Yan Yaotang's heart tightened, he didn't expect Taishan Immortal King to be so domineering. Forget it, there's no need to get entangled with you. Since my child died here, then let the entire Tianyun Xianshan be destroyed with him. Taishan Immortal King then said slowly, the breath on his body was constantly rising. Rise! Boom! The terrifying aura continued to rise, and the extremely domineering Immortal King turned into a knife light that tore everything apart, and charged towards the Tianyun Xianshan in front of him. The surrounding space shattered layer by layer, as if it was about to be completely destroyed. Other cultivators felt their scalps tingling and their pupils constricted violently. The wisps of saber light around them made them completely unbearable, and many low-level cultivators were completely unbearable and fainted. Yan Yaotang also felt a terrifying sense of oppression, and his body was constantly shaking. Taishan, this Tianyun Xianshan is not a place for you to run wild. At this time, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded, and everyone present felt a deep coldness again. 3 days later, in the heavenly Dao illusion, the mountain forest is still surrounded by endless divine light, and the entire mountain forest is rendered like an immortal realm under the rendering of heavenly Dao's divine light. In the middle of the forest, Zhang Qingai and Xia Qingqing were lying on either side of Chen Luo, their faces blushing all over. The delicate skin and fiery figure are extremely alluring, and there are bursts of wonderful smells wafting around. On the sides of the two of them, there were still some bright red bloodstains, like a perfect pattern. Qingai, I was really killed by you. You wanted to send, and dragged me, alas. Xia Qingqing looked at the extremely messy and weak Zhang Qingai and said, her eyes were full of exhaustion. After several days of fighting, both Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qingai were exhausted, although Chen Luo was completely sunk. However, that instinctive combat power is still extremely powerful, and the two are not rivals at all. If it weren't for the two of them cooperating with each other and using various methods, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to persist at all. Fortunately, however, Zhang Qingai's goal was achieved, successfully helping Chen Luo condense the yin and yang Dao fruit, and the origin of own immortal physique was not lost too much. Humph, that's not what you meant when you were fighting, you shouted more happily than me. Zhang Qingai said contemptuously. Zhang Qingai didn't expect that this seemingly weak best friend would be so wild when fighting, and her fighting power was much stronger than her own. Xia Qingqing pursed her lips and did not speak, but looked at Chen Luo beside her with complicated eyes. She didn't know why she was so crazy, she really did such things with Zhang Qingai. Qingai, why do you want to help Chen Luo condense yin and yang Daoquo? You don't have to do this. Even if you are grateful to him, you can use other methods. Xia Qingqing continued slowly, still a little confused with heart pounding. It's nothing, just do what I want, I don't want to regret it, this is the first time I have met such a man who is so excited, this time may be the only chance I can get in touch with him, I feel that if I miss this time, I won't have this kind of opportunity again. Zhang Qingai murmured in a low voice, looking at Chen Luo in front of her with fiery eyes. After hearing Zhang Qingai's words, Xia Qingqing's heart froze. This good girlfriend of hers was as bold as ever. However, I don't seem to be falling behind. It's really cheap for you. Xia Qingqing looked at Chen Luo who was still sinking, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised a slight arc. The effect of Misty Xuanguang is about to expire, do you want to try again? At this time, Zhang Qingai seemed to have regained some strength, and then licked her lips and said. Xia Qingqing was stunned for a moment, but she still came. Okay, this time I'll. Xia Qingqing took a deep breath and continued. Soon, another earth-shattering battle took place in the mountains. After several hours, After the fierce battle, the two had already put on their clothes and returned to the posture of that peerless fairy. The surrounding chaos and various messes have been recovered by the two of them, as if nothing happened. Time passed slowly. After a long while, Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, and majestic power and mysterious ideas continued to circulate around Chen Luo. Tianjing to return to origin. After a while, Chen Luo discovered that his own cultivation base had already reached the realm of heaven, only one step away from the true immortal realm. Just, why do you feel so tired? Chen Luo suddenly felt his body was extremely exhausted. Although there was a tremendous amount of strength in his body, his exhaustion was extremely profound, as if he had been squeezed dry. If it wasn't for the fact that there were no other abnormalities in his body, Chen Luo even thought he had been harvested. Also, Chen Luo frowned slightly with the taste and feeling of such a real woman, that feeling was too real. It's more refreshing and real than blending with Zhang Xian's soul. Could it be? Chen Luo then looked at Zhang Qing'ai and Xia Qingqing not far away. Chapter 436 Shocking the True Immortal Realm. However, both of them are extremely dignified, with neat clothes, and they seem to be sitting cross-legged not far away, absorbing the divine light of heavenly Dao and consolidating their own cultivation base and spiritual accumulation. Is it really an illusion of owning? Chen Luo's heart froze, and there was nothing unusual about the two of them. Chen Luo also didn't notice any strange aura around the two of them. For some reason, he always felt that when he was baptized by heavenly Dao's divine light, there were two women. However, apart from Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qing'ai, there was no one else in front of him, and, judging by their appearance, they didn't look like him. Perhaps, it is really an illusion of own. Miss Zhang, Miss Xia, when you two gave heavenly Dao empowerment, did you notice anything unusual? Just to be on the safe side, Chen Luo decided to ask the two of them. After all, this matter is too abnormal, it is better to ask clearly. Ah? Is there anything abnormal? I didn't find anything, I just absorbed the divine light of heavenly Dao here. Seeing this, Xia Qingqing blinked her big dazed eyes, as if she didn't know anything. Master Chen, just now I absorbed the divine light of heavenly Dao, and the original yin and yang on my body has increased a lot, and a lot of the original yin and yang celestial power has dissipated and accidentally invaded your body. At this time, Zhang Qing'ai prepared the speech she had just said, and continued. The origin of the fairy body that escaped from Zhang Qing'ai's body invaded On's body. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, and then inspected On's body, and sure enough, he found a strong yin and yang original aura in On's body. There are 3 prototypes of Dao fruit in my body, and one of the prototypes of Dao fruit has absorbed a large amount of yin and yang original power, which contains the mystery of the yin and yang Dao, giving people a mysterious aura. Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat when he absorbed so many yin and yang immortal physique origins. It can be said that this prototype of Dao fruit has completely transformed into the prototype of yin and yang Dao fruit. As long as you pass the true immortal heavenly tribulation, you can break through and transform into yin and yang Dao fruit. Zhang, Miss Zhang, thank you very much this time. My Dao fruit prototype has successfully transformed into yin and yang Dao fruit prototype. Chen Luo took a deep breath and thanked Zhang Qing'ai. After condensing the yin and yang Dao fruit, you can display the power of the yin and yang Dao, which is the incomparably orthodox yin and yang Dao. It is much stronger than the power of the yin and yang Dao that evolved from the chaos immortal physique. Moreover, after Chen Luo breaks through the true immortal realm with this yin and yang Dao Quo's Yang, there will definitely be a terrifying increase in strength. It's okay, I did it unintentionally. Zhang Qing'ai bit her red lips slightly and said softly. Xia Qingqing on the side hesitated to speak, but in the end she didn't open her mouth. When the two of them were helping Chen Luo gather the yin and yang Dao Quo, they decided to keep this matter a secret. After all, the identities of the two are not simple. If it gets out, Chen Luo will definitely bear unimaginable pressure. I remember this matter. Chen Luo nodded, and then said seriously. Although what Zhang Qinghai said was an understatement, there are so many origins of yin and yang's fairy bodies, so don't think about it. If she didn't intend to help her, it would definitely not be possible to escape so many. Several people continued to absorb the divine light of heavenly Dao scattered in the sky in the forest. However, at this moment, several people seem to have their own concerns and rarely speak. Even Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qinghai, two very close boudoir friends who used to be very close, are now practicing silently, and they are no longer chatting about various interesting things like before. Time passed slowly, and the divine light of heavenly Dao scattered in the sky became less and less, but none of them wasted. Although they have all reached the limit of the current realm, this heavenly Dao divine light is the essence comparable to the power of the source. After absorbing it, it will greatly broaden their foundation. Great benefit for their future. 2 days later, all the divine light of heavenly Dao in the heavenly Dao illusion was completely absorbed by several people, and the surrounding illusion mountains and forests began to slowly dissipate and blur. After a while, the heavenly Dao illusion completely disappeared, and several people reappeared on the peak of Tianyun Xianshan. Boom! After leaving the heavenly Dao illusion, countless black clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, and large pieces of thunder light continued to shine in the sky. It is Chen Luo's true immortal Lei Ji and the two daughters Great Emperor Lei Ji. Terrifying thunderstorms and black clouds gathered in the sky, like a black tide, completely covering the entire sky. The sky seemed to be covered by black clouds for hundreds of thousands of miles, and the majestic aura seemed to suppress the entire Tianyun mountain. The three of them looked at each other speechlessly, and then each started to read Om Lei Ji. Like an unparalleled god of war, Chen Luo rushed out at a high speed and directly reached the clouds in the sky. The thunder tribulation in the sky was constantly shining and roaring, and the tyrannical energy was constantly churning, causing crisp tearing sounds in the surrounding space. Chen Luo didn't deploy any supernatural power of his own, but relied on his own physical strength to easily resist the roar of this thunder disaster. With the continuous bombardment of thunder tribulation, Chen Luo's body bloomed with incomparable brilliance, and the three prototypes of Dao fruits in his body were constantly transforming towards Dao fruits under the baptism of true immortal heavenly tribulation. At the same time, Chen Luo's own cultivation base is also constantly condensing, and a brand new Dao fruit has emerged. The 4 Dao fruits were constantly hovering in Chen Luo's body. The transformed Dao fruit, which was originally a body cultivator, possessed the power of the Chaos Immortal Body and turned into a Chaos Dao fruit. The Dao fruit that Zhang Qinghai injected into the Yin and Yang Immortal Physique origin also transformed into the Yin and Yang Dao fruit at this time. Perhaps, I can inject the origin of the Immortal Physique into this other Dao fruit and become the Immortal Dao fruit. Chen Luo looked at the constantly transforming Dao fruit in his body and thought to himself. Immediately afterwards, without the slightest hesitation, Chen Luo unceasingly surged the original power of owning the immortal physique towards the embryonic form of the Dao fruit in his body. The Dao fruit that obtained the origin of the immortal body is constantly transforming, and it seems to be undergoing unprecedented changes. The incomparably rich vitality kept surging in Chen Luo's body. Lei Ji, it's too weak, it can't help me transform with all my strength. Chen Luo murmured in his heart when he felt Lei Ji hit him with almost no damage. It seems that the previous method will be used again. Chen Luo's heart moved, and then a lot of power in his body exploded, and he began to bombard the thunder calamity in the sky. Lei Ji was provoked by Chen Luo, and it really exploded with even more terrifying power, and unleashed a more rapid thunder force. On the other side, Zhang Qinghai and Xia Qingqing were also enduring the thunder calamity, impacting the Great Emperor realm. Due to the condensed form of Dao fruit and the baptism of heavenly Dao's divine light, the basic potential of both of them has reached a very terrifying level. This terrifying Great Emperor thunder tribulation couldn't do anything to them at all. Several hours later, both of them passed through the thunder disaster easily. Chen Luo actually provoked Lei Ji so much. After breaking through the Great Emperor realm, Zhang Qingai, who was stabilizing the realm, looked at Chen Luo who was constantly bombarding Lei Ji in the distance, feeling a burst of surprise in his heart. Chapter 437 True Immortal Second Stage Days. The power of heaven cannot be violated, especially the thunder calamity, which contains an incomparably terrifying deterrent force, enough to kill everything. Any cultivator is trembling when facing the heavenly tribulation, and passively endures the baptism of the thunder tribulation, hoping that the thunder tribulation will pass quickly. Zhang Qingai had never seen someone as fierce as Chen Luo, who rushed directly into Lei Ji, confronted Lei Ji head-on, and provoked Lei Ji. Isn't it enough? Watch it now. At this time, Xia Qingqing not far away broke through the Great Emperor realm, came to Zhang Qingai's side, and teased. Aren't you watching too? Zhang Qingai gave Xia Qingqing a blank look, and said disdainfully. Xia Qingqing pursed her lips, didn't say anything, just quietly looked at Chen Luo who was constantly bombarding Lei Ji. Are we really not going to tell Chen Luo about this? Xia Qingqing continued with a little hesitation on her face. There is no result, why bother? Zhang Qingai sighed, feeling confused and a little throbbing in her heart. Xia Qingqing's delicate face turned bitter gourd-colored. Yes, if there is no result, why bother? Two silent sighs echoed inexplicably. Boom! In the sky not far away, various kinds of thunder disasters appeared. These alien lightning calamities all come with extremely terrifying deterrent power. With the appearance of many different types of thunder calamity, Chen Luo's body is constantly changing, and the majestic breath is constantly flowing. In Chen Luo's body, the Chaos Dao fruit, the Immortal Dao fruit, the Yin and Yang Dao fruit, the three Dao fruits exude a terrifying aura. There is also an ordinary Dao fruit, which seems to be undergoing inexplicable changes under the rendering of the power of the three top Dao fruits. At Chen Luo's thunder tribulation, a large area of alien thunder tribulation was completely shattered by Chen Luo, turning into auras that constantly nourished Chen Luo's body. Finally broke through, the true immortal realm. Chen Luo's eyes were full of joy. The majestic sense of power continued to circulate in Chen Luo's body. Chen Luo felt that his own strength had increased by more than 10 times. Whether it was strength or other attributes, it was almost an earth-shaking change. Chen Luo felt that the current self could easily kill mid-rank true immortal, even the top true immortal of the true immortal 6th stage day. He had the power to fight. In the true immortal Dao fruit, there is an incomparably abundant fairy spirit power, just a wisp of it contains the terrifying Dao power, which can easily destroy everything. Chaos Dao fruit, Yin and Yang Dao fruit, Immortal Dao fruit, the immortal power in these three Dao fruits is even more powerful and has the potential to suppress the world. However, it's not over yet. Chen Luo's heart moved, and then he released the many heavenly Dao divine lights absorbed in the heavenly Dao illusion in his body. Although a large amount of heavenly Dao divine light allowed Chen Luo to condense the true immortal Dao fruit. However, due to the huge amount of heavenly Dao's divine light, Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qingai couldn't absorb much at all. There is still a lot of heavenly Dao divine light in Chen Luo's body, which can be absorbed and turned into Chen Luo's strength. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo began to release the divine light of heavenly Dao in his body, and the incomparably mysterious divine light of heavenly Dao was continuously released. The radiant heavenly Dao divine light continuously circulated in Chen Luo's body, a mysterious fairy pattern appeared on the Dao fruit, and Chen Luo's cultivation base continued to rise. True Immortal First Stage Day Middle Stage. True Immortal First Stage Day Late Stage. True Immortal First Stage Peak Day. True Immortal Second Stage Day Late Stage. In just half a quarter of an hour, Chen Luo's cultivation base reached the late stage of the True Immortal Second Stage Day, only one step away from the peak of the True Immortal Second Stage Day. Several Dao fruits in the body have two extremely deep fairy lines on them. The number of immortal patterns represents the cultivation of True Immortal Realm, and the two immortal patterns represent that Chen Luo has reached the second stage of True Immortal Realm. Unfortunately, I couldn't break through the true immortal third stage. Chen Luo murmured in his heart, feeling the majestic power in his body. However, Chen Luo quickly suppressed the displeasure in his heart. It was already terrifying to be able to reach this realm so quickly. After figuring it out, Chen Luo withdrew his breath and galloped down. Congratulations to Master Chen, once you step into the true immortal realm. Zhang Qinghai and Xia Qingqing looked at Chen Luo with smiles on their faces, and said, after stepping into the true immortal realm, one can gain a firm foothold in immortal world. As long as one does not provoke the supreme giant, immortal world can go anywhere. The two of you must not be too far away. Chen Luo smiled slightly, and was quite happy in his heart. Zhang Qinghai and Xia Qingqing, like Chen Luo, have both been baptized by the divine light of heavenly Dao, and their background has reached an astonishing level. In addition, the talent with the two of them is an extremely powerful immortal talent. As long as there are enough resources, breaking through the true immortal realm is almost a certainty. Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qinghai nodded, and they exchanged a few pleasantries. Chen Fengzhu, have you noticed that this Tianyun Xianshan seems to be a little different from before? After a while, Zhang Qinghai seemed to have discovered something, and then frowned. The original Tianyun Xianshan has auras flowing everywhere, looking like a holy land of the fairy family. It's just that, although it doesn't look like there are too many changes in Tianyun Xianshan at this moment, the fairy spirit power contained in the air is indeed much less. Not only that, but there is also a smell of decay and decay around, as if this Tianyun Xianshan is going to die at any time. Both Chen Luo and Xia Qingqing noticed the changes around Tianyun Xianshan, and their faces were dignified. Tianyun Xianshan has existed in the immortal world for countless years. It can be said that it is impossible to know how long it has existed. However, it is really inconceivable that it is surprising that it has the meaning of nirvana and decay. You know, even when the evil gods swept the entire chiming immortal world and many lower realms, Tianyun Xianshan still stood tall in the immortal world. It is only a short 10 days now, and this Tianyun Xianshan has become like this. It seems that when we were doing the heavenly Dao empowerment, something happened to Tianyun Xianshan. Xia Qingqing said slowly, her eyes were a little dignified. Chen Luo nodded, and then, Chen Luo unleashed his terrifying soul power and swung around. Immediately, he discovered that the changes outside were even more terrifying. Outside the peak, the rest of the area belonging to Tianyun Xianshan has become a mess at this moment, and there is an aura of destruction everywhere. The various mountain ranges that were almost reaching the sky were all shattered into fragments at this moment, and an extremely rich and destructive atmosphere permeated the surroundings. What happened? Chen Luo was puzzled. Chapter 438 Token Reminder. Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qinghai also activated their own soul power, and soon noticed the scene they had detected with Chen Luo. It can't be the forces behind those Tianjiao who came to destroy Tianyun Xianshan. Xia Qingqing seemed to have thought of something, and continued. Chen Luo and Zhang Qinghai looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. It is very possible that so many Tianjiao experts died all at once, and these Tianjiao experts are all members of the top powers. Now, not only did Heavenly Dao not get the opportunity to empower, even people have fallen. However, if that's the case, no one is blocking us here. Chen Luo frowned after discovering the blind spot. Chen Luo was already ready to run away at any time after he came out, but after he came out, he didn't sense any danger. Even Chen Luna did not feel any abnormalities after practicing the Return to Origins Dian Divine Art. Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qinghai were also taken aback. Yes, if they came, why would they not be in any danger after they came out? Could it be that Tianyun Xianshan resisted the pressure? But, it's impossible. Although Tianyun Xianshan has a deep foundation, it is still impossible to withstand the top forces of most of the immortal world. Several people's hearts are full of doubts. Master Wuming, Fairy Zhang, Fairy Xia, you have finally come out. Congratulations to you guys for making great progress in Cultivation Base. At this moment, a respectful voice sounded. Not far from the mountain peak, a disciple of Tianyun Xianshan wearing a Taoist robe galloped over. Name, Chu Lian. Realm, True Immortal Realm 6th Stage Days. Identity, Chiming Immortal World, Disciple of Tianyun Xianshan. It's a disciple of Tianyun Xianshan. Chen Luo's eyes are small, and he used his own probing eyes to find out the identity of this disciple. Chu Lian walked towards several people and introduced his identity. Senior Brother Chu, I don't know what happened to Tianyun Xianshan and why it suddenly became like this. Xia Qingqing asked straight to the point. Chen Luo and Zhang Qing'ai also looked at Chu Lian directly, wondering what happened. Xia Xianzi, it's like this. A few days ago, many top experts from Chiming Immortal World came to Tianyun Xianshan, and the top immortal king of the Sui family, Taishan Immortal King, also appeared. Falling in the Tianyun Immortal Mountain, wanting to break into the Tianyun Immortal Mountain to seek justice for their dead Tianjiao. Just when Taishan Immortal King was about to break in forcefully, several top ancestors of Heavenly Dao Sect appeared, and several of Heavenly Dao Sect had a confrontation with the ancestors and the top powerhouses of other forces who came to seek justice. It was a fierce battle. In the end, the top patriarchs of Heavenly Dao Sect conquered all the top powers. They were all honest and did not dare to mention that matter again. Moreover, due to the fierce battle, the celestial spirits of Tianyun Xianshan, the veins are all broken. The top ancestors of Heavenly Dao Sect let those top forces pay double the amount of fairy veins and a lot of treasures. Our Tianyun Xianshan has moved to another area. Chu Lian said slowly, and told several people about the matter. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Hearing Chu Lian's words, Chen Luo and the others were stunned, and the people from Heavenly Dao Sect appeared and settled the matter. Chen Luo is even more so. Does Heavenly Dao Sect still have power in Immortal World? A few top ancestors directly defeated most of the top power masters in Immortal World? Chen Luo just felt a little confused. Why am I from Heavenly Dao Sect? I didn't know that Heavenly Dao Sect was so awesome. Senior Brother Chu, is the Heavenly Dao Sect you are talking about the Heavenly Dao Sect? Zhang Qing'ai, who was on the side, continued to ask. Her eyes were full of strange colors. Zhang Qing'ai, as the top talent in Immortal World and a member of the Zhang family, naturally knows that Immortal World has such transcendent power as Heavenly Dao Sect. Of course, apart from the almost invincible Heavenly Dao Sect, which Heavenly Dao Sect can have such strength? Chu Lian nodded and continued. Several top ancestors of Heavenly Dao Sect defeated so many strong men this time, and made them compensate double the fairy veins, which gave them a lot of benefits from Tianyun Xianshan. Xia Qingqing on the side couldn't help but glance at Chen Luo next to her, and almost forgot that this Chen Luo belonged to Heavenly Dao Sect, so it was her turn to worry. Young Master Wu Ming is Heavenly Dao Sect's disciple. If you want to deal with those Tianjiao, you already know that Heavenly Dao Sect's senior will make a move. Chu Lian turned around at this time, and smiled at Chen Luo. Chen Luo's heart froze. I really don't know. After Chu Lian finished speaking, Zhang Qing'ai was also taken aback. Chen Luo belonged to Heavenly Dao Sect. Zhang Qing'ai glanced at Xia Qingqing on the other side. Her faint eyes seemed to be questioning Xia Qingqing. Why didn't she tell her earlier? Xia Qingqing noticed Zhang Qing'ai's gaze, pouted her mouth, glanced at Zhang Qing'ai with innocent little eyes, then turned her head, ignoring her. By the way, Mr. Wu Ming, this is left to you by your Heavenly Dao Sect Sword Mountain Immortal King. At this time, Chu Lian took out a token with mysterious power and handed it to Chen Luo. This token is golden yellow, with the word Daoshan engraved on it, which looks extremely mysterious. Chen Luo, for the time being, practice in the Chiming Immortal World to improve your strength. After you break through the Immortal King realm, the token will guide you to the Immortal Domain. Chen Luo took the token, and suddenly, a voice of vicissitudes came into Chen Luo's mind. After breaking through the Immortal King realm, will the token guide me to the Daoshan Immortal Domain? Daoshan Immortal Domain? Chen Luo's heart froze. Does Heavenly Dao Sect have its own immortal domain? Chen Luo had never heard of chiming Immortal World Daoshan Immortal Domain. Moreover, he had to break through the Immortal King realm before going there. Let's talk about it after breaking through the Immortal King. Chen Luo took a deep breath. Now, Heavenly Dao Sect has solved the problem of killing a large number of Tianjiao himself. Chen Luo has no crisis for the time being, and he still has the immortal city to develop, and going to the immortal domain of Daoshan can't quickly improve his own strength. Just when Chen Luo was about to put the token away, Chen Luo suddenly discovered that there was a mysterious space inside the token. There are a large number of fairy crystals in the mysterious space, as many as 1,030 fairy veins. In the depths of the mysterious space, there are 3 puppets exuding the power of the source of terror. This is the puppet of Immortal King realm. Chen Luo's eyes narrowed. The Sword Mountain Immortal King of Heavenly Dao Sect left nearly 1 billion immortal crystals for himself, as well as 30 immortal spirit veins and 3 immortal king puppets. That's right, Heavenly Dao Sect is too powerful. In this case, even if he is not in Taigu Immortal City, he still has a lot of power to protect himself. There is also a fairy-level teleportation array on this token. If you use spirit power to activate it, you can ignore restrictions and any suppression, and teleport to a random area a million miles away. At this time, another voice sounded in Chen Luo's ear. Chapter 439. Chen Luo's eyes lit up as the identity token contained the immortal teleportation array, which could be teleported to any area a million miles away. In this case, the self-protection ability has once again improved a lot. Thank you, Brother Chu. Chen Luo then put away the token and said to Chu Lian. The things in this token are of great help to Chen Luo, especially those puppets and the teleportation circle, which can make Chen Luo have a higher self-protection ability. It can be said that with these things, even if he encounters some Immortal King enemies, Chen Luo can leave safely. You're welcome, it's nothing more than a little effort. Chu Lian waved his hand. Several people then asked Chu Lian again about the details of the battle, and Chu Lian responded one by one. Afterwards, after exchanging a few pleasantries again, Chu Lian bid farewell to them. Only Chen Luo, Zhang Qingai, and Xia Qingqing were left on the top of the huge Tianyun Fairy Mountain. Chen Luo, I didn't expect you to be from Heavenly Dao Sect. It seems that you will be covering me from now on. After Chu Lian left, Zhang Qingai who was beside him suddenly said playfully. No problem. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Facing this eccentric little princess of the Zhang family, Chen Luo still had some affection. After all, after I entered the immortal world, I rarely get along with each other, and it also helped me to condense the yin and yang Dao fruit. I want it too. If I have something to do in the future, Chen Luo, you have to help me too. Xia Qingqing also said, looking at Chen Luo expectantly. Chen Luo nodded, both of them are his good friends, of course there is no problem. However, he always felt that the two of them seemed to be hiding something from him, and after finishing the Heavenly Dao empowerment, both Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qingai looked at him with complicated emotions. The relationship between the few people seems to have become much more subtle, and Chen Luo doesn't dislike having too many contacts with them. Then it's settled. Xia Qingqing said excitedly, raising her own little powder fist. Swish swish swish. At this time, 2 messenger talismans flew from the sky, and the 2 messenger talismans fell into the hands of Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qingai respectively. Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qingai read the information in the communication talisman. Immediately, their joyful faces turned a little dark, as if they were much depressed. Did something happen? Chen Luo asked, seeing the slight changes in the faces of the two of them. No, it's okay, it's my father who sent me a message asking me to go back quickly. Xia Qingqing sighed. Me too. Zhang Qingai bit her red lips slightly, with inexplicable reluctance in her eyes. Chen Fengzhu, where are you going next? Why don't you go to our Viang immortal domain? At this time, Xia Qingqing sent an invitation to Chen Luo. Looking straight at Chen Luo in front of him, there was a trace of complicated expression in his eyes. I plan to go to Teiku Immortal City to practice. Chen Luo rejected Xia Qingqing's invitation. Although the ancestors of Heavenly Dao Sect have subdued those people, it is inevitable that some people will come to trouble Chen Luo without knowing their life or death. Chen Luo plans to go back to Teiku Immortal City to expand his own power. Let's talk about other things after we have a certain self-protection ability. If you two have time, you can go to Teiku Immortal City to find me. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then said to the two of them. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Xia Qingqing's eyes lit up. That's what you said, I will definitely go to Teiku Immortal City to find you when I have time. Xia Qingqing continued. After chatting for a while, when it was time to part, they planned to say goodbye. Chen Luo, if we never see each other again, will you remember me? At the time of parting, Zhang Qingai suddenly spoke to Chen Luo, her moving eyes stared straight at Chen Luo, and she did not hide the emotion in her eyes. The surrounding breeze blew, and Zhang Qingai's 3,000 black hair fluttered with the wind, creating a moving arc. Looking at Zhang Qingai who suddenly spoke affectionately in front of him, Chen Luo was slightly absent-minded, with a slight throbbing in his heart. Of course I will remember, and we will meet again in the future, for sure. Chen Luo raised his head slowly and said seriously. Mua. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Zhang Qingai suddenly stepped forward, hugged Chen Luo, and gave her softness. Immediately, Chen Luo was attracted by the fiery touch and felt a little obsessed, as if he had returned to the sinking posture when he received the heavenly Dao empowerment. Xia Qingqing's eyes widened, she bit her red lips slightly, her heart was pounding, her best friend, really. After nearly a quarter of an hour of contact, the two separated, and Zhang Qingai's face was already so red that it was about to drip water. Chen Luo also felt a little confused. What happened to him? Facing Zhang Qingai's attack, he had no strength to resist. Moreover, it seems that own body has no intention of resisting, and seems to be a little used to it. If Qingai wants it, I want it too. After Zhang Qingai came out of Chen Luo's arms, Xia Qingqing was not to be outdone, and also kissed Chen Luo. After some intimate and soft contact, Xia Qingqing only felt that her legs were going to go limp. Qingqing is really good at cooking and loves to play. Looking at Xia Qingqing who was almost unable to stand, Zhang Qingai muttered in his heart, a ripple appeared in his heart. In the heavenly Dao illusion, Xia Qingqing was the same. She was addicted to vegetables and obviously couldn't bear it, so she had to fight fiercely. You too. After Xia Qingqing came out of Chen Luo's arms, Chen Luo sighed. Too much charisma is also a kind of torture. When I was in Ancient Desolate Continent, all my apprentices wanted to be rebellious disciples. Now, in Immortal World, the same is true of his two rare friends. This damn charm, I can't suppress it at all. Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qingai blushed, their eyes wandered, and they didn't dare to look into Chen Luo's eyes at all, as if they were afraid that they would sink again. If you encounter an unsolvable crisis in the immortal world, please come to Teiku Immortal City. Although I am not strong, it is enough to protect you. Chen Luo sighed, and then said seriously. Don't worry, we won't be polite. The two said in unison, feeling warm in their hearts. Then, let's part ways. Chen Luo nodded, and then said parting words. Well, Chen Luo, there will be a date later. Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qingai had reluctance in their eyes, but they still bid farewell to Chen Luo. After finishing speaking, the two turned around, turned into two beams of light, and flew directly towards the location of Viang's immortal domain. Chen Luo watched the two people leave. For some reason, he felt a slight sense of loneliness in his heart, as if something important was leaving him. Chapter 440 Tantai Liulai. Maybe, it's just because I'm not in Ancient Desolate Continent anymore, I'm a little lonely, Chen Luo murmured in his heart. Chen Luo took a deep breath, and then suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Next, it was time to go back to the immemorial immortal city. Chen Luo saw that the figures of the two women had completely disappeared into the sky. Then spread out the wings of own devil, turned into a black shadow, and galloped towards the direction of immemorial immortal city. With the end of the heavenly Dao empowerment, this incident caused a lot of shock in the entire chiming immortal world. After the heavenly Dao initiation, the thousands of Tianjiao experts who participated in the heavenly Dao empowerment disappeared completely. This has never happened before. In the past, after the end of the heavenly Dao empowerment, there will be a lot of news, which Tianjiao has obtained huge benefits, precious opportunities, or did not get anything there, wasting this great opportunity. However, this time, no news came out, and even their traces disappeared completely. Many people are guessing whether something has happened, maybe those people are digesting more precious opportunities. Some people tried to inquire about this matter, but the strange thing is that the top powers involved also kept this matter secret and didn't mention it at all. And he played down this matter intentionally or unintentionally, as if he was quite taboo about this matter. Not only those top immortal forces, but also many forces with many immortal king giants. Chiming Immortal World, Tantai Family. The Tantai family is a top immortal king family in Chiming Immortal World. There are many supreme giants in the family, and they have a lot of prestige in Chiming Immortal World. The Tantai family, in a valley with beautiful scenery, has beautiful mountains and clear waters, and a large number of spiritual plants are planted in the valley. The rich fairy spirit power and the moving fragrance permeate the valley. In the center of the valley, an exquisite attic stands in the center of the valley, like a small building in the forest, extremely stylish. In the attic, soft and moving piano sounds came out one after another, and many spirit beasts in the valley were slowly intoxicated by this moving piano sound. Miss Piano skills are getting better and better, even I can't resist, and I'm going to sink completely. In the attic, a beautiful maid couldn't help sighing, her eyes were full of admiration. Next to the maid, a stunning woman in a white fairy dress with exquisite features and a slender figure is playing the moving music while stroking the guqin. The temperament of a woman is noble, her skin is fair and attractive, and her eyes seem to have billions of stars, which is extremely touching. Miss, there is news that the eldest son was killed during the heavenly Dao empowerment. At this time, not far away, a maid from Tantai's family walked quickly, and hurriedly said to the stunning woman who was playing the moving music. Zhang. When the stunning woman heard the maid's words, she trembled her fingers slightly, and the strings of the luxurious guqin were broken by an inexplicable force of energy, making a crisp sound. Oh! Trash is trash. It's useless to steal my chance. I can be killed even after receiving heavenly Dao empowerment. It's really embarrassing for our Tantai family. Tantai Liulai said lightly, with a slight sarcasm in her tone, as if she didn't care about the eldest son's death, and even felt a little joyful. Tantai Liulai is a member of the Tantai family, talent is unparalleled, but he is a concubine, so even though talent is amazing and has unparalleled potential, he still cannot get the best training. On the contrary, Tantaikan, the eldest son of the Tantai family, is far inferior to Tantai Liulai, but because he is the eldest son, he enjoys many resources. Many resources that originally belonged to Tantai Liulai were also occupied by Tantai Chen. Even so, Tantai Chen is still far behind Tantai Liulai, and compared to Tantai Liulai in strength, it is very much worse. Everyone knows that the Tantai family has a supreme talent named Tantai Chen, but no one knows about Tantai Liulai, a talent far superior to Tantai Chen's peerless genius. The heavenly Dao empowerment this time was originally given to Tantai Liulai, but Tantaikan still used tricks to take it away. Now, with this consequence, Tantai Liulai naturally has no emotions. Miss, now that the eldest young master is gone, no one will be able to suppress the young lady. The young lady will surely spread her name throughout the entire Huangtian continent in the future. The maid next to her continued, her eyes filled with excitement. As Tantai Liulai's maid, she clearly knows the strength of Tantai Liulai's talent. If it weren't for Tantai Chen's constant suppression, coupled with the family's favoritism, Tantai Liulai would have been famous in Chiming Immortal World long ago. Those top talents, in her opinion, are not worthy to lift Tantai Liulai's shoes. Yes, miss, we can start to operate now. While the eldest son is gone, we can give those guys a little color and let them keep their arrogance. Now is the time for them to pay the price. Just came to report, the maid also said excitedly. Don't worry, those old things won't be able to sit still, let's just keep waiting. Tantai Liulai slowly raised her head, and continued. Then should we investigate it? If we can avenge the eldest son, I believe that the family will invest more resources to train the young lady. No need, the death of that trash is not a pity, revenge, just wasting my time. By the way, miss, I also heard that Mr. Su also fell into this heavenly Dao empowerment. At this time, the maid seemed to have thought of something, and then said. You say. What? What? Mr. Su has also fallen. As soon as the maid's words came out, Tantai Liulai couldn't sit still anymore, her expression froze, the inspiration in her body continued to dissipate, and the entire pavilion began to shatter and collapse. 3 days later, Protoss Immortal Domain. Protoss Immortal Domain is an immortal domain belonging to the Protoss clan in Chiming Immortal World. It has stood in Chiming Immortal World for more than 10,000 years, and it is also a top immortal domain. Unexpectedly, all the people of the Protoss clan have arrived in Immortal World. In a bustling city in the Protoss Immortal Domain, Chen Luo was reading books about the history of the Protoss tribe in a Protoss tribe library. This book records the history of the Protoss clan. 10,000 years ago, the Protoss evacuated from the Ancient Desolate Continent and returned to their own Protoss world. However, there seems to be a special change in the astral world, and a major crisis has occurred. The contemporary Star Spirit Lord had no choice but to cast the top-level Star Spirit technique, bringing all the Protoss clansmen to Chiming Immortal World. After entering Chiming Immortal World, it took 10,000 years of time and countless hardships, and finally gained a firm foothold in Chiming Immortal World, owning a party that belongs to its own immortal domain. I seem to have promised Xingtong to take her to find the way home. Now, it seems that I have found it. If her father, the Emperor Star, Spirit Lord, has not fallen, he should be in this Protoss Immortal Domain by now. Chen Luo looked at the records in the book and thought to himself. Chapter 441 Protoss Immortal Domain. Around the library, there are quite a few other Immortal Domain clansmen, who are also looking at various books here. There are also people who are buying various cultivation technique, martial arts and supernatural power secret techniques here. Not only the human race, but also some Protoss clansmen are also here. By the way, it is recorded that the Protoss tribe has the means to bring everyone to Chiming Immortal World. Maybe I can be the master of the Protoss tribe and see if I can get this means to bring everyone in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Bring it on! Chen Luo seemed to think of something, his eyes lit up. If all the disciples from Heavenly Bamboo Peak can be brought up, with a more superior environment, the speed of own strength improvement will be much faster. Moreover, I also miss those disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Originally, Chen Luo wanted to find a way to bring people from Heavenly Bamboo Peak up after Chiming Immortal World gained a firm foothold. Now, Chen Luo has become the master of the Immortal City. As long as there is an invincible Immortal King within the Immortal City, he can completely protect the entire Heavenly Bamboo Peak without any pressure. Then go and meet the master of the Protoss Immortal Domain. Chen Luo suddenly made up his mind. When he was in Taku Immortal City, Chen Luo had explored many ways to bring people up from the lower realms, but all of them had very big restrictions. Moreover, only a very small number of people can be brought up at a time, and Heavenly Bamboo Peak has so many disciples, it is impossible for me to bring everyone up slowly one after another, which is unrealistic. Chen Luo then left the library and galloped towards the Protoss city in the Protoss Immortal Domain. Several hours later, Chen Luo arrived at Xingling City. The Protoss city is the central city of the Protoss Immortal Domain. It is prosperous, with many Protoss tribesmen and a large number of other Immortal Domain cultivators. In addition to the Protoss and the human race, there are also many people from other races hovering here. Chen Luo learned from the classics in the library that the Protoss clan has a grand sacrifice ceremony once every 10 years. Every time there is a grand sacrifice ceremony, the master of the Protoss Immortal Domain will come to the Protoss city to pay homage in the Protoss family land. It is a perfect opportunity to meet the lord of the Protoss Immortal Domain, the Priestess Great Hall. And the next grand sacrifice ceremony of the Protoss clan will be 2 days later. At that time, the master of the Protoss Immortal Domain will come to Protoss city. After arriving in Xingling city, Chen Luo was not idle, and investigated many other things about Xingling clan. After all the investigations were completed, Chen Luo prepared to wait on the only way that the Protoss Immortal Domain Lord must pass, and first check the details of the Protoss Immortal Domain Lord. When the time comes, find the corresponding method and obtain the means. 2 days later. Next to a bustling street in Protoss city, Chen Luo sat by the window of a restaurant in the bustling street, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Protoss Immortal Domain Master. On the street, there are many Protoss clansmen waiting enthusiastically, with extremely fanatical expressions. Everywhere is extremely festive, the decoration is particularly gorgeous, and there are a large number of Protoss guards around to maintain order, as if there is a great saint ceremony. Moreover, many arrogances from various ethnic groups, and even top experts who have been famous for a long time, have appeared in Xingling city. In the past 2 days, Chen Luo discovered at least a dozen arrogances and top-notch experts with immortal talents. This is because Chen Luo didn't deliberately look for it, but just looked around casually. If you search on a large scale, you will definitely find more. Is the Great Hall of the Sacrificial Clan so lively this time? Chen Luo by the window looked at the bustling surroundings, feeling puzzled in his heart. Chen Luo has investigated a lot of information about this clan sacrifice ceremony. This clan sacrifice ceremony is a memorial ceremony for the proto-practicers of their ethnic group. There is no such a lively scene in Xingling city, and these lively ceremonies are only found in their clan. Moreover, there are too many Tianjiao experts here, which is obviously abnormal. However, Chen Luo didn't think too much about it, it had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to investigate the details of the masters of the Protoss Immortal Domain, to see if he could get the means to let everyone from the lower realm come to the upper realm. Time passed slowly, and Chen Luo continued to wait quietly in the restaurant. I heard that the princess of the Xingling clan will appear in this clan sacrifice ceremony. At that time, they will choose a consort in our Xingling city. No wonder it's so lively this time, but, is there a princess in the Protoss clan? I just haven't heard of it. Tisk tisk, you don't know that. Not long ago, it was said that this princess was an exiled princess from the Protoss clan. She just returned not long ago. She looks so beautiful, and her talent is also extremely terrifying. Hiss, so that's the case, but I don't know if I have a chance. If I can become the son-in-law of the Star Spirit clan, then I won't have to worry about it for the rest of my life. Ha, you're thinking too much. Even if the princess of the Star Spirit tribe wants to choose a son-in-law, she's still looking for those top-notch talents. You look like a pumpkin with split dates. Save yourself, toads don't eat swan meat. Around the restaurant, there were quite a few cultivators discussing with each other, the tone was extremely enthusiastic. Chen Luo, who was waiting quietly on the second floor, slowly opened his eyes. The wandering princess of the Protoss clan wants to recruit a son-in-law? Could it be that Xingtong came up? Chen Luo was puzzled. Strictly speaking, Xue Xingtong could be regarded as an exiled princess of the Protoss clan. It's just that Xue Xingtong was in the Ancient Desolate Continent, and was left by the Star Spirit Lord himself. However, Xingtong is only the cultivation base of the Great Saint Realm. How can it withstand the strong pressure of the Ascension Passage, and the realm is not enough. If you enter the immortal world rashly, you will be completely suppressed by immortal world's majestic immortal power. If you are not careful, you will be directly suppressed and killed by the rules of heaven and earth. Ha ha ha! At this moment, luxurious chariots flew over the sky not far away. At the front is a golden chariot pulled by 9 dragons. On the chariot is a majestic middle-aged man with slightly white temples. The middle-aged man looked calm, wearing a purple gold robe and a purple gold jade crown, looking extremely majestic. Name: Xue Shiki. Realm: Immortal King 6th Stage Day. Identity: Chiming Immortal World, Star Spirit Lord, Lord of the Immortal Domain. The Lord of the Immortal Domain, Star Spirit Lord, Xue Shiki, is really the father of Xingtong. Seeing the aura of the middle-aged man on the chariot, Chen Luo's pupils shrank. When they were in the ancient world, Xue Xingtong and Chen Luo talked a lot about their star spirit race. Xue Xingtong's father's name is Xue Shiki. Then, obviously, the master of the Protoss immortal domain is Xue Xingtong's father. Chapter 442 Conversation with Star Spirit Lord. Behind Xue Shiki, there are many Star Spirit clansmen loyally guarding him. Those Protoss clansmen are all the top cultivators of true immortal realm, with domineering ideas on their bodies. Congratulations, Spirit Lord, my Emperor, long live, long live, long live. Following the appearance of Star Spirit Lord, many Star Spirit clansmen in Protoss City immediately saluted Star Spirit Lord respectfully. The Star Spirit Lord is the strongest of their Protoss clan, and is the common belief and totem in the hearts of the Protoss clan. After encountering a crisis in the astral world, it was also the Star Spirit Lord who turned the tide and brought them to chiming immortal world to gain a firm foothold. In their hearts, the Star Spirit Lord is the supreme existence. Chen Luo looked at the Star Spirit Lord not far away, thinking about how to talk to this Star Spirit Lord. With this level of relationship with star pupils, Chen Luo is not worried about own security, not to mention, he still has the identity token of Daoshan Immortal Domain. If something goes wrong, you can use the teleportation circle on the token to teleport it millions of miles away in an instant. Tell him directly, there is no need to play any other tricks with this peak powerhouse. Soon, Chen Luo made up his mind, and directly sent the sound transmission to the Star Spirit Lord. On the chariot, the Star Spirit Lord showed a faint smile when he saw so many Protoss people who supported him so much. From being restricted everywhere from entering this chiming immortal world, to now, gaining a firm foothold in chiming immortal world, and having its own immortal domain. Star Spirit Lord is quite satisfied with own means. At this moment, a clear voice came into the ears of Star Spirit Lord. Star Spirit Lord's pupils shrank, and his body seemed to be stiff for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. The people around didn't notice any abnormalities, but there was a trace of excitement and joy in Star Spirit Lord's eyes that he had never seen before. Yu Guan, I'll leave it to you first, I have something important to do, so I need to leave for a while. Then, the Star Spirit Lord said to a Protoss elder next to him. Your Majesty, this is the ceremony of sacrifice. What's the matter, can't we deal with it after the ceremony? Yu Guan elder said hastily. Star Spirit Lord will not be absent every time he is in the Great Hall of the Jizu. Now, leaving on the way, this kind of thing has never happened. If it disappears suddenly, it may cause quite a stir. Star Spirit Lord ignored him, but directly activated his original power, and his body disappeared on the chariot immediately. Your Majesty is gone, am I dazzled? No, I can't see my emperor either, where is my emperor? The clan sacrifice ceremony, my emperor disappeared, what happened? The moment the Star Spirit Lord disappeared, the entire Star Spirit city suddenly became noisy. Many members of the Protoss clan were in a panic, looking at the empty chariot in disbelief. Quiet, my emperor has important matters to deal with, and I will be back later, the Great Hall of the Sacrificial Clan continues. At this time, Yu Guan, elder of the Protoss clan, spoke out, dealing with the current chaos. The restaurant facing the street is surrounded by a mysterious force. Chen Luo was in the restaurant, waiting quietly. You, are you really my daughter's master, who came from the ancient world? After a while, there was a wave of fluctuation in the space in front of Chen Luo. The figure of Star Spirit Lord appeared in front of Chen Luo, looking at Chen Luo excitedly. That's right, Xing Tong is my apprentice. When I was in the ancient world, Xing Tong came out of the black jade crystal coffin. I saw her alone and helpless, so I took her in as my apprentice. Chen Luo then he said, neither humble nor overbearing, and told the Star Spirit Lord. The Swanyo crystal coffin, my pupil, has been sealed in the Swanyo crystal coffin for 10,000 years, has it finally come out? Star Spirit Lord's body trembled slightly, as if he was very excited. With Zixing Spirit Lord's powerful cultivation base and boundless soul power, it can be seen that Chen Luo is not lying. Moreover, Chen Luo is just a true immortal, and the Star Spirit Lord doesn't think Chen Luo has any need to deceive himself. How are my pupils doing now? I should have brought my pupils with me. The Star Spirit Lord continued to ask. When he left the ancient world, Star Spirit Lord didn't expect that there would be problems in the own Star Spirit world. After he planned to deal with the matter of the Star Spirit world, he returned to the ancient world to bring Xue Xingtong back. However, I didn't expect that the problems in the astral world could not be solved at all, so I had to take many clansmen to the immortal world. In the end, he was unable to descend to the lower bounds, and could only be separated from Xue Xingtong's Xian Huang, which led to the separation of more than 10,000 years now. Xingtong is living a good life now. I have my own friends, my practice is going well, and I am very happy every day. Chen Luo recalled the beautiful image of Xue Xingtong in his mind. After Xue Xingtong joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak, she quickly fell in love with Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and had an unclear relationship with that little girl, Mululi. The two of them were so happy, sometimes even more comfortable than Chen Luo. I can rest assured that. After hearing Chen Luo's words, Xing Spirit Lord calmed down a lot, but there was still a deep remorse in his eyes. Then how did you get here? I remember that if you ascend to the immortal world from the ancient world, it should be extremely dangerous. You. After a while, the Star Spirit Lord seemed to think of something, and then asked. After the Star Spirit Lord ruled the Protoss immortal domain, it is not that he did not think of a way to find his own daughter. However, the isolation between the ancient world and the immortal world is very deep. It is very difficult for the people of the immortal world to go to the ancient world, and it is also extremely difficult for the people of the ancient world to ascend. Counting 10,000 years, the Star Spirit Lord has never heard of the ascension from the Ancient Desolate Continent. Most of them are other unavoidable ascendants. Before, Star Spirit Lord spent a lot of money to send people to the ancient world to find traces of his daughter. However, they also found nothing. After going down, there was no news or any response. As time goes by, even the Star Spirit Lord himself feels a little desperate. I came up by gathering 10 golden dragons of luck in the Battle of Luck in the ancient world. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, and told the Star Spirit Lord how he came up. The Battle of Luck, no wonder, it turned out to be a battle of luck. Wait, you are the heavenly Dao Sect Tianjiao Yuming who killed all the Tianjiao in Tianyun Xianshan not long ago. At this time, Star Spirit Lord seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Chen Luo in surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. Not long ago, the Tianjiao strongman who participated in the heavenly Dao empowerment of Tianyun Xianshan was kept very well hidden by many top-level powerhouses. However, the Star Spirit Lord is the master of the immortal domain of the Protoss Spirit, a top supreme giant. The insider understanding of some things is naturally much more than that of ordinary cultivators. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 443 Void Spirit Elixir. That's right, if there is no one else, it would be me. Yuming is my pseudonym, and my real name is Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded, and then spoke. Star Spirit Lord took a deep breath, his eyes were full of astonishment. He didn't expect that the unbelievably handsome man in front of him was the fierce and prominent Tianjiao Yuming. No wonder this guy's talent is so terrifying, it's no surprise that he is the peerless genius. With the eyes of a Star Spirit Lord, he can naturally see that Chen Luo's background is so deep that even he, a Star Spirit Lord, feels incredible. I have never seen a cultivator with such a terrifying background. Compared with Chen Luo, those descendants of the immortal king are simply waste among waste, and there is no comparison at all. Star Spirit Lord Senior, what method did you use to bring all the Protoss from the astral world to chiming immortal world? I want to bring Xing Tong and some of my other apprentices. Chen Luo then he opened his mouth and said the purpose of own. This is also the most important purpose of Chen Luo's coming to find Star Spirit Lord, to know the method. Star Spirit Lord frowned slightly, lost in thought, as if he was thinking about something. Chen Luo didn't bother, but just waited here quietly. At the beginning, I used our Protoss clan's Protoss secret technique, the prosthetic wheel-turning technique, to transfer all the people from our Protoss world. Star Spirit Lord continued after a moment of pondering. Protoss wheel-turning is the top void teleportation technique of our Protoss clan. It can move from one realm to another. However, it can only move from the lower plane to the immortal world, and cannot move from the immortal world to the lower realm. Protoss wheel-turning technique. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. The Protoss clan actually has such a powerful secret technique. In addition, moving people up is not the key. The most important thing is that people in the lower planes, without sufficient cultivation base, will be directly suppressed by the immortal world's laws of heaven and earth, unable to adapt to the immortal world's environment, and will be directly annihilated by the spirit. Back then, many of our clansmen fell because of this. Star Spirit Lord then sighed, with remorse in his eyes. Chen Luo nodded. Indeed, from the lower plane, it is very easy to be squeezed by the laws of the different worlds of chiming immortal world, and if you are not careful, you will be killed directly. Chen Luo is because of his own strength, and because he has the Chaos Immortal Physique and the Immortal Physique, he already has immortal power, so there is no pressure at all. However, others are different. Even the cultivators of the Great Emperor realm are prone to problems if they do not have enough strength and means. Then how did you solve this problem in the first place? Chen Luo continued to ask. In the ancient records of the Star Spirit clan, Chen Luo saw that although the Star Spirit clan suffered heavy losses, there were still many strong people who survived. At that time, the Protoss clan did not have strong means, and it was definitely impossible to be safe and sound. Ethereal Elixir. I found the pill recipe of the ethereal elixir in one of the ruins of our astral world. After refining the ethereal elixir and taking it, you can generate an ethereal in your body, shelter your own body, and prevent immortal world's fairy spirit and the law of heaven and earth are eroded. After that, just slowly adapt to the environment of immortal world. Star Spirit Lord took a deep breath, and then told Chen Luo the solution. Ethereal elixir, there is such a magical medicine pill. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and he murmured in a low voice. As we all know, the immortal world's laws of heaven and earth are extremely tyrannical, and there is no other way to resist it except for its own strength. Now, there is such a magical medicine pill. If he had this ethereal elixir, he must have allowed the disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak and Heavenly Dao Sect to come up together. Chen Luo thought in his heart. However, the main material for refining the ethereal elixir, the ethereal flower, has disappeared. Back then, I found the ethereal flower for refining the ethereal elixir in our fairy world ruins. At this time, Star Spirit Lord then said faintly. In Chiming Immortal World, Star Spirit Lord also searched for imaginary flowers, and even entered a lot of ancient ruins, but they couldn't find them, and there was no harvest at all. If it hadn't been for refining the Void Spirit Elixir before, Star Spirit Lord would have thought that this Void Spirit flower had never appeared before. Chen Luo frowned. Void Spirit flower? I seem to have seen this kind of flower somewhere. By the way, Chen Luo remembered that the previous sign-in seemed to reward a lot of this flower, and the system rewarded all kinds of things for signing in every day. The Void Spirit flowers have also been rewarded before, and the number seems to be quite a lot. Chen Luo asked Li Yan'er to plant all the Void Spirit flowers in his Heavenly Bamboo Peak Elixir Garden. In this case, it seems that all the people from Heavenly Bamboo Peak can be brought up. Star Spirit Lord Senior, can you give me a copy of the pill recipe for the ethereal elixir? I know where there is an imaginary flower that can be used to refine the ethereal elixir. Chen Luo continued. Of course. Star Spirit Lord heard this, and then said in a deep voice, with excitement in his eyes. If Chen Luo could refine the Void Spirit Elixir, he would be able to bring his daughter along. Immediately afterwards, the Star Spirit Lord gave Chen Luo a copy of the pill recipe of the Void Spirit Elixir, and at the same time passed on the secret technique of their Protoss clan, the Protoss wheel turning technique, to Chen Luo as well. Sure enough, except for the Void Spirit flower, the other materials are relatively common. Even if it is Ancient Desolate Continent, you can find a lot. Chen Luo looked at the pill recipe in his hand and said in a low voice. The above pill recipe details the refining method and various materials needed. Although the ethereal elixir is a medicine pill of the immortal rank, the requirements for refining level are not high. As long as there is an Emperor rank pill refining master, it can be refined. Star Spirit Lord Senior, if there is nothing else, Junior will leave first. Junior must bring Xingtong up from the Ancient Desolate Continent as soon as possible. After Chen Luo got what he wanted, he said to the Star Spirit Lord. Little friend Chen Luo, I don't know if you are interested in participating in our Xingling clan's sacrifice ceremony. After the ceremony, our Xingling clan's star soul pool will be opened. At that time, you can pick up stars in the soul pool to increase your own soul power. Star Spirit Lord pondered for a moment, then said to Chen Luo. Zim Spirit Lord's cultivation base can be seen at a glance, and Chen Luo's soul power is also extremely high realm. If one can cultivate in the star soul pool, there must be a lot of improvement. I'm not a member of the Star Spirit clan, so can I use the star soul pool? Chen Luo blinked and continued. When Chen Luo was investigating the Star Spirit clan, he also knew that this Star Soul Pool was an excellent spiritual place for cultivating and improving soul power. However, only members of the Star Spirit clan could enter it to practice. Of course, you are Xingtong's master, not an outsider, and I am Xing Spirit Lord, I have the final say. Xing Spirit Lord smiled slightly and continued. Chapter 444 Son of Destiny. As soon as the Star Spirit Lord's words came out, Chen Luo's heart froze. That's right, the rules of the Protoss clan are all customized by the Star Spirit Lord. Whatever you want, the Star Spirit Lord has the final say. In this case, you can go to the Star Soul Pool to try it out and improve your own soul power. Now own soul power realm has almost reached the limit of Emperor rank. If there is no amazing opportunity, it will take a long time to break through the immortal rank soul power. After practicing in the Star Soul Pool, it may not be possible for the soul power to break through to the immortal rank when the time comes. Chen Luo immediately decided in his heart to go to this Star Soul Pool to practice. Star Spirit Lord Senior, then I will not be polite. Chen Luo continued cupped fist. Seeing that Chen Luo agreed without being overbearing, Seeing Spirit Lord nodded in satisfaction. Little friend, I'm going back to preside over the clan sacrifice ceremony first. After the clan sacrifice ceremony is over, you can take this token and go to the ancestral land of our Protoss clan. Spirit Lord then gave Chen Luo a Protoss the token of the clan, Dao. Chen Luo nodded, and took the token from Star Spirit Lord. After the Star Spirit Lord finished speaking, his body turned into dots of starlight and disappeared into the restaurant. Returning to the Star Spirit Lord on the chariot, he continued to preside over the Great Hall of the Sacrificial Clan, and the entire Protoss city was in a lively and jubilant state. Chen Luo continued to wait slowly in the restaurant. Mr. Chen, I was sent by His Majesty Spirit Lord to serve you. If you have any needs, feel free to ask Xiao. Xiao will meet all your needs. After a long while, a beautiful girl with a slim figure in a long purple dress came to Chen Luo's side, and said in a sweet voice. The girl kneeled respectfully by Chen Luo's side. The curve under the delicate collarbone was extremely huge, forming a strong contrast with that pure and well-behaved stunning face. From Chen Luo's perspective, he could vaguely see the white cherry red under the long skirt, which was very dazzling. Name, Sui. Realm, Quasi-Emperor 8th Stage Days. Identity, Chiming Immortal World, Protoss Immortal Domain, a member of the Protoss clan. Star Spirit Lord was very thoughtful, and even arranged for someone to order me around. Looking at Sui, who is extremely well behaved in front of me, Chen Luo thought to himself. Okay, get up, find me a place to practice closed-door training. Chen Luo continued. The clan sacrifice ceremony will take several days, and Chen Luo plans to use closed-door training to stabilize his own realm. Yes, young Master Chen. A hint of disappointment flashed in Suya's eyes, but she still did not refuse Chen Luo's request. Soon, Suya arranged for Chen Luo a place with a strong fairy spirit, closed-door training. 3 days passed by in a flash. The Great Hall, the sacrificial clan of the Protoss, is completely over. However, the excitement of Xingling City did not decrease at all, and more people came to Xingling City. The top talents and powerhouses of many forces have appeared in Xingling City. Mr. Chen, the Star Soul Pool will be opened today. I'll take you to the ancestral land of our Star Spirit clan. Suya said to Chen Luo, who had just left the gate in a quiet courtyard in Star Spirit City. At this time, Chen Luo has extremely strong yin and yang, chaos, and the power of indestructible avenues. After a few days of closed-door training, with the help of Enlightenment Tea, Chen Luo has a new understanding of the powers of these avenues, and can explode even more terrifying powers. Moreover, the divine light of Heavenly Dao absorbed in the Heavenly Dao illusion before was completely digested by Chen Luo after several days of practice. Chen Luo's cultivation base has also reached the peak of the true immortal 2nd stage day, only one step away from the true immortal 3rd stage day. Then let's go to the ancestral land. Chen Luo nodded. Immediately afterwards, Suya took Chen Luo towards the ancestral land of the Star Spirit clan. Isn't the clan sacrifice ceremony over now? There are only so many people in Xingling City. In the bustling street, Chen Luo looked at the increasingly lively Xingling City around him, and asked suspiciously. The clan sacrifice ceremony is over, it should have returned to the original calm, why now, it has become more lively? Young Master Chen, it is our Majesty who wants to choose a son-in-law for our princess in Xingling City. Suya continued, biting her red lips slightly. Choose a son-in-law. Chen Luo frowned. He heard this rumor in a restaurant a few days ago, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, she is just a princess of the Protoss clan, as long as she is not Xing Tong, Chen Luo has no interest. Yes, our princess went to other star fields for training a few years ago, and came back 2 months ago, but our princess fell in love with another star field, a guy from the ordinary great emperor family, and wants to marry that ordinary the boy of the imperial clan. Our Star Spirit Lord doesn't allow it, so we decided to find a genius in Xingling City to marry our princess. Suya then said slowly, and told Chen Luo about the matter. So it's like this. Chen Luo frowned. Unexpectedly, in Immortal World, Bai Fuimei, the second generation of immortals, fell in love with poor boys. The great emperor family is considered a top power in the lower plane, but this is chiming Immortal World, a terrifying world with the presence of supreme giants. In this Immortal World, it is not an exaggeration to say that the imperial clan is an ordinary force, or even a low-level force. As for the princess of the Protoss clan, whose father is the supreme immortal king, she is unparalleled in appearance and temperament, and she is perfectly white and rich. However, seeing Spirit Lord Senior shouldn't be that kind of person, right? If your princess really likes it, even if you recruit that guy from the imperial clan, you shouldn't be too opposed to it. Chen Luo continued to ask. Through some previous investigations, coupled with the brief relationship with the Star Spirit Lord not long ago, Chen Luo could feel it. Star Spirit Lord is not the kind of person who clings to the rich and powerful, and he himself is a supreme tycoon, a top-notch rich man, and he loves his own daughter very much. If his daughter really likes it, it should be unlikely to refuse. This. Mr. Chen, Our Majesty did not object at first, but, just. Suya's tone hesitated, and her face changed slightly. Chen Luo's eyes dimmed. Could there be something wrong with that kid? If you can't say it, let it go, it's okay. Chen Luo continued, although Chen Luo was quite curious. However, if it is inconvenient to disclose it, it's okay. Chen Luo is not someone who breaks the casserole and asks the bottom line. No, if it's Mr. Chen, it's definitely possible. The guy our princess likes was originally the arrogance of the true martial immortal sect, Talent Wushuan, but for some reason, the danshan in his body was broken, and he became a person who couldn't cultivate. Waste, expelled from sect. It's okay to be a waste. This guy is very arrogant and rebellious, offending the master of Tianlan Immortal Domain, the people of Tianlan Immortal Sect. Suya then said slowly, with a helpless tone. Ordinary family, peerless genius, danshan is broken, expelled from sect, and a princess of top power likes. This trademark is the son of destiny. Chapter 445 Snow Star Dome. Perhaps, this princess of the Star Spirit clan took the script of the heroine. Chen Luo murmured in his heart. What's this guy's name? Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, and then asked. Yeshyan. Suya replied. Good guy, with the main character's last name and this familiar experience, he is undoubtedly the main character. At this time, Chen Luo has already decided that this guy is probably a son of destiny. After all, his surname is Yat, and he is a fallen genius waste, and the top Bai Fuimei likes it. This is not the protagonist, and Chen Luo himself doesn't believe it. Then, will you princess agree to marry someone else? Chen Luo asked. The protagonist of this Son of Destiny is full of charm, and he is liked by the heroine without thinking. It is impossible for the princess of the Protoss to agree to the Star Spirit Lord so easily and betray the protagonist. Our Star Spirit Lord used the Star Spirit secret technique to erase the princess memories of the past. Suya then replied. As soon as Suya's words came out, Chen Luo felt a little appreciative in his heart. As expected of a Star Spirit Lord, he was decisive. This method is undoubtedly very good, and there will not be too many problems. However, the path of the Star Spirit Lord has narrowed. Chen Luo seems to have seen the scene of Yeshyan suppressing the entire immortal domain with invincible power many years later. When I see the Star Spirit Lord, I have to remind you to clean up that kid. The protagonist of Destiny is still very scary when he grows up. If it takes a long time, I'm afraid the Star Spirit Lord can't stand it. Soon, the two arrived at the ancestral land of the Protoss. With the token given by the Star Spirit Lord, Chen Luo passed without hindrance along the way and entered the ancestral land smoothly. The ancestral land of the Star Spirit race. The ancestral land of the Protoss is located in the core area of Protoss City, which is heavily guarded and guarded by many Protoss guards. Around the ancestral land, there are still a large number of immortal magic circles, which resist the exploration and invasion of the outside world. In the ancestral land, many Xingling clansmen waited respectfully beside the gigantic statues. These statues are people who have made outstanding contributions to the Protoss clan over the years. Every time the clan sacrifice ceremony, many high-level people from the Protoss clan will come here to pay homage. In the center of the ancestral land, there is also a water pool exuding the power of the mysterious star spirit. This pool is exactly the Star Soul Pool. Xingsheng, have you seen someone who can sleep a wink in Xingling City? On the edge of the Star Soul Pool, the Star Spirit Lord said to a stunning woman beside her. The stunning woman was wearing a light-colored long skirt, tall and slender, with a slender waist. Her delicate facial features and delicate fair skin were extremely eye-catching in the air. Father, no, I'm not interested in those so-called Tianjiao, let's have a look again. Xue Xingsheng looked at the Star Soul Pool in the center, a sly look flashed in his eyes, and said in a low voice. Xingsheng, there are already hundreds of talents gathered in Xingling City, all of them are seeded players from various immortal domains. Talents are all first class. With so many people, do you really look down on any of them? Star Spirit Lord frowned upon hearing this. Father, let's talk about this matter later. I don't want to get married so soon, I just want to be by your side and take good care of you. Xue Xingsheng continued. Star Spirit Lord sighed inwardly, looking at the daughter in front of him, he only felt a slight headache. You can take a look after the Xing Soul Lake incident. Xing Spirit Lord took a deep breath and continued. No problem, Royal Father, I will listen to you. Xue Xingsheng smiled and said obediently. By the way, there will be an important human cultivator later, who will enter the Star Soul Pool with you. You can get in touch with him a little bit. If you can get his favor, that would be great. However, you don't have to, please, don't cause him dissatisfaction. After a while, Xing Spirit Lord seemed to think of something, and then said to Xue Xingsheng. Xue Xingsheng frowned slightly, is there anyone else who will enter the Star Soul Pool with me? Father, isn't the Star Soul Pool of our Protoss clan forbidden to enter by foreigners? Why is a human cultivator allowed? Xue Xingsheng bit her red lips slightly, her eyes were full of look of disbelief. It's not a problem, it's up to me whether I can get in or not. Star Spirit Lord said slowly. Then why? I begged you to let Brother Yexian enter the Star Soul Pool to see if you can help him restore Danshan, you didn't agree, why? Xue Xingsheng bit her red lip, her voice trembling slightly. Your memory, as expected, has not been erased. Star Spirit Lord's complexion became slightly ugly, and he said softly. The Star Spirit Lord had noticed it before, but Xue Xingsheng hadn't shown any abnormalities, so the Star Spirit Lord couldn't be sure. Now, when she said such words, it is obvious that her memory has not been erased. Father, no matter what, I will not give up on Brother Yexian. Xue Xingsheng seemed to realize that he had exposed a flaw, and then gritted his teeth. Why are you so stubborn? Do you really think that Guy Yexian is a fuel-efficient lamp? Star Spirit Lord sighed and said helplessly. I don't care, I want Brother Yexian, I won't like anyone else. Xue Xingsheng clenched her fist. Your Majesty, Mr. Chen has arrived. At this time, not far away, a member of the Protoss came to the side of the Star Spirit Lord, and said respectfully. Xin Qiang, I don't want to talk about what happened before. You can think about what I said just now. No matter what, being a father won't harm you. Star Spirit Lord continued. Let Mr. Chen come here. After finishing speaking, Xing Spirit Lord said to the clansman beside him. After a while, Chen Luo and Suya came to the side of the Star Soul Lake. The people around were all staring at Chen Luo curiously, wanting to know who this Chen Luo was, who could actually enter the ancestral land of their Star Spirit clan and use the Star Soul Pool. Meet Seeing Spirit Lord Senior. Chen Luo greeted Seeing Spirit Lord. Master Chen, this is my youngest daughter, the little sister of Seeing Tong, Xuezingsheng. Star Spirit Lord introduced Xuezingsheng to Chen Luo. Realm, Snow Star Dome. Realm, Quasi Emperor 6th Stage Day. Identity, Chiming Immortal World, Protoss Immortal Domain, Little Princess. Physique, Celestial Spirit Physique. Bloodline, Protoss Immortal King Bloodline. Talent, Xian Pin. Xingtong's little sister, Chen Luo's eyes lit up, his appearance and temperament are quite good, although not as good as Xingtong, but not much worse. Moreover, compared with Xingtong, who is glamorous and looks like a non-human fireworks fairy, Xuezingsheng seems to be more pyrotechnic. Mr. Chen, please take care of Seeing Kayang after entering the Seeing Soul Pool later. After exchanging pleasantries, Seeing Spirit Lord then said to Chen Luo. Chapter 446 Entering the Star Soul Pool. Although this Star Soul Pool is the spiritual land of their Star Spirit clan, it has a very powerful nourishing effect on soul power. However, there are also some dangers inside. In the Star Soul Pool, there are many masterless star spirits formed by the power of the star spirits. These masterless Protoss have no consciousness, only attack instinct. It will attack the Protoss who entered the Star Soul Pool, and the ownerless Protoss in this Star Soul Pool will become stronger and stronger as time goes by. When the Star Soul Pool was opened last time, there were already quite a few masterless Protoss from the Great Emperor realm. The Star Soul Pool is opened every 100 years, and it has been 100 years since the last time, and the ownerless Protoss inside has reached an unknown realm. Originally, the Star Spirit Lord planned to send another member of the Star Spirit race to enter with Xuezingsheng. However, now that Chen Luo is here, Star Spirit Lord naturally doesn't have to worry. With Chen Luo, those masterless Protoss would definitely not be able to threaten the safety of Xuezingsheng. No problem, I will take good care of Princess Xingsheng. Chen Luo nodded in agreement. Humph, who asked you to take care of it? Xuezingsheng on the side seemed to be indifferent to Chen Luo's words, and then muttered softly. Seeing Kayang, don't be rude, it's your blessing that Mr. Chen will take care of you. Star Spirit Lord frowned. I see. After you go in, please take care of Mr. Chen. Xuezingsheng said impatiently and perfunctorily. Mr. Chen, my daughter is spoiled by me, please don't mind Mr. Chen. Star Spirit Lord said to Chen Luo with an apologetic face. It's okay, she is Xingtong's little sister. Chen Luo shook his head and said. Star Spirit Lord, a strong immortal king, has such a good attitude towards Chen Luo, and coupled with Xuezingtong's relationship, Chen Luo naturally won't mind. Moreover, Xuezingsheng obviously has the heart of a rebellious girl, and Chen Luo would not care too much about a rebellious girl. Then I'll open the Star Soul Pool now. Seeing Chen Luo's promise, Star Spirit Lord continued. With Chen Luo taking care of him, Star Spirit Lord is not worried about any problems. After finishing speaking, the Star Spirit Lord turned around and activated the power of the Star Spirit in his body. Immediately, the incomparably mysterious power of the Star Spirit surged towards the Star Soul Pool in front of him. Immediately, the water in the Star Soul Pool began to surge continuously. The fierce power of the Protoss surged across the entire ancestral land of the Protoss. Many of the Protoss clansmen around them were wrapped in this mysterious power of Protoss, and they were under tremendous oppression. After a while, a golden vortex appeared in front of the Star Soul Pool, as if there was endless power of the Star Spirit surging out of it. This golden vortex is the entrance to the Star Soul Pool. Young Master Chen, you can enter now. Seeing Spirit Lord then said to Chen Luo and Xuezingsheng. The two then stepped into the golden vortex without hesitation. Your Majesty, Did you forget to remind Mr. Chen of something? At this time, Suye, who was not far away, came to the side of Star Spirit Lord and whispered. As soon as Suye's words came out, Star Spirit Lord's pupils shrank. No good, such an important thing has been forgotten. The Star Soul Pool is a water area filled with Star Soul power. There are many Protoss floating around the water area, and strands of mysterious power are circulating around. At this time, there was a distortion in the space of the water area, and two Daoist figures appeared at the bottom of the water. It was Chen Luo and Xuezingsheng. After the two appeared, the pure soul power around them surged toward them. Waves seemed to appear in the entire water area, which is extremely eye-catching. Is this the Star Soul Pool? It really contains extremely pure soul power. Feeling the pure soul power around him, Chen Luo murmured in his heart. There is a very strong soul power in this water area. According to what Suya said before, this area is the origin of the Protoss race. It has unusually strong various powers, and it is one of the major inheritance places of the Protoss clan. Under the incomparably rich and pure soul power around him, Chen Luo felt that his own soul power was constantly improving, and was slowly rushing towards the soul realm, which was the limit of emperor rank. The Xuezingsheng next to her seemed to be completely enveloped by this pure soul power, and the light on her body became more and more sacred, as if she was a nine heavens goddess. Let's go to the central area of the Star Soul Pool. The soul power here is too weak. At this time, Chen Luo interrupted Xuezingsheng's absorption, and then said slowly. You're crazy. There are true immortal realm masterless Protoss in the center of the Star Soul Pool. There are a lot of them. Going there is looking for death. My father asked you to take care of me, but didn't ask you to take me to die. Xuezingsheng was shocked by Luo's words. This piece of Star Soul Pool is extremely huge, and it is full of extremely rich soul power everywhere. Moreover, the closer to the central area, the stronger and purer the soul power inside. However, those areas with stronger and purer soul power also mean that there are more powerful masterless Protoss. There are even a large number of true immortal realms unowned Protoss, which is very dangerous. In the past, those of the Star Spirit race who entered the Star Soul Pool to improve their soul power were absorbed only at the fringes, and did not dare to enter the center of the Soul Pool at all. Now, Chen Luo actually said that he was going to the central region. How could this not shock Xuezingsheng? Here, just listen to me. Chen Luo continued calmly. Since there is a more pure soul power in the central area, Chen Luo will naturally not waste time, and just go to the most important thing and finish the job. After finishing speaking, Chen Luo stretched out his own hand and grabbed Xuezingsheng, trying to bring Xuezingsheng into the central area. Don't touch me! Chen Luo just stretched out his hand, and Xuezingsheng's crisp voice sounded. The voice was extremely flustered. However, Chen Luo completely ignored it, and directly grabbed Xuezingsheng's weak and boneless hand. What? Is there a problem? Chen Luo looked suspiciously at the side and his eyes widened, full of unbelievable Xuezing pupils. You're fine, how is it possible? A moment later, Xuezingsheng said in a trembling voice, that charming delicate body seemed to be a little stiff at the moment. Should something be wrong? Chen Luo frowned and asked in confusion. I just grabbed Xuezingsheng's hand, what could be wrong? No. Impossible, this is impossible, it must be an illusion, you touch my face, hurry up, this is an illusion, it must be. Xuezingsheng did not answer Chen Luo's words, but continued hastily. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. What does this girl's film mean? Let me touch her face. Clatter. Of course, Chen Luo didn't start, but directly flicked the smooth forehead of Tang Xuezingsheng. Immediately, Xuezingsheng covered his forehead, and there were tears in his eyes, obviously quite painful and wronged, but there seemed to be unprecedented excitement in those eyes. Little girl, don't think too much, you are not my type. Looking at the aggrieved Xuezingsheng in front of him, Chen Luo then said slowly. Chapter 447 Slashing the True Immortal 8th Stage Celestial Spirit. You bully people! Xuezingsheng covered his forehead and said aggrievedly. You just said it's impossible, what do you mean? Chen Luo asked, ignoring the girl's coquettish anger. Yes, that's how it is. There is an incomparably mysterious power in my body. As long as anyone of the opposite S*X tries to touch me, they will be repelled by that incomparably mysterious power. Without exception, even my father. At this time, Xuezingsheng also recovered from the coquettish anger, and told Chen Luo the matter. Can't be touched by the opposite S*X. Chen Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't expect that the princess of the Protoss clan would have such magical qualities. Yes, this power has existed since I was born, so you are the first man who can touch me. Xuezingsheng seemed to have thought of something, slightly biting her red lips, blushing. Chen Luo stared straight at Xuezingsheng in front of him, and there was such an absurd thing. However, Chen Luo could tell that Xuezingsheng was not lying. I see, let's go to the central area of the Star Soul Pool. Chen Luo took a deep breath, and then said slowly. Wait, don't you want to find out what's going on? What is the power in my body, and why you can touch me, but others can't? Xuezingsheng then said quickly, wanting to find out very much this problem. Sorry, I'm not interested in this, I'd better rush to the central area of the Star Soul Pool. Chen Luo rejected Xuezingsheng's question without hesitation. He didn't have much time to play decryption games with this little girl, so he had to improve his soul power as soon as possible. Xuezingsheng looked at Chen Luo angrily, and wanted to say something more. However, Chen Luo was already holding her hand, and quickly rushed to the central area of the Star Soul Pool. The closer to the central area of the Star Soul Pool, the more intense the soul power will be, and then there will be powerful masterless Protoss. They wander around in various areas of the Star Soul Pool, indiscriminately attacking all creatures around that try to get close. Along the way, Chen Luo and the two have encountered no less than a dozen true immortal level masterless Protoss. However, under Chen Luo's unparalleled strength, he was easily suppressed and killed, and turned into endless Protoss power, permeating the surroundings. Xuezingsheng, who was led forward by Chen Luo, looked at Chen Luo who killed the true immortal level masterless Protoss like chopping melons and vegetables, feeling a little dazed. Chen Luo's strength was too terrifying, that invincible strength made Xuezingsheng feel an unprecedented sense of security. The warm touch in his hands gave Xuezingsheng an indescribable feeling. This feeling, it seems, Xuezingsheng is not disgusted, and even makes Xuezingsheng feel a little addicted. Brother Yeshyan, come quickly, if you don't come, I will be killed by this bad man. Feeling the subtle emotional changes in her heart, Xuezingsheng murmured in her heart, with a look of struggle in her eyes. After several hours of continuous traveling, Chen Luo and Xuezingsheng finally arrived at the center of the Star Soul Pool. The center of the Star Soul Pool is filled with very strong Star Soul power, and golden streamers are shining everywhere. A golden beam of light that penetrates the entire Soul Pool shines in the center. Chen Luo could feel the mysterious power contained in that beam of light, and Chen Luo had a faint feeling that if he could enter that beam of light to practice, it would be of great benefit to him. Mr. Chen, there are a few masterless Protoss of true immortal late stage over there. Xuezingsheng tugged at Chen Luo's sleeve, and timidly said to Chen Luo. Chen Luo turned around and looked in the direction Xuezingsheng said, and indeed he found that on the other side, there were 5 masterless Protoss with majestic power. These 5 headless star spirits have quiet eyes, and the amount of stars on their bodies is extremely majestic. 2 of them have reached true immortal 8th stage days, and the remaining 3 have also reached true immortal 7th stage days. Mr. Chen, why don't we retreat first, these Protoss are too strong. Sensing the majestic aura of those Protoss, Xuezingsheng said tremblingly. The momentum of these true immortal late-stage masterless Protoss almost made Xuezingsheng completely unable to move. If it weren't for Chen Luo being here, Xuezingsheng felt that he might be completely suppressed into a blood mist. "Don't be afraid, leave it to me," Chen Luo said lightly. "Leave it to you, this is the lordless true spirit of the late stage of the true immortal realm, you. Xuezingsheng asked anxiously. Xuezingsheng already knew from the fellowship just now that Chen Luo was only in the early stage of the true immortal realm, and hadn't even broken through the third stage of the true immortal realm. How could it be the opponents of these true immortal 7th stage days, or even true immortal 8th stage days masterless Protoss? Shut up! However, before Xuezingsheng finished speaking, Chen Luo took out the immortal sword of all souls. Immediately, several sword rays containing the power of the yin and yang Dao of chaos tore apart the space, and instantly slashed towards several ends not far away. The ownerless Protoss of the late stage of the true immortal realm. Bang bang bang! Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. With an incomparably violent collision sound, those true immortal late stage, even the masterless Protoss of true immortal 8th stage, were completely torn apart by Chen Luo's peerless sword ray. Countless Protoss powers and violent qi were constantly splashing in all directions. Xuezingsheng's eyes widened, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. On the 2nd stage day of the true immortal realm, beheading the ownerless Protoss of the 8th stage day in the true immortal realm, this is too terrifying. Xuezingsheng feels that his own cognition has been severely refreshed. True immortal realm surpassed 6 realms to kill the enemy. Xuezingsheng felt that he dared not write such a thing in the novel. Practicing realm, 1 realm 1st stage, and wanting to cross 6 realms in quasi-emperor realm, that is an unimaginable myth. Not to mention the true immortal realm that is stronger than quasi-emperor with 2 large realms. The difficulty of crossing the border to kill the enemy has increased geometrically. Alright, it's almost time to practice here. Chen Luo beheaded those unowned Protoss, and seeing that there was no danger around him, he continued to speak. Regarding the strength of Own, Chen Luo was not surprised. During the closed-door training a few days ago, Chen Luo took the stability of Own realm a step further. Moreover, with the blessing of Chaos Dao Fruit, Indestructible Dao Fruit, Yin and Yang Dao Fruit, and an ordinary Dao Fruit, Chen Luo's strength has reached a very exaggerated level. Dealing with these unowned Protoss of the late stage of the true immortal realm is naturally no problem. Xuezingsheng didn't speak any more, but was silently held by Chen Luo's hand and entered the central area. After entering, Chen Luo let go of Xuezingsheng's hand, and after arranging a top-level magic circle around him, he stepped into the beam of light. Xuezingsheng looked at Chen Luo who had entered the beam of light, and felt that Chen Luo's warm aura remained in his hands, and ripples appeared in his heart. Chapter 448 Yeshien's Transformation. I won't, I'm really fallen, I can't, but, brother Yeshien. Xuezingsheng bit her red lips slightly, muttering in her heart. Due to her special constitution, Xuezingsheng has never had any contact with the opposite S**X, not even holding hands. Even Yeshien, who had a good relationship with Xuezingsheng before, is the same with Xuezingsheng, without any contact. However, soon, Xuezingsheng had no time to think about these things, and the surrounding soul power was extremely strong. The vigorous soul power almost completely tore everything around it apart. Xuezingsheng's mind was completely enveloped by countless storms of soul power, and that vigorous soul power made her completely lose her ability to think. The soul has fallen into an unprecedented transformation. In the light beam of the star soul pool, Chen Luo stood in the center of the beam of light, and Chen Luo felt a faint sense of oppression from the strong soul power. The gorgeous soul power was like a tide, constantly surging towards Chen Luo's mind. Chen Luo's soul power was rapidly increasing at an unprecedented speed. Not only that, but the soul power of the horror star around here seems to have caused Chen Luo's physical body to undergo a huge transformation. Waves of incomparably violent yuan-xiang roars resounded all over Chen Luo. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. This star soul power can actually transform my idol elephant suppressing prison strength? Divine elephant suppressing prison power. This superb emperor rank cultivation technique has long been cultivated to an extremely advanced level by Chen Luo, and all the 100,000 particles in the body have already been transformed into 100,000 elephants. It's just that after the particles transformed into metamorphosis, they couldn't make any progress. Chen Luo used various methods but couldn't make any progress. Chen Luo almost forgot about this top body refining cultivation technique, but now, with the help of this star's soul power, it is slowly transforming. I don't know what kind of changes will happen after transforming into 100,000 gods. Chen Luo had a lot of expectations in his heart. Although this cultivation technique is only the best body refining cultivation technique of emperor rank, Chen Luo can feel the great potential of this body refining cultivation technique. Even some true immortal level body refining cultivation techniques are still inferior to this method. I hope this transformation will not disappoint me. Chen Luo took a deep breath, and then absorbed the soul power of the surrounding stars with all his strength, allowing his own soul power and Shenxiang prison power to undergo an incredible transformation. Time passed so slowly. Outside Star Spirit City. In a valley with beautiful scenery, in the depths of the valley, there is a turbulent waterfall. The turbulent waterfall is like a galaxy falling into 9 heavens, constantly impacting the water below, creating huge splashes. Bang bang bang! Below the waterfall, a handsome young man with a bare upper body was sitting on a boulder, constantly receiving the impact of the waterfall. The blue veins on the handsome young man's forehead popped out, and the huge impact made him extremely painful, and his face became extremely distorted. The skin on his body was impacted by the turbulent waterfall, and the originally bronze-colored skin was washed white. There seemed to be a mysterious force in his body that was constantly raging, stirring his meridians and flesh and blood. Yeshyan, hold on, this is the last stage of spiritual enlightenment. As long as you persist under this waterfall for another half an hour, your 9 nether fairy body will be awakened. On the other side of the waterfall, there is a beautiful woman in a blood-red dress. The beautiful woman has a fiery figure and a cold temperament, and those moving eyes seem to have endless circulation of stars. For half an hour, I will definitely. I will hold on, and I will take back those lost. Yeshyan's body trembled violently, his eyes were red, the mysterious power in his body and the powerful impact from outside caused Yeshyan to suffer great pain. Under this intertwined endless pain, the originally broken danshan in Yeshyan's body was slowly condensing at this moment. Moreover, Yeshyan's body also seemed to undergo a huge transformation under this peculiar environment. A more mysterious and splendid power shone around Yeshyan's body. Looking at Yeshyan, who is indomitable and undergoing a perfect transformation, the corners of the beautiful woman's mouth slightly raised, showing a thrilling arc. Time passed slowly, Yeshyan was still experiencing great pain. This half-hour of torment made Yeshyan feel that the days were like years, and every moment was like 1,000 insects addicted to their hearts, cutting them into pieces by 1,000 knives. Boom! Half an hour passed, and an extremely violent aura erupted from Yeshyan's body. This aura seemed to tear apart the sky, and the surrounding valleys made a crisp tearing sound under the violent aura. The mountains next to the waterfall collapsed layer by layer, as if they couldn't bear this terrifying aura at all. Waves of incomparably majestic power appeared on Yeshyan's body, and streams of black light circulated on Yeshyan's body. These black gleams flowed on Yeshyan's body, and Yeshyan's broken flesh and meridians danshan began to glow with new life under the nourishment of this gleam. Bang bang bang! A moment later, as the dark light continued to flow, Yeshyan's explosive momentum reached its peak. The domineering momentum impacted the surroundings, and the surrounding mountains continued to shatter. Due to the shattering of the mountains, the tall waterfall had no support point, and instantly turned into a large expanse of flowing water, irrigating the entire valley. Success, Yeshyan, Congratulations, the 9 Nether's immortal body has been completed, and with the immortal king bloodline in your body, you will definitely be able to conquer the entire chiming immortal world in the future. The beautiful woman saw Yeshyen's successful transformation, and then smiled. At this time, Yeshyen had already achieved the 9 Nether immortal physique, and bursts of mysterious light bloomed from his body, giving people a faint sense of oppression. Thank you, Master Li. Yeshyen will never forget the grace of Master Li's reinvention. In the future, Master Li will have something to say, and Yeshyen will go through fire and water, and he will not hesitate to do so. Feeling his perfectly transformed body, Yeshyen came to the beautiful woman's room beside him. He knelt down and said respectfully. It turned out that this beautiful woman was named Li Ningshuang. Yeshyen met Li Ningshuang by chance after Danshan was broken. With the help of Li Ningshuang, Yeshyen went through untold hardships, and finally successfully restored the Danshan, achieved the 9 Nether immortal physique, and fully awakened his own immortal king bloodline. It doesn't have to be like this, it's just a transaction between us. Li Ningshuang shook her head, and then said lightly. Yes, Master Li, no matter what, Master Li will always be my Master Li. Yeshyen kowtowed heavily, and continued. Only after truly experiencing underestimation can one know how precious everything is now. Yeshyen didn't understand it before, but now he understands it. Seeing this, Li Ningshuang didn't say anything more. Yeshyen then became familiar with his own power in the Broken Valley. The power of immortal king bloodline and 9 Nether immortal physique made Yeshyen's strength and potential reach an unprecedented peak. Master Li, now I have condensed the 9 Nether immortal body, and the cultivation base has returned to the great emperor of the spirit realm. Now I should be qualified to master the power left by the Nether race. After a long while, Yeshyen seemed to think of it. What? Then said slowly, with fiery and anticipation in his eyes. Chapter 449 The Underworld Furnace. The 9 Nether immortal physique is the supreme immortal physique of the Nether race, holding the extremely powerful 9 Nether power of the Nether race. Like the Nether demon physique, it is one of the most powerful physiques of the Nether race. Of course, you, who possess the 9 Nether's fairy body, can completely control that power. Li Ningshuang's expression froze, and then she said lightly. At the beginning, when the evil spirits swept the entire chiming immortal world, the Nether tribe also participated in it, and launched a terrifying chaos together with the evil spirits. After the evil spirit clan was wiped out, the Nether clan also suffered unprecedented damage, their strength plummeted, and they were expelled from chiming immortal world. However, after the defeat of the Nether race, there are still a small number of forces hidden in chiming immortal world, waiting for new opportunities for the Nether race. Now, Yeshyen has achieved the 9 Nether immortal physique, which can be said to be able to carry the future of the Nether race, and can completely control that inner power. Okay, very good, when I control that power, I must take back everything I lost. Yeshyen took a deep breath, looked at Tianlan immortal domain on the other side, and his eyes were burning. There was a raging fire. By the way, that girl Xuezingsheng, after you get that power, you'd better control her, it may be of great help to your future. At this time, Li Ningshuang seemed to think of something, and continued. Xingsheng? Forget it, her body rejects me, I don't want to waste too much time. Yeshyen clenched his own fist and said in a low voice. The power of Xuezingsheng also repulsed Yeshyen endlessly. Although Yeshyen has a good impression of her, Yeshyen really doesn't want to have too much contact with such a woman who can only watch but not eat. Moreover, Xuezingsheng's father is not a fuel-efficient lamp, and the peak powerhouse of the supreme giant level cannot be easily dealt with. Idiot, her power is beyond your imagination, and now having the opportunity to control her is the greatest opportunity in your life. Li Ningshuang reprimanded as her face turned cold. Half a month later, Star Soul Lake. The central area of the Star Soul Pool is still full of unusually strong Star Soul power. The beam of light in the center also became much dimmer at this time, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Chen Luo sat cross-legged in the dim beam of light, absorbing the scattered star soul power. After half a month of practice, Chen Luo's soul power has completely transformed and successfully reached the immortal level, reaching a very terrifying level. Not far from the beam of light, Xuezingsheng obediently sat on a boulder, propped his chin, stared straight at Chen Luo who was still practicing. His eyes were full of confusion and complexity. "No, I can't think about it anymore." Xuezingsheng covered On's head, and pouted On's small mouth, as if he was extremely struggling in his heart. Boom! At this time, Chen Luo who was not far away suddenly had a violent aura. It seemed that there were countless gods roaring continuously in Chen Luo's body, and an extremely terrifying aura like the abyss the underworld emanated from Chen Luo's body. Immediately, the entire area was under a violent sense of oppression. That aura, like the abyss the underworld, seemed to completely melt and absorb everything around it. Xuezingsheng felt an incomparably terrifying devouring power, which seemed to completely devour her own spirit power. What cultivation technique is this Mr. Chen practicing? Why is it so terrifying? Sensing the aura from Chen Luo, Xuezingsheng's face changed slightly, and his body trembled slightly. Immediately afterwards, Xuezingsheng hurriedly evacuated to a further place in order not to be affected. Time passed slowly, and the breath on Chen Luo's body became more terrifying. 100,000 gods have fully awakened, and Shenxiang prison power has completely returned to origin. Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, feeling a burst of joy in his heart. This idle elephant-suppressing prison force did not disappoint Chen Luo. After awakening 100,000 idols, Chen Luo's power reached a terrifying level. Chen Luo even felt that even in this immortal world, which is very stable in this space, it can also easily penetrate the space. If Chen Luo encounters that true immortal 8th stage heavenly lordless Protoss again, Chen Luo is sure to smash it to pieces with one punch. The divine elephant suppressing prison strength has completely fulfilled the great completion dream, which means that Chen Luo's physical body has also reached the true immortal level. Just the physical body is comparable to a true immortal weapon, which can kill everything. So far, Chen Luo's cultivation base, soul power and physical body have all reached the true immortal state, and his strength has expanded to a very terrifying level. Moreover, after this divine elephant suppressing prison power reached return to origin, there was actually a supernatural power that surpassed emperor rank. The underworld furnace, the idol can summon the power of the abyss the underworld to form the underworld furnace in Chen Luo's body. This melting pot of the underworld can devour everything, plunder the essence of life, the vitality of heaven and earth, turn it into its own power, and suppress all enemies. This melting pot of the underworld is so overbearing. Feeling the power of the underworld furnace, Chen Luo murmured in his heart, "Then try the power of the underworld furnace." Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo took out a large amount of heavenly and mortal treasures. At the same time, the underworld melting furnace in On's body was activated, and suddenly, a terrifying devouring power erupted. The power of a large number of various heavenly and mortal treasures around was absorbed by Chen Luo's the underworld furnace. With the continuous operation of the furnace of the underworld, a large amount of essence was absorbed by Chen Luo's body, and Chen Luo's cultivation base was rising steadily. Boom! A quarter of an hour later, with a violent burst of aura, an even more violent aura appeared on Chen Luo's body. Chen Luo's cultivation base broke through the true immortal 2nd stage days and reached the true immortal 3rd stage days. Moreover, under this overbearing devouring power, Chen Luo's cultivation base is still slowly improving. That's right, the underworld furnace is really powerful, it can increase the speed of own cultivation base to another level. Feeling the domineering devouring power in his body, Chen Luo showed a look of joy. The underworld furnace is extremely powerful, it can devour other life essence, the vitality of heaven and earth, and turn it into Chen Luo's cultivation base. The cultivation of true immortal realm is much more difficult than that of great emperor realm. It takes 1,000 years and 10,000 years to break through a realm. Even if Chen Luo has many disciples and the cultivation effects of the members of the immemorial city are returned, it will still take a lot of time. However, if there is the underworld furnace, this speed can be increased a lot. However, this is not a place to practice, so let's wait until we go back to the immortal city. It just so happens that there are still a lot of treasures in the immortal city, and it is best to cultivate there. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo put away his own power, and decided to practice after going back to the immortal city. Are you okay? Chen Luo put away his strength, left the beam of light, and came to a huge boulder not far from the center. Beside the boulder, Xuezingsheng held his forehead with tears in his eyes. The aura that erupted from Chen Luo's body just now was too strong. Even though Xuezingsheng retreated to a further area, he was still knocked into the air, hit his forehead on a boulder, and suffered quite serious injuries. Don't! Just when Chen Luo was about to stroke Xuezingsheng's forehead and heal her wounds, Xuezingsheng said softly. However, Chen Luo ignored it, and put his hand on Xuezingsheng's forehead, urging his own power to heal Xuezingsheng. Feeling the warm touch in Chen Luo's hand, Xuezingsheng bit his lips lightly, his face flushed slightly, and there were layer after layer of ripples in his heart. Chapter 450 Physical Examination. After a while, with the nourishment of the immortal spirit power in Chen Luo's body, the injury on Xuezingsheng's forehead slowly recovered. Thank you, you. Xuezingsheng said gratefully. It's okay, I promised your father to take care of you in Zinglington. Chen Luo said indifferently. After hearing Chen Luo's words, Xuezingsheng felt a sense of loss. Is it because of my father that he took care of me like this? Okay, if it's okay, let's leave. Seeing that Xuezingsheng was fine, Chen Luo said slowly. Xuezingsheng nodded, and obediently stood behind Chen Luo, pulling Chen Luo's sleeve timidly. Chen Luo glanced at Xuezingsheng lightly, and then directly held Xuezingsheng's slender hand. Swish swish swish. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo pulled Xuezingsheng and galloped towards the exit of the Star Soul Pool at extreme speed. Xuezingsheng's face was reddish, and her heart was a little complicated. The breath in Chen Luo's hand made Xuezingsheng feel a little bit more secure. On the way towards the exit, there are still many masterless Protoss. However, Chen Luo's strength became even more terrifying, and he didn't even need to use spirit power. You only need to use the domineering immortal soul power to easily kill a large number of Protoss. After a long while, Chen Luo arrived at the exit of Sing Soul Lake after experiencing the massacre all the way. After arriving at the exit, Chen Luo let go of Xuezingsheng's hand. Seeing Chen Luo let go of his hand, for some reason, Xuezingsheng felt a sense of loss. I won't really. Xuezingsheng murmured in his heart. Let's go out. Chen Luo looked at the exit ahead and said. After finishing speaking, the two stepped into the exit vortex ahead. Ha. Following a burst of mysterious power, the two were swallowed by the vortex. Chen Luo opened his eyes again, and found that he had returned to the side of the Star Soul Pool. The other Protoss people around had already left, and only the Star Spirit Lord was left waiting. Chen Xiaohe finally came out. It seems that the trip went very smoothly. Beside the Sing Soul Pool, the Sing Spirit Lord looked at Chen Luo and Xuezingsheng, who came out safely and without any damage, and showed a relieved smile. Originally, the Star Spirit Lord was worried that he did not tell Chen Luoxiu about Sing Qiang's special physique, and was worried that something would happen to the two of them. However, seeing that both of them have no problem now, the high-hanging heart relaxes. I have gained a lot at this time, thank you Star Spirit Lord Senior. Chen Luo smiled slightly, and then said gratefully. In the Star Soul Pool at this time, Chen Luo's soul power and physical body have both broken through the immortal level, and the cultivation base has reached the true immortal third stage level, and his strength has improved a lot. More importantly, the Divine Elephant Prison Force has completely reached the Return to Origin realm, adding a terrifying supernatural power, the Underworld Furnace, which is of great help to Chen Luo. You are Xingtong's master, and you are also a distinguished guest of our Protoss clan, as it should be. Star Spirit Lord said slowly, his eyes full of tenderness. Are you my sister's master? At this time, Xue Xingsheng next to him seemed to realize something, and then exclaimed, looking at Chen Luo in front of him in disbelief. Xin Qiang, don't be rude. Star Spirit Lord heard his own daughter yelling, and quickly stopped talking. Xue Xingsheng pouted her cherry mouth, and carefully looked at Chen Luo next to her. She didn't expect that this Chen Luo had this level of status as her sister's master. Xue Xingsheng is the daughter of Star Spirit Lord who arrived in Immortal World and was born after Immortal World stabilized. The Star Spirit Lord did not hide the fact that she has a sister, and told a lot about her sister. Therefore, Xue Xingsheng has a special feeling for this sister who has never met before. Although she has never met, Xue Xingsheng has always kept this sister in her heart. Due to the existence of that special power, the people around had an inexplicable sense of fear towards Xue Xingsheng, for fear that that power would harm them. Therefore, Xue Xingsheng actually doesn't have many friends, and every time she is alone, Xue Xingsheng tells herself silently in her heart. She is not alone, she has a sister. When Xue Xingsheng was a child, she swore that when she grew up, she would go to the Huangtian continent to find her sister back. However, as Xue Xingsheng grew up, when various methods failed, Xue Xingsheng felt like a Star Spirit Lord, gradually despairing, and buried this matter in the bottom of her heart. Now, the appearance of Chen Luo awakened Xue Xingsheng's heart that had been silent for a long time. Mr. Chen, my sister, how is my sister now? Has anyone bullied her in Huangtian continent? My sister's hair is silver white, isn't it? Is he? Xue Xingsheng then came to Chen Luo's side, hugged Chen Luo's arm and shook it, chirping and asking about his sister. Xin Qiang, you're asking this all of a sudden. Seeing this, the Xing Spirit Lord frowned slightly and then said slowly. But, suddenly, he seemed to realize something, his words stopped abruptly, and his face was dull. He looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Own daughter, can I get in touch with others? Is this my hallucination? Star Spirit Lord muttered in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Star Spirit Lord stretched out his own hand, wanting to see if the special power from Xue Xingsheng disappeared. However, before the Star Spirit Lord touched Xue Xingsheng's body, he was blocked by the mysterious power of Xue Xingsheng's body. A burst of mysterious power erupted, and Star Spirit Lord's body was shaken several steps away. Chen Luo looked at this power curiously. What this girl said was true, even her father couldn't touch her. What's going on? Sensing the inexplicable power that still existed in Xue Xingsheng, Xing Spirit Lord had a look of doubt on his face. Why can own daughter have contact with Chen Luo, but Chen Luo won't have any influence? Father, for some reason, Mr. Chen's touching me won't cause an impact on my internal energy. Xue Xingsheng continued to explain. Is it only Chen Xiaohu? Star Spirit Lord murmured in a low voice, his face was in a daze. Xue Xingsheng nodded heavily, she could feel that power in her body still existed. It's just that Chen Luo seems to be more special, and won't cause that power. Chen Xiaohu, I wonder if I can check Xin Qiang's body to see why her physique is so special. Xing Spirit Lord took a deep breath, and then looked at Chen Luo expectantly. Before, Star Spirit Lord found many top experts, even top pill refining masters and fairy doctors, but none of them could not solve this problem. Now, Chen Luo can actually ignore this power, coupled with Chen Luo's identity. The Star Spirit Lord had a faint expectation in his heart, maybe Chen Luo could solve this problem, and it was not certain. Let me try, but I can't guarantee that I can find out. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, and agreed to the request of Star Spirit Lord. Chen Xiaohu, just try, Xin Qiang, you must fully cooperate with Mr. Chen later, and you are not allowed to have any opinions. Seeing Spirit Lord said slowly, and then looked at Xue Xingsheng at the side. Xue Xingsheng pouted and nodded in agreement. By the way, Mr. Chen, my daughter is wearing a special fairy dress, which can slightly suppress the power in her body, and it may affect your examination. Therefore, it is best to take off the examination clothes during the examination. Suddenly, seeing Spirit Lord seemed to think of something, and then slowly said to Chen Luo. Chen Luo, degree. Xue Xingsheng, oh. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave YouTube channel. Thank you.